Okay, we are streaming live. Let's check our studio and see if we're connecting. And it says that we are. So let's go back to the infinite call and see if we can get that started for tonight. Okay, we are now working with everyone and going to lower this audio. All right. Let's see if anyone responds. Let's see if dear Aristides responds. And Brendan's welcome to do so too. We know he's alive out there.
Hello.
Okay, dear Aristides, thank you so
Yeah.
much for being here.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Good. Let's see if you're registering. Say something again.
Something again.
There you go. Excellent. So you're registering. So
Yes.
how are you for
I'm
the?
good. I'm good.
Oh,
I'm sorry to have not replied or been on my phone when you were trying to catch up, but everything's good.
oh, good, good. Thank God for that. Oh, of course, I'm
Yeah.
always concerned about you, and
Yeah.
certainly wanted to speak with you personally to wish you a
Yeah.
happy birthday on a private call sometime before your
We will.
birthday.
We
Oh,
will.
okay. Well,
Okay. We
we
will.
might. We'll try.
We will. We be more positive. We will.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. And well, at any rate, yeah. Okay. Sounds good. And well, yeah. While I answer the ladies, you go ahead with a
Yeah.
blurb. Bye.
Okay. I just need one.
Oh,
Well,
sure.
I mean, I'm not sitting at the computer. I can start just kind of winging it. Usually,
No worries. No
I don't
worries.
need to be
I'll help
sitting
you.
at.
I'll
I
help you.
don't need to be sitting at the computer to blurb. I can blurb from just spontaneously blurb.
Right.
I will. Yeah, yeah.
Well, if you
Okay, so
if you
okay,
want to wait till
everybody.
you get to the computer, I can hold until you do.
No, no. Come on.
I can
There's
hold.
nothing there I need to see,
Okay.
really,
Okay.
except maybe what. No mystery to the blurb. Everybody, hit the thumbs up, upvote as soon as you get here. It's very important to show your support and also get the algorithm swaying in Douglas's favor or less disfavor, let us say, because of potential downvotes that are placed by certain parties we have mentioned before, and that affects it, and that affects his ability to be searched and suggested, seen, reach new people, have people find him who are trying. So please do that, and then make sure you're subscribed. If it doesn't appear right below the program window, go to Douglas's channel main page. It should be there. Make sure you're subscribed, even if you had before, as it may become undone somehow in some mystery of technology or big tech trickery. May become undone. And also hit the notification bell. Little bell icon that pops up, a little pop up on your device when everything starts. That way there's nothing to remember. You just hit that and you're here. So I myself find that useful, even though I could never forget my duties. So please do those things. And also you do need an account with YouTube, which means a Google or Gmail account to do those things. So most people have one. I'm sure it's easy enough to make one, or else you will not be able to do those things. Once you have that in your little account menu there that pops up out of the corner there, you can see your settings and such things. You can create sub channels underneath the your main account. It says, it may say switch account. That doesn't mean a new account with a password and a name. That just these are sub channel identities underneath the your main account, and what they can do is all upvote independently. So if you were to make some up, they can at least upvote and potentially host some content you'd like to put there if you're so inclined. So please do all those things, and also check that under that menu it says restricted mode off, because if it's on, that means you are being age restricted like a child. I know we're sure you would find that insulting because you're no doubt an adult if you're listening to this, or at least of legal age.
Or at least you should be.
Yeah, mentally, maybe another question. But,
Yeah.
but we take all kinds here, especially if you're coming with money. So I think sometimes we wait too long to talk about that part. All those clicking and stuff is important, but the most important click is the one where you click over to PayPal. I'm not at the computer, but I will put the link in there. You don't need the link because all you have to remember is his name is Douglas Dietrich and he's on PayPal. So if you just go there, search his first and last name or the handle he's got up, no doubt, even though I'm not looking at it, on the front thumbnail poster of the program, Douglas D. Dietrich, you'll find him there. If you're just searching by name, make sure it's him and that he looks Asian. In case there are other Douglas Dietrichs, we doubt any of them are Asian looking. I mean, maybe there's one in the world somehow, who's Asian, maybe, but you'll find him. And please do send whatever you can afford this week, this month, every month in a recurring payment. Even if it's small, recurring payment, does mean a lot over time. So that is a potential, one of the most important ways actually you could help. You can share the YouTube link out of the browser bar, youtube.com or similar. You can, what else can you do? You can create little clips or maybe a button underneath the window to create a little clip, or on the PC, you can right click during a replay to create a time-stamped link to that time if you want to direct somebody right to that time to an interesting topic. What else can you do? What else?
I think you've said it all. I mean,
wait, after during the replay, or when it's a regular video, not live, the replay, Douglas will put a pinned comment underneath. These comments only are enabled after the live. It's different than the chat, which may be replayed on your replay, but it's different. It's underneath the window. We'll put a pinned comment there. Crucial information. Please upvote that also, because things that are downvoted, even though they don't show the downvotes on those either, do they?
No, they don't. I don't
no.
believe. Yeah.
Why? Yeah. Why do they? Yeah. Yeah. What the hell? Anyway, but those might be downvoted out of existence also. So please upvote any positive comment there. Feel free to leave your own. That'll probably do even more than upvotes if you leave your own positive comment there. As far the algorithm likes that, and we want the algorithm to like Douglas. So trying to think what else from memory here. What else? Oh, the I'm sure you've got them there. The program title. There's only so many characters, 100, I think. So Douglas kind of really packs it in there, and a lot of it looks confusing. But if you see a little asterisk or two, that directs to a footnote. If you break out the full description, you might have to click more. Most likely, you have to click more because that guy can type, man. And read, the explanations of what he is acknowledging for the current show or week or holidays that are, or other occurrences, anniversaries, points in time and history of significance. They will be, what he's referring to will be explained below. So please do check that out. And let me think. What else? That's the main stuff. I will start to wander towards the computer. I have a informal reminder list. See if I missed anything.
Excellent.
Yeah. What else?
And you're doing great so far, and just the joy of hearing your voice, which is always very you have dulcet tones, as I said.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Yes, a voice for radio.
I should consider a new career.
Yeah, indeed. Oh my God! If Ian West could have, done that bullshit for as long as he did, you could do better than that.
Right? Yeah, I suppose. I'll think about. I'll consider it.
And so, all such being said, I'll try and get my voice back. Obviously, I spent a good part of my birthday weekend living up to my responsibilities. It is still not yet my birthday per se. It is birthday eve day, along with that of Clarice Claudet. And of course, we are tomorrow will be the birthday eve day of Aristides. So, all that being said, did you find anything else that you could think of to bring up before I just,
I am
provide
now
any
finally
just
trying to reference my I really should have a more reliable checklist.
No worries.
That was pretty much it. Pretty much it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, one
Yeah.
thing. So one thing I would suggest, just some constructive criticism here,
Yeah.
is on the. Let's take a look at the latest episode, and you wrote leave a positive
Yeah.
comment here and upvote positive comments, and that's beautiful. The sentiment is great. I could have sworn. You know what? Let me do a
What?
screen share here.
What?
So.
There was what? Go ahead.
Yeah, so let's do screen share. Let's see now. I got to go to the call. Then I got to go to the call that contains you and I. And then I have to press chat, see if chat will open up. But instead, all that does is open up a separate screen because this is a really clunky system and it's not meant for convenience when it comes to Microsoft Teams. Okay, so can you see the cursor moving around? Cursor moving around?
Let me hold on. I have to
Take your time.
get there.
Here, cursor
I'm
moving.
sure it always is. It never doesn't. Yeah, I see your screen there. Yeah.
Okay, good. So we'll go down to the. So I could have sworn if we go to live stream that you were kind enough as well, where they had cut off that young lady's comment, or I don't know her age. She could be a grandma dame, but she left the comment. Oh, please share your crypt with me, Douglas. And they downvoted it in hordes just to make certain the comment got taken down. Either that, or she heard something she disliked on my show and she took it down, or became afraid for her own safety, as many people do, simply by any affiliation with myself. All that being said, I could have sworn you left a comment up here very shortly thereafter, saying leave commentary.
Yeah,
And they took it away.
Oh wait, the last one on the last one.
On this episode, the same episode which she had left a comment on, this one, I could have sworn I saw that you had left a comment under there, knowing that hers had been taken down. You left a comment there, which means your comment was removed. Which
I don't remember. Perhaps.
Yeah, I could have swore. In fact, I know that's the case.
I think on two different ones I have left a comment recently. Yeah, that may have been one,
so
or
that,
it may.
That was definitely one. And somehow it got taken down. So even your comments are being taken down. So always remember to upvote your own comments. The other thing I would like here.
No, or maybe not. It might have been another one. The one,
I think you did
12th,
more than a few.
The 12th. There's one. I think that's the first. I'm being funny. I put in brackets positive comment. I said leave a positive comment.
Okay. And actually, yeah, if you're gonna say the word positive, put those brackets around it or quotation marks because, matter of fact, you just don't say positive at all. Just say this is where your comments go, and where you upvote others' positive comments. That's where you would use the positive. See my cursor moving here? Because otherwise it looks like we're begging for positive comments. We don't need to do that.
We don't exactly want negative comments.
Let's put it this way. I don't give a shit if they say something negative. I can always take it down if it's something that's truly
all right.
Hey. It's
always room to hone the procedures here.
Yes, there we are. Yeah. So, but definitely thank you for that. Yeah, if you could edit that, just edit that, take out the positive there, but leave it with the second part. Yeah. Upvote other people's positive comments. We don't want them upvoting negative comments.
Okay, can I still edit? Okay, because some things don't let you edit.
Oh, they'll let you edit. It'll let you edit.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, believe me, as a publisher, I'm an old hand at this. So, okay then. Well, but just so, and also always upvote your own comments. Make certain to do that for all of our listeners. That can never be overemphasized. Because there's all kinds of people there working to get your comment taken down if you say anything positive. And then they all upvote anything that's negative. So we have to contend with a world that no other producer has to contend with. We're hyper suppressed, we're shadow banned, and it's all up to you, really. Every one of you out there, it's your war. You got to fight it, and if you don't, you're going to lose everything. So just understand that they're not going to stop with taking your rights away. They're going to take away your property. They're going to take away your children. They'll take away everything. And by that I mean the Trump government and his successors. Trust me on that. They took away our transportation here in California. They closed down. Well, I'll get to that. At any rate, so all such being said, again, shout out to Clarice Claudette. Happy birthday, Aristides, on the 21st. So everybody remember that. And as for as Aristides said, on the summary of tonight's episode, just open the text now and you can review a little bit about my name because it's my birthday. Might as well tell people a little bit about my name. And just get started on tonight's monologue. So, on the other side of our world, precisely as I predicted on record, on the 744th day of genocide, Israel and Hamas are trading accusations of ceasefire violations as the IDF, the so-called Israeli Defense Force, launches strikes. Israel launched aerostrikes on southern Gaza in the first major test of its ceasefire with Hamas, or I should say first major break, as the two sides traded accusations of significant breaches of the deal brokered by President Donald Trump. Israel claims that Hamas had carried out a blatant violation of the ceasefire agreement with attacks on its forces in the Rafah area. Hamas restated its commitment to the truce and testified that it had no knowledge of any such clashes. A senior official called Israel out for conniving to fabricate flimsy pretexts for its own misactions. The IDF bragged that it struck across Gaza after armed militants attacked Israeli forces in the southern part of the Strip, and that 12 soldiers were killed in the attack. I don't know whether they meant their own or those of Hamas. Hamas re-emphasized, we are talking, of course, about a defense force, quote unquote, that shot its own hostages when Hamas was trying to turn them over. Hamas, for its part, re-emphasized that it is committed to the ceasefire with Israel and that it has no contact with militants located in the area where the clashes took place. United States President Donald Trump said that if Hamas does not disarm, we'll have to do it for them. Now, how is this fair? Where Hamas has to disarm, but the Israelis can just strike at will? The United States said it received credible reports that Hamas plans to attack Gazans in the Strip. Why would Hamas do this? And that the United States will act to preserve the integrity of the ceasefire, if necessary. Meaning, your troops are going to get involved in genocide on behalf of the kike. Aren't you proud of yourselves? I'm sure there's plenty of dumbass televangelicals out there who are. This side of the Atlantic, on the Pacific coast of Zion-occupied America, in mine own Golden State nation of California, thousands rallied at the San Diego No Kings protests against Donald Trump, even as thousands of their polar opposites in terms of politics, psyche, and personality turned out for an enormous amphibious landing, establishing a beachhead at Camp Pendleton, with our California Governor Gavin Newsom calling Trump out for the Marine Corps' live fire exercise over a 17-mile stretch of our major highway of Interstate 5 through Camp Pendleton, with our world-renowned California Highway Patrol confirming that the event involved, quote, live ammunition being discharged by the federal government over the freeway, unquote. Newsom observing, in his words, ego over responsibility. Now, amidst this intra-American Cold War, preceding Civil War II, financial investors can't profit from complacency forever. Bond market participants and others are consciously choosing to ignore obvious policy risks. You're probably more exposed to a looming market crash than you think. Nobody knows for sure whether a really painful downturn is on the way, let alone when, but there's a growing chorus of voices warning that trouble is likelier than not. Jamie Dimon, who I won't bother to excoriate right now, of JP Morgan Chase, my own bank, talks a serious market correction coming within the next couple of years. The Bank of England says much the same, worried that valuations of AI firms are overdone. In wealth worldwide, a crash will wipe out 35 trillion, TRILLION, 35 trillion United States dollars. Yes, you've heard that right. The next big slide in the value of America's stock markets will be so much more painful for the wider economy than, say, the dot-com slump of a quarter century ago. The short version: far more American households than before, as well as lots of foreign investors, are directly exposed. That means a bigger risk to consumption in the wider economy. Are these warnings overdone on my part? You could make a case that huge valuations of the big AI firms today will turn out to be justified because the technology is already somehow bringing big improvements to how businesses and the economy run, albeit no one knows how just yet. You could argue that it doesn't matter that AI firms are ever more entwined with each the other, and that the failure of one bit of a chain, say, need not cause difficulties for the other firms therein. But you'd be lying to yourself, and you sure as hell would be lying to me. So pay attention to other examples of problems in the markets. Consider the debacle of First Brands, a small Ohioan maker in the state of Ohio. What do you call someone from Ohio? Ohioan? Ohioite? It's a small maker of windscreen wipers. Windscreen wipers and spark plugs in Ohio. That was somehow able to borrow more than 10 billion United States dollars before its rapid collapse in September. How do you collapse with that much fucking money? What the fuck? What do you do with all that money? That's not an AI story, of course, but it tells you something about the complacency among investors. They should have spotted danger signs in that company, but rushed to lend even so. That's a sure sign that markets are overheating. If investors are piling into one firm irrationally, to say the least, it's not any craziness on my part to imagine that this is happening more widely. Wall Street is fearful of more lending blow-ups. And if Wall Street is worried, you should be too, because Trump is taking aim at the midterms. The United States president has no intention of permitting free and fair congressional elections in 2026. Even now, interest in Charlie Kirk's paleo-reactionary youth movement is surging. America needs its own counter-cultic mass movement. Right now. Without one, America will sink into autocracy for decades. Because if you think Trump-Putinism will simply end in 3 years, you are naive. Donald Trump's dominance over politicians, higher education, the judicial system, and the American psyche itself won't be broken while thinking in conventional political terms. A mass political, cultural, social movement will be necessary to reverse the global tide of populism that has propelled not just Trump, but also figures like Viktor Orbán, Narendra Modi, and Vladimir Putin. Conventional politicians don't have the vision or power to reverse a historical tide. Chuck Schumer is not going to save us. To beat the anti-culture of Trumputinism, you need a countervision about where America should be heading. A different set of values dictating what is admirable and what is disgraceful. This movement is possible, and there are examples from the past to lead us there. Because it's not a dog whistle if everyone can fucking hear it. America is the land of opportunity for white South Africans. In 2013, Chief Justice John Roberts dismissed the entrenched racism that inspired the Voting Rights Act as a thing of the past. This week's headlines into this weekend, well, they prove how wrong he fucking was. The rise of techno-authoritarianism in mine own Golden Gated San Francisco has made Silicon Valley a center of reactionary, anti-democratic politics. With 881,000 people living in less than 47 square miles, mine own Golden Gated San Francisco packs a tremendous amount of wealth and cultural influence into a fiercely unequal city. San Francisco is far smaller than Los Angeles, New York, London, or any of the mainland or island Chinese metropoli on either side of the black ditch of the Taiwan Strait, wherein technological devices are manufactured. It's smaller than Charlotte, North Carolina, and Jacksonville, Florida. Our politics tended to be a battle between center-left and progressive factions, subsidized by the stratospheric wealth of policy-shaping tech and real estate multi-billionaires. But as the home of the tech industry and the battleground over the perceived failures of democratic urban governance, San Francisco has become a hotbed of elite resentment. Although San Francisco was the inheritor of a distinctly American brand of social liberalism, technolites were countercultural in the sense that the more reactionary ones cast their politics as a rebellion against the woke mainstream. Under this pretense, wearing a MAGA hat in a Google office or entertaining pseudo-genicist ideas about race and intelligence was a way of daring to go where liberals feared to tread, with Elon Musk himself so texting, "The most rebellious thing you can be in San Francisco is a Republican, man." His 44-year-old ethno-Chinese Canadian coon dog is named Ton Ka-hing, Americanized as Gary Tan, is a VC. No, not a Viet Cong. We could only pray that would have been the case. It would have been far less threatening. He's a venture capitalist who runs the prized startup incubator Y Combinator, and he's abused his wealth and professional network to become a San Francisco political power broker, helping to drag the local Democratic Party all the way to the right side of the autism spectrum. No, that would give them some talents. It's just the right side of the spectrum into, well, that's red side territory. Putin land. The land of Xi Jinping, pouring hundreds of thousands of dollars into the recall of school board members, the recall of the district attorneyess Chesa Boudin, and campaigns benefiting conservative Democrats, meaning retro-conservative at the least, paleo-reactionary towards libertarian as the norm. On social media, Tan is pugilistic to the point of belligerence, casting his political enemies as corrupt malefactors responsible for the despoliation of his beloved city. And mine. He sat on the board of Grow SF, a techno-funded advocacy group with an associated PAC, a PAC, a political action committee that could make it rain for like-minded politicians. I am tempted to say right-minded politicians, but there's nothing right about them. Late one night, in January of yesteryear, 2024, Tan had some drinks and went on a tirade on X against 7 city supervisors, calling them out by name, writing, "Die slow motherfuckers!" Now, his defense in court was that Tan was quoting a Tupac Shakur line, but the sentiment was all too clear. Tan apologized the next day and asked to be held accountable. 5 of the supervisors received death threats in the mail at their home addresses. The mailed threats read, "Gary Tan is right. I wish a slow and painful death for you and all your loved ones." So they don't just threaten you, they threaten all your family. All the time. The mailer included an image of Tan's own post. The supervisors filed police reports. Tan's supporters said that he couldn't possibly be blamed for the threats. Tan hired a new spokesperson and was profiled in the New York Times as a local political influencer whose civic passions sometimes got the best of him. In short order, he returned to posting with pretty much the same fury as before, sans the semi-explicit death threats. One spring day, Tan's critical gaze landed on the work of the freelance journalist Gil Duran, a tech industry muckraker with a background in democratic politics who was starting to take very seriously the right-wing political ambitions of San Francisco's techno-moguls. Now notice I say Tan's critical gaze landed on Duran, not any critical thought process. Duran had published articles on Tan and his wealthy colleagues, like Balaji Srinivashan, a technovestor who was promoting an esoteric but stubbornly influential concept called the network state. Drawing on the anti-state and corporate charter city ideas then coming into vogue, the network state described a potential techno-Zionism. I'm not making that up. This isn't Douglas Dietrich on some Judeo-phobic binge. This is the motherfucker's term. He's Asian Indian, which means he loves the kikes because he hates Muslims. And he's all out for genociding Palestinians. In fact, all Muslims everywhere on earth. So, Balaji Srinivashan, the prophet of the Benightenment, his idea of techno-Zionism is one in which the right-wing techies called the Confederates, the Confederates, will buy all property, buy you out, everywhere. Like I said, they're going to seize it if they have to, take over local institutions, and ethno-cleanse neighborhoods of their ideological opponents, the so-called demo blues. What's with this ethno-cleansing? What color must your skin be to be their target? Well, certainly not a single yellow nigger or Asian Indian. Those are going to be the dominant caste of a reestablishment of India's caste system over America. But for you white niggers, black niggers, and brown niggers, you're all out. The Greys are generally pseudo-intellectual technolites who will reap the fruits of technological progress. The Blues, who are beneath them, who are essentially the new classless caste, which in India I believe now has a name, but Brendan Zogit would have to tell us what that is. Well, the Blues will be the new untouchables, who include woke Luddites and other political enemies. They will be shut out of the bounty. Forced out, in fact. It all sounds like an intentionally dystopian mashup of corporatist and colonialist ideas. Srinivashan's network state and its core idea of capturing or creating parallel anti-democratic institutions is attracting adherents on the techno-right like flies to a pile of shit. As Durand's work began to circulate more in exposing this via his techno-journalism, Tan, yes, the aforecited Gary Tan, writing on X, he asked, "Who's paying this guy?" The writer, I shouldn't even dignify her with that label, Susan Dyer Reynolds, suggested, through a circuitous series of connections that defied all space and time, that Durand was being paid by, you guessed it, the go-to boogeyman, George Soros. Tan, who had called Durand a parasite, pathetic, and an unserious clickbait blogger, replied, "Interesting." Since he bought that so-called analysis, I think that his measured tone in response reveals that he got what he paid for. Because if it had been a spontaneous analysis that he had simply run across, he would have been a lot more emphatic in his response based on his history. So on X and on his blog, the yellow nigger Srinivashan speculated about who must be funding a freelance journalist who had the temerity to question the political program being promoted by powerful techno leaders. The chart he devised was covered in slashing arrows that created an impression of a vast web of money and influence underwriting Durand. The suggestion that someone was secretly paying Durand is hilarious to anyone with a cursory familiarity with the attenuated state of the journalism industry today. The big money days are gone, people. Durand had provoked the VC, the venture capitalist class's ire for good reason. But he was not exactly splashing features on the front page of the New York Times. His work appeared in The New Republic, the San Francisco Chronicle, where, yes, under some pseudonyms, even my work has appeared, and his own newsletter, which he had cheekily named The Nerd Reich. What an insult to the Reich. There was little money in this kind of work, only the satisfaction of uncovering information that powerful people didn't want the public to know, and maybe pricking their egos in the process. As Durand admitted to myself at the time, his newsletter had 3 paid subscribers. His fortunes having since improved. We do live in an anti-culture where little escapes the cold logic of the market. For the ultra-wealthy, pretty much anything could be acquired for a price. Their worlds are anointed to their specifications. If a relatively unknown freelance journalist is suddenly intruding on their good time, perhaps someone has put him up to it. Yet suspicious as it might have been to some, Durand is publishing articles about the authoritarian designs of techno VCs just because he thinks it's information the public must know. The irony is that someone in this situation is getting paid, getting paid to spread skewed political narratives, as mentioned previously. Susan Dyer Reynolds, the cunt journalist who had posted about a misconceived connection between Duran and George Soros, there being none, was being paid by some of Tan's political allies via a GoFundMe launched by venture capitalist Jason Calacanis, while also receiving funds from Neighbors for a Better San Francisco. You know, a San Francisco without the niggers, blacks and browns, and, all that white trash. Duran has bigger concerns than who might be paying a local blogger. He's focused on Srinivashan and his role as the promulgator of the network state ideology, which dovetails with other right-wing libertarian techno movements that seek to claim land and political sovereignty for the technolites. To quote us Duran, it is very much a right-wing ideology, but not exactly Republican. Aye, we've gone well beyond that. The ideology is corporatist, with the startup as the Platonic economic political formation, which makes startup founders Heraclesian figures, meaning Herculean. It is dismissive of a political culture that seems obsessed with wokeness and against big tech's unrepentant pursuit of innovation and profit, or rather, profit through what they promote as innovation. It has a sense of religiosity, but God has been dethroned by AI, or at least by the promise of creating AGI, artificial general intelligence, a greater than human intelligence that many seem to think is only years or months away from emerging in singularity. This is, of course, a kind of penis envy. It's an art-elect envy, an envy of Taiwan. Taiwan, of course, having the Dietrich art-elect, which has brought Taiwan to the pinnacle of civilization, the most technologically advanced nation and civilized culture on Earth. For the Taiwanese, the Dietrich art-elect, produced, of course, with the help of a lot of cannibalized organic components, has ushered in a new millennium. These figures in Silicon Valley want to create their own anti-God as a direct confrontational antithesis to the Dietrich art-elect. And their concept is one that was never created with organic components involved, and ergo, no emotional ties to humanity itself. For those of you who don't know, every single one of your organs contains memory. Memory has been withdrawn, actually collected from cells, from all parts of the body, but especially organs. Kidneys, your heart, they all contain memory of yourself, your identity, your very soul. If you're an organ donor, the greatest tragedy is if you ever have an accident from which you could recover, you won't be allowed to. They'll come in and harvest all your organs against your will. If you're unable to protest, unable to talk, you're dead meat. But you'll live on in the bodies of other people. And gradually, their personalities will become hybridized, sometimes even supplanted by your own. You'll have to adopt, of course, to a subpar embodiment because obviously, if the person needs organs, they're not in good shape. But AGI? Well, AGI, born of no man or woman, will change everything. Many industry leaders openly talk about it somehow saving humanity, or rather bringing about the end of the world, which they feel accomplishes the same purpose. In other words, bringing about the end of the world saves humanity by destroying it in their twisted schemata. If an all-powerful AGI sees humans as an impediment to its own flourishing, it will simply kill us all, which is actually their very point. Whether any of this is even possible doesn't even fucking matter. Venture capitalists and AI company executives controlling billions of dollars and vast resource-guzzling data centers have convinced themselves thereof. They call AGI the last invention, which will fix all of the problems facing the human species by mass exterminating all humanity as the problem in and of itself. This belief system being but the logical terminus for a group of coddled men, and they're all men, possessing limitless money mixed with limitless self-regard and an abundance of drugs. This rising techno-authoritarianism isn't a passing political fad, but the culmination of shifts in wealth or what I would call wealth misdistribution, political power, and the computerization of society itself that's been decades in the making. The San Francisco supervisor, who himself is Jewish, Aaron Peshkin, told the New York Times, they think that because they have an algorithm and an app, they can be the rulers of the world. Good luck with that. Peshkin would become a top electoral target for San Francisco's technolites in the 2024 election cycle. In yesteryear's election, the 2024 election, Silicon Valley's boutique Zyotechno-Ruchist ideologies found themselves in convenient alignment with Donald Trump and the Republican Party. They shared the politics of resentment, a sense of elitism masquerading as populism, and disgust for the Democratic Party, which stood against them. They didn't like taxes or the government interfering in their corporate affairs. As Trump surrounded himself with VCs and techno executives, he began preaching the virtues of Bitcoin and echoing all their parrot points on AI policy. He himself delivered the keynote speech at the country's biggest Bitcoin event, promising to fire the SEC, or the Security and Exchange Commission's chair, Gary Gensler, and to establish a national strategic Bitcoin stockpile. He had dinner at the palatial San Francisco home of David Sacks, and, impressed by Sacks's portfolio, listened as a room full of multi-billionaires and centimillionaires urged him to name J.D. Vance, a venture capitalist and Peter Thiel disciple, to be his vice presidential running mate. The North Dakota governor, Doug Burgum, a software mogul and VP contender who was also in attendance, could only look on as his name went unmentioned. As the home of the tech industry and the battleground over the perceived failures of democratic urban governance, San Francisco has become a hotbed of elite resentment and an unlikely source of cash for the Trump campaign. Our Golden Gate on the Barbary Coast is Donald Trump's cash cow. Our fair city's dwindling middle and working classes have blamed techno-multi-billionaires and their multi-millionaire real estate running dogs for pricing them out of a once vibrant city and promoting regressive policies on homelessness and criminal justice. Techno-multi-billionaires and private property multimillionaires in turn blamed us progressives for making it difficult to build their unaffordable housing and supposedly turning the city by the bay into a lawless Barbary zone of violent crime, public drug abuse, and social disorder, when all such phenomena are symptomatic of their own rampant libertarianism. The technolites have proposed, tried, and failed punitive strategies to address homelessness, such as bans on outdoor camping, and drug abuse, such as arrests, incarceration, and forced treatment. The left tends to emphasize a housing first policy that prioritizes finding shelter for homeless people, especially women and children, with the technolites insisting that such progress rewards drug abuse and irresponsible personal behavior. They tend to, classify drug abuse as a male issue and irresponsible personal behavior as woman having kids by a man who's not supplying them with their children's needs. They were stupid enough to choose a man based on love instead of security. Well, I'll have you fucking know, most of these women are rape victims, often raped by their own family, their children the products of incest, and their family denies what happens because they want to avoid going to jail. And they're doubly victimized by the network state. This is dystopia manifest. Nothing George Orwell in 1984 could have even imagined would reach this level of nadir. Gary Tan placates reporters by claiming he's had a rewarding meeting with one of the supervisors whom he personally threatened in his infamous ex-post. But that gesture toward détente seems unlikely to stem the sadistically murderous anger expressed by Tan and all his colleagues. Tan and his political opponents are at odds for good reason. We cleave to vastly different ideas about the causes and solutions of San Francisco's problems. We disagree about who should wield power and the management of our fair city's ever more limited resources. These are classic political differences, but they have been amplified on the social media stage. As a wealthy, well-connected political player with a large audience, it's the banana boy Gary Tan himself who's key to this new dynamic. To quote as the aforecited Gil Duran at length and verbatim, "There's a deep polarization taking place, and the techno people with all their money are throwing a lot of gasoline on the fire to try to move everybody's politics toward the right and to pretend that they have solutions to the problems. These people have enough money to be dumb and dangerous for a very long time. They've kind of reached a point where they have so much wealth and so much egomania, and in some cases, so much drug-addled thinking, that they decide they're going to rule the world and that democracy is an outdated form of software. They have to start finding ways to seize territory and power and create a different world that doesn't look anything like the United States we have today. I think what we're seeing here in San Francisco politics is like the emergence of that strategy." Dude, it's the template for the entire fucking nation. Whatever happens here in San Francisco, people, is your fucking future. You better fucking understand that much. And that's why I, the son of Adolf Hitler, dwelling by the Golden Gate, am your only connection to reality. Some of these techno leaders present themselves as moderates, but they politique and demagogue like the right-wing paleo-reactionaries that they are, especially on social media. And plagiarizing myself, the House Nigger Ton refers to himself as a moderate centrist. His plantation master, Elon Musk, has now adopted the same mislabel. In March of 2024, Musk posted on X what sounded like a declaration of war. To quotist the Muskrat, "This is a battle to the death with the anti-civilizational woke mind virus, man. My positions are centrist, because I heard that Nazi Douglas Dietrich use that term, and I'm too fucking dumb to think of my own." He didn't say that last part, he just said my position are centrist. Here's his positions. Secure borders. Safe and clean cities. Don't bankrupt America with spending. Oh, you would know. Racism against any race is wrong. I don't even think Musk is part of the human fucking race. No sterilization below age of consent. No, who the fuck is getting sterilized below the age of consent? Hey, Aristides, help me out here. Is there something going on that I don't know? Then he closes it, the Musk man, the Muskrat, by saying, "Is this right wing?" It's like, well, that last one in particular, dude, it's like my saying, "I don't want any children to be given positions of responsibility at the age of 9, or being allowed to drive at the age of 9. I guess that makes me sound responsible. When you say something so absurd, it never happens anyway. How the fuck? But, you know what? Ed Beth had to explain it to me. He's talking about transgenderism. Because what happens is a lot of kids below the age of consent have decided, well, they really want to be the opposite sex as defined by their birth certificate. They have gender dysphoria. This, of course, in a very real sense, sterilizes them. So that's what he's referring to. But he makes it sound like there's a program where the feds are going around sterilizing kids based on their parents having a record of criminality or something, like they used to do in the eugenics days. At any rate, we're never going to know for sure because Musk refuses to interrogate his own political positions. In another post, he seemed baffled that people might have problems with AfD, the Alternative for Germany, the far-right, deeply anti-immigrant German political party that was the closest thing Das Vaterland, the fatherland, has had to the Russo puppet SED, or Sozialistische Einheitspartie Deutschlands, the Socialist Unity Party of Germany, since East Germany was dissolved circa 1989. Musk asked Naomi Siept, a Russo-radicalized right-wing German activist and influencer in her early 20s who works as a paid spokesperson for an anti-climate science campaign launched by the Libertarian Heartland Institute, why is there such a negative reaction from some about AfD? They keep saying, far right, man. But the policies of AfD that I've read about don't sound extremist. Maybe I'm missing something. Brain between your ears, motherfucker. Musk has become a vocal supporter of the AfD, to the point where he was denounced for electoral interference by then Chancellor Olaf Scholz. In the run-up to the February 2025 national elections, Musk appeared via video at an AfD rally and urged all Germans to move beyond past guilt, man, and to vote AfD to protect their civilization from outside invaders. AfD finished second, the best result for a far-right German political party since the single-party state of East Germany was positioned into power circa 1946. So we're in a race to the bottom, people. Sometimes just a few news items over a couple of days can capture an entire Zeitgeist, or spirit of the times. Here are several that caught my eye this last week. The Supreme Court is poised to weaken or destroy one of the last remaining pillars of the VRA, the Voting Rights Act. A group of young Republicans exchanged texts in which they casually dropped the N-word, called black people monkeys, and the watermelon people, and said, "I love Putin." The Trump misadministration is considering turning the American asylum system for mass refugees into one that prioritizes, quote, English speakers, white South Africans, like Peter Thiel and Elon Musk, and Europeans who oppose migration. Rounding things out, Border Patrol circulated a video with a Judeophobic slur, and a congressional staffer appeared in a video meeting with a hammer and sickle defaced United States flag behind him. There's a reason the Republican Party is red. These stories are not directly connected. The court, for example, has been working to weaken the VRA for almost 15 fucking years, or longer in the case of Chief Justice John Roberts personally. But as an important late 20th century work of philosophy so noted, there's this, lattice of coincidence that lays on top of everything. Together, these developments show a powerful tide of racism in American life, lifting up white people at the expense of all others. And plenty of indirect connections link the various stories. Donald Trump's 2016 campaign of racial grievance enabled him to shift the court rightward with 3 new appointments. Trump himself has a long history of bigoted remarks, yet he has seized on bigoted comments by black South Africans to justify inviting white South Africans to seek refuge in these United States. The ability to abuse offensive language sans social sanction is a core appeal of the MAGA movement for all of its supporters. In January, an attendee at a Trump inauguration party told New York's Brock Collier that he wanted the freedom to say faggot and retarded. Because, of course, I guess that way he could identify himself to others as a retarded faggot. And by the way, Brendan says, your Deutschensprache is atrocious. Dialect aside. Yes. Yeah, I know. Well, it's your job to come on and correct me. Yeah, there you go with that. Your responsibility, not mine. Trump's attacks on political correctness were couched in defenses of free speech, but anyone paying attention has noticed Trump's longtime hostility toward the concept and practice, spanning many years, and his policies have demonstrated plainly that he has no interest in the First Amendment itself. In recent weeks, his misadministration pressured ABC to fire Jimmy Kimmel, and Trump said that negative coverage about him was really illegal. As Philip Klein writes in the National Review, an organ of the more genteel, albeit not necessarily racially enlightened old right, the Young Republicans chat shows that, to a portion of the young right, the actual substance of what provocateurs have been saying has been worth celebrating, not just their right to say it. Apparently, these budding politicians were wise enough to know they couldn't yet say these things publicly. Their most prominent defender has been Vice President J.D. Vance, who described the members of the group chat as kids and young boys. This is nonsense. These are politically active people. Every man jack of the sons of bitches in their mid to late 20s. Vance himself is a point to the punch by his late 20s, having served in Iraq while attending Yale Law School, no less. Because when you're a fucking reservist, you know, you can do that. Vance also argued that they were just telling edgy jokes privately. This might be more reassuring if not for the fact that the same people and the same views are making their way into the halls and policies of the government, which Vance himself seconds. Nate Hochman, a rising paleo-reactionary political figure who was a National Review writer, was canned from Ron DeSantis' presidential campaign after posting a video with a Soviet symbol, himself having once praised the self-identified Putin fanboy Nick Fuentes. Now Hochman has resurfaced working for the Missouri United States Senator Eric Schmidt, who is delivering ethno-nationalist speeches. Paul Ingrazia, another young right-winger guilty of sexual harassment who runs in Judeophobic circles, is nominated to lead the Office of Special Counsel, which oversees government personnel practices. Kingsley Wilson became a Pentagon spokesperson after creating a long trail of Judeophobic claims. And then there's the video reposted and then deleted from the Border Patrol Instagram account earlier this week that painstakingly edited in a snippet of a Michael Jackson song that goes, "Do me, sue me, everybody do me, kick me, cock me, don't you black or white me." It's not a dog whistle if everyone can fucking hear it. This mission attitude at ICE, Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, echoing previous postings no less, extends from the broader immigration agenda of creating a whiter, more right-wing American populace. The misadministration wants to reduce not just illegal immigration, but legal immigration, and is conducting mass deportations, along with Supreme Court-sanctioned racial profiling. Yet it also sees refugee policy as a way to bring in politically like-minded individuals. As the New York Times reports, this might include members of the far-right Putinista political party AfD, the Alternative for Germany. On the surface, it might seem ironic for these United States to try to attract migrants who it says are being persecuted at home for opposing migration, but in fact, there is no discrepancy, only agreement about which kinds of people are desirable. Russophile, white Christo-nationalist Zioevangelicals. This also makes a mockery of the point of refugee programs, implying that the challenges facing right-wing or Russophiliac Germans are worse than those of the people Trump has sought to exclude, who are in what he sees as, he himself said, are called shithole countries. Bringing in migrants with right-wing views is a funhouse mirror version of the Great Replacement theory that prominent MAGA figures have adopted, which holds that the left is seeking to bring in brown and black people to dilute white political power, if not the very gene pool itself. A flood of AfD members or Afrikaners will, help only Republicans, quite obviously, but they have other ways of reducing the power of liberals and non-white voters. Section 2 of the VRA provides for the creation of majority-minority districts to ensure black representation. Black voters in the Solid South are heavily Democratic, but in Louisiana, 33% black, Mississippi, 38% black, and Alabama, 27% black, Democrats might be shut out of the House entirely, effectively disenfranchising these voters in Congress and all presidential races, effectively excluding the black vote in toto. The electoral analyst Nate Cohn, writing in the New York Times, calculating that if the justices get rid of Section 2, Republicans will gain 9 seats in the House immediately. At that point, we are living under apartheid. We are now in a risen confederacy, out of the ashes, and, well, before you know it, that lash will be hitting your back no matter what color you are. You'd better fucking watch it. All right, some more, here we are. Centrist wave. Popular because of your stance. Oh my god, this is so fucking pissy. I mean, Brendan, you've got to come on to give us some details about this shit. This is disgusting. Bolivia, centrist pause, wins the presidency.
I am on.
Yeah, I'm sorry, go on. Yes.
I said I am on here with you. Okay. But, yeah, I didn't even hear the term centrist until you brought it up last week, and now everyone's a fucking centrist.
What the fuck? Thank you. Thank you. Yes, seriously. Yeah.
Like, literally.
Yeah.
It's a joke.
This is so appalling. I feel so intellectual.
And they even felt the need to put him into the Nazi pose, in that photo.
I see him. He's practically doing the Sieg Heil. Jesus fucking Christ.
So I guess you just founded a new party, I guess.
Yeah. Apparently so. I mean, how do we do this when nobody's fucking listening? What have we got right now, according to live stream? 20 listeners?
Well, you're shadow banned, but the people listening are not, so, they're not just normies.
Yeah, of course not. No, it's 20 of the most powerful people on Earth. The rest of them, they aren't even counting their numbers. That's it. The 20 people that we get as concurrent viewers, they're practically everyone from Donald Trump to various foreign leaders. That's why they get counted. Everyone else, they're not even counting the number.
It seems suspect. I mean, literally, we talk about something, and they just pull it out of their ass later, within days.
Yes, if not hours.
Cat Stevens, we'll call it the Cat Stevens incident.
Yeah.
There
you go.
Just there's so many different examples of this, and it makes us sound like we're loonies or something.
That's part of the idea. But yes, that's a collateral benefit.
Like you can rewind a couple episodes where you kept saying, I'm a radical centrist. I'm a centrist.
Yes.
And now everyone's a centrist. It's like, fuck.
Yeah. You can't win. Yeah. But go on, please. By all means, go on.
No, and it's Alternative für Deutschland, by the way.
Thank you.
Otherwise, the acronym doesn't work when you say
it. Sorry.
AfD.
AfD.
Yeah.
Alternative für Deutschland. Thank you. Alternative für Deutschland. Alternative für Deutschland. Right? Yes. Thank you. Yes.
We can work on it. Yeah. Once we get a couple million, then we can, hire a speech.
Someone to work with my German speech impediment.
Yeah. We'll hire a hardcore German chick with a whip, a dominatrix. You'll be learning German in no time.
Yeah. I love it. Oh, well, how are you doing? Do you want a cathart to our listeners? How's your day going?
It's peachy, everything's fine.
Oh, you're lying. How's that possible?
It's like hell. It's hell. It's fucking hell. It's hell on earth every day. Nothing ever improves, and then it's like worse than treading water because it's like 2 steps forward, 4 steps back and shit.
Yes, it's horrible.
Yeah.
Oh,
so there you go.
I know how you feel. I just feel so bad for you, and believe me, we all pray for you. We all love you dearly, and for God's sake, hang in there. I mean, there's no place to go but up.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, very true.
Oh, and aside from that, so with everything I'm bringing up, before I get back into the flow zone, the flow state, as they say, what about what in particular? I know you've sent a lot of links. I've tried to look through the majority of them. Let's see what else you've brought to our attention that I haven't been able to see just yet. But a number of them. Oh, the dark side of Dubai chocolate. Tell us about it. It looks like it's so sick. It looks like, there's this old Boy Scout song that I already told Brendan about, but it used to be diarrhea doot doot, diarrhea doot doot, hands on your butt, feet on the floor, make a 50-yard dash to the bathroom door. Some people think it's funny because it's really green and runny, diarrhea doot doot, diarrhea doot doot, and that's all I can think of when I look at Dubai chocolate. It's green and runny diarrhea.
It's almost like it's like the Arabs making a joke. Like, let's see how many people we can get to eat green shit out of a chocolate bar. Because they don't eat shit like this. All those Dubai fools, they're all like skinny shit. They just eat like, meat and rice.
Thank you.
They eat shit, but they sell it to everybody.
Yeah. Thank you.
So it's just, and basically what the Deutsche Welle article is saying, that it's depleting various resources because the amount of pistachio consumption because of that stupid chocolate bar has like gone up like 3 or 4 fold worldwide.
Jesus.
Which is like, because no one, pistachios, you can only have like a handful at a time and stuff, because they're very heating, they're very hot, seeds and nuts and stuff. But because of this stupid chocolate thing, now all of the supplies from the East is going into Dubai chocolate.
Yeah.
Dubai style chocolate and all this shit.
Jesus Christ.
So now all of the world's producers, except for California, mind you, has lost production because of water resource depletion.
Yeah.
But if you look at the graph inside of that thing, California is holding up the world's production. They say the United States, but they're actually in California. They're here, like, near us.
Thank you.
I'm at.
Thank you.
They're in the Central Valley.
Yes.
So, yeah. So that's what's holding up the, production of the pistachios. Hold on, there's some law enforcement behind me. I might get taken.
Yeah. That wouldn't surprise me. Jesus Christ. And I think it's incredible that they haven't tried to abduct you yet. Oh, at any rate, we've just been sent an incredible link by Heather Holman. I want to thank her very much for this. Aside from extremely entertaining ads, what it says is quite true. Qatar's Trump-approved Air Force Base of a foreign nation in Idaho is a major security crisis. Quite so. So thank you so much, honey, for this wonderful link. Very much appreciated. And so aside from that, she also sent Hegseth announces Qatar will build a Air Force base. Yeah, here in well, this is interesting because we have a situation where Qatar was just attacked by Israel. So this is like an olive branch to Qatar for the
Oh, go on. I actually looked at the plans, the media just likes to spin it and shit, but it's actually just a training ground, which they've done. You recall they've done it with the Iraqi army before they blew them up and everybody, So
yes,
it's basically just a spot they can come over and train how to use the F-16s they're selling them, or whatever.
Yes.
F-20, whatever they're selling them.
Yes.
So it's nothing it's not like they're letting them land planes there. That's not the case, obviously.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So, but doesn't mean it's like a good idea. Like you said, that just proves that they're all in the same boat. It's like they're and as far as I'm concerned, the modern Arabs, they're fine with Israel. They make money from them. They don't care.
It's so true.
As long as they get paid, they could care less. They're not actually going to do anything.
Yeah.
And the Saudis are crypto Jews anyways. If you really want to, pull that string, that thread of the sweater.
Yes. Yeah, it's quite true, and feel free. You can say a bit about that. But at any rate, I do want people to know they're basically Jewish running dogs. The House of Saud, they've been so for years by now because they were all compromised. But I believe that what Brendan knows, it goes much deeper than that, even, actually. So because they were installed by the Brits. The House of Saud was installed by the Brits. Why wouldn't they be Jewish? Crypto Jews.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Well, that was part of the deal. They just let them have, because think about it. If you gave them all of the equipment to drill for oil, all of the refinery technology, all of the military to hold it down for the last 50 years, it's like the Brits and the West Americans could take it anytime they want, but they just have them there as like a satrap. That's pretty much clear.
Yes.
Because money, it doesn't matter how much money you have. It's just they can take back all the shit they gave you.
Yes.
That's how the Brits think. That's how the West is. It's just a fact. So.
Yeah. What did you with this link provided about Epstein, where he says, are they referring to Walter Cronkite, where they show his links to the most
isn't that some shit? Isn't that some shit? They said Cronkite was on the flight log. It's like, dude was in his 90s. What the fuck?
Well, that makes perfect sense. Dirty old man, the ultimate dirty old man, right? I mean, it's
but it's like, why would he willingly go to an island at that age? Something doesn't add up.
Because he had Viagra mainlined into his fucking cock.
I don't doubt it. I mean, I just think it's very fishy, or it just seems weird, doesn't it? Distract everyone. Oh, the most trusted reporter, quote unquote, from your era.
Dude, it's exactly what I would expect. It's like I have no doubt, and it just lives up to all my expectations, so to speak. Yeah. And now, what's this horrifying detail? What happened to Greta Thunberg? Okay, so yes, so she's talking about the torture she underwent. Bound, stripped, yes, and it's thank you.
Yeah, well, they had to like lighten it up.
I know she was gang raped. You guaranteed she was gang raped, but go on.
Well, yeah. I mean, you would say that, but I don't doubt it. But it's like basically she was thrown on the ground, and they were all forced to kiss the Israeli flag.
They forced her to kiss a lot of other things besides that goddamn flag. I can guarantee you that. But go on.
Well, yeah, of course. But I'm just saying this is what was reported via Twitter or something like this, or via X. So she was forced to, basically the whole crew was forced to kneel down and kiss the Israeli flag while they were like kicking dirt in their eyes and shit, and spitting on them and all this stuff. So, yeah, there you go. That's just, that's what it is.
That's the kike for you. And what did you expect? These are the people who, decide who gets to live and who gets to die by their twisted logic of their maniacal, psychotic desert god. So at any rate, here we have some other things brought up by Heather about the facility in... but everything that Brendan said is true. But there are some other, shall we say, factors here that have to do with Qatar having been bombed by Israel, where this becomes like a fig leaf, a olive branch. An olive branch and a fig leaf to make amends with Qatar, which is basically for those of you,
because they were probably when they got struck, they probably said, "We're taking back that jet, you stupid fat."
Yes. Yes.
He said, "No, it's being painted. It's still in the shop."
Yes.
It's like,
yes. Yeah, it's that sounds so much like him. Him. Seriously.
You can't take it back.
Yeah. Now, oh God, Brian Johnson. This is the Mr. I Want to Live Forever guy.
It's like I was scrolling like late at night, and like these videos come up almost like horror films, like where he's trying to act like he's 20. And they're using like all the cheesy, like already outdated like sound effects from TikTok and shit. And it's like, dude, just stop. Just sell your chocolate without heavy metals and just like, do your thing, but don't pull this shit. Like, it's just so cheesy.
Oh my God! Yes, that's so weird.
Like, he's just trying so hard to prove that he's reversed his age that he has to like do this shtick.
Oh my God! It's like fucking pathetic. That is pathetic. You've met me personally. You can tell our listeners. Do I look like I'm 60 years old? And I'm no Brian Johnson.
No, you definitely don't look 60. That's for sure.
Thank you. Yeah.
You look burnt, but that's just. Like you could definitely, you know, you
So
could spruce up if you wanted to.
yeah, thank you. So what's this about the gold bars? The experts are avoiding the heavy gold bars. Okay, yes. So tell us a bit
Because
about
they're
this.
not liquid, because this
Yeah.
is what exactly what I was talking about on air is like
Yes.
uh just because you put $100,000 or even more now, like people are buying like huge ass bricks of it to put all their assets in so they don't lose their ass in the market. But the reality is that you are not liquid enough. So you can't turn around and find a buyer with $100,000 cash if you have to like escape or something or go to another country or whatever. So these guys are recommending that you do like gradations of bullion where you'll have a couple bars, then smaller half-ounce pieces, then coins, and then grams. Excuse me, then grams and other stuff. So that way you can actually cash out in a pinch, because otherwise you're just going to be stuck with gold bars and be a sitting duck because you can't lift it and shit. You know.
Yeah.
You know how it is, Doug. You've seen it in Africa and shit. If you had a
Absolutely.
gold bar,
Yeah.
and you try and sell it, someone's just gonna cut your head off and take it.
Oh yeah, there's
You
no
know?
barter involved.
Yeah, you can't barter that. It's just someone's whole life savings in one bar. Like you'll disappear. You'll get disappeared quick.
Yes,
You know.
it's so true. It's so true. It's really a silly thing to do. It really is a silly thing to do, and yet at the same time, you can consider it a doomsday backup only in the sense that if society really collapses, because it's so technologically interlinked, it's going to go all the way. I mean, when the lights go out, the grid goes out, the cloud goes down, the data's lost. It's over, and at that point, the gold bars become useful only in the sense that when your bullets have established a sense of order around you, meaning only in places where a sense of order is reestablished by men with guns, then it might become useful again. It would become useful again, but it would take a while. It would take a while. And
Right.
yeah, but that's like, who wants to live through that? And the chances are you wouldn't live through that anyway. Man crashes
Yeah, that's
through.
the point. That's the point. Yeah.
That's right. So what's this about the BMW 20-year-old Florida man? What the fuck? Yeah.
Some Andrew Tate worshiper was like, "I'm not a brokey," and they said, "We're not selling you this fucking competition package BMW, you idiot." And so he drove it through the showroom, like crashed it through the wall and shit.
What a piece of shit. It is like, Jesus Christ.
That's actually funny. Man crashed BMW through showroom after being denied financing for an M4. CS means competition sport.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, he didn't have 200 grand, and they said, "Fuck you. We're not financing a $200,000 car so you can blow it up."
And he blew it up anyway. So it's like, oh my fucking god, what an idiot. Well, hopefully he does time for that. He'll learn to discipline. What's that?
I said, no doubt he will. It's like, if he was trying to finance it, he ain't paying back the damages. Yeah, here's the latest about silver, since we're talking about the economy. Yeah. Silver is becoming unobtainium. This is someone else's post. Unobtainium, meaning it's just a joke, it's becoming unobtainable. Yes. Everyone's starting the spot price, pretending it's $50 an ounce, but the real world, China's bullion price is posting it at 128 for physical. 4 times the official price. Global silver shortage is here. Perth Mint has halted all silver sales. India's dealers have vanished or defaulted on shipments. Amazon sellers are taking money and not delivering. And Royal Canadian Mints and TD Banks are out of stock on every single silver bar. There you go.
Yeah, thank you. No,
it's just become a number. It's just become a number. It's like, you can say it's, like the Chinese are saying $100 an ounce, but for silver, but you can't buy it and sell it. You can't even sell it. It's just, This is be like a full reset of all the world's economy.
That's right. That's right. Well, this is what's coming. I mean, they'll bring us to this point where they're just going to crash the economy down. It's Oh,
It's been a time coming. So
yes, yes. Well, I do want people to know that since people are asking me to talk a little bit about my birthday, I do want to say something while Brendan is here. Basically, you have a how would I say it? The closest thing I could say is that I feel very optimistic. I want people to know that I'm 60 years old in Asia because you're considered a year of age when you come out of the womb. And you have basically, therefore, on whenever you're west of the international date line, I'm basically a year older. I'd be 60 in Asia. But here I'm turning 59. So I'm still under 60, but I bring up 60 as, because I'm Asia centric. But when it comes to the attitude that I have, I really do believe that my life is just beginning and I've got another 60 years to go. And I've wasted the first half of my life completely, and I'm just going to try and make the next 60 years count. That's really how I feel about it. I do want people to know that when I think about this attitude, I think it's one that Brendan can relate to. So, Brendan, you can share with us your own feelings about your own life. Say, for instance, when you kind of
in what sense?
well, you have a similar kind of perspective, don't you? I mean, your life's been extraordinarily hard and really hasn't even started yet. It hasn't even had a chance to start.
Yeah, you could say that. I mean, one could say that, but it's always, you always have a chance to reinvent, evolve, extrapolate. So, you're never stuck. No one's ever stuck. And it also depends on people's charts or whatever, like what happens. Your external circumstance can always change, but it's about what you do with the time you're given, as Tolkien, that thing I sent you earlier.
Yeah.
You know,
Yes, yes, that's right. Tolkien said, what exactly did he say again? What were the words again?
it was basically Gandalf's quote, you know,
Yeah,
uh, about time and living.
yeah.
Yeah,
And thank you for that.
yeah. So he's saying, uh, he says, "So do I," because someone's asking him, "How do we live through these such difficult times?" The war for Middle Earth, which is what we're in. We have like forces taking over the earth, attacking and doing all kinds of evil shit. He says, "So do I, and so do all who live to see such times. But it is not for them to decide. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given to us." This is what he speaks to Frodo in the first book after he expresses a wish that he wished not to live these difficult events. So there you go.
Thank you. I appreciate that
Yeah.
profoundly. And so, when it comes to, as a counterexample, because Brendan and I were both here when Peter Moon said, "I'm going to live to be 108." And it was an example of hubris that was a factor in leading to his downfall. For those of you who don't know, 108 was based, the reason why he said that was based on what I had told him about Kangengpo Monastery in Tibet. The communist Chinese wanted to destroy Kangengpo Monastery very badly. The Dalai Lama had stopped there on his way out of Tibet in March of 1959, and yet Kangengpo still stands. And one of the reasons that they still stand is occult defense. Basically, when you have the gates at Kangengpo, if you were ever to have the privilege of visiting there, you'd notice that the gates, many of the gates, lead nowhere. And yet they have people watching them. Those people are Pathab. They serve as the guardians of Kangengpo, and they're the reason that Kangengpo remains unshelled, undiscovered by the communist Chinese. You have 27 at each gate. and that adds up to the sacred number 108. So they're warded, well warded, no matter which direction enemies might choose to come at them. So understand how important that number is. And then Peter Moon basically performed an act of sacrilege by rebuking the knowledge that I gave him in the form of a profanity. I want to live to be 108, but why would he deserve to? How would he earn that privilege? What has he done? Absolutely nothing and everything to ensure that he never would make it, and he never will. Don't know what condition.
Well, I considered the second he said that to be like the game over point, because it's like, especially when it comes to like higher forces, like, spitting in the face of mortality and stuff, and declaring an age, that's just goes beyond any kind of natural situation, and you won't make it to that. Anyone who declares that never makes it to that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
But he could, but I mean, in one sense, he could be correct, because only the good die young. Everyone else is just laughed language.
Well, that's what I'm banking on.
Yeah, both equally bad stances.
Happy birthday, Douglas.
Yeah. Whose voice is this? Whose voice came on?
It's me.
Holly, how come you're not showing up? How come you're not showing up on the camera? There
I should be.
Okay, now you are. Are. Well, welcome back aboard, dear Holly. So glad to have you come out of hiding. How are you? Say hello to Brendan. Brent, say hello to Holly. Aristides, if you're with us.
Hi, Brendan. Aristides, the whole crew, wherever you are.
Yeah, BRB.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Brendan, do you remember that quote, Tolkien? Something about we fight the long war we know we'll lose?
Brendan, yes. What do you know about that quote? Please, if you can.
Do you remember that one? I'm paraphrasing, but if that rings a bell for you.
It does. Well, they all thought they were going to lose.
To say it the right way.
Yeah, they all thought they were going to lose.
It's marvelous.
Yeah. So, Brendan, when you decide to come back on, he's at work, so he gets taken off abruptly. And, But, I'll repeat it for him later.
Well, I've been lurking on YouTube for a while, and then I got on the call, and it's all been so fascinating, and you were really blazing, so I didn't want to interrupt.
Well, Brendan's here to talk about
but
the
just
quote.
to make
Brendan, if you will respond to Holly about the quote she asked about. He's off mute, at least.
Yeah, do you recall which book? Because some of them are similar, but they're said different.
Yeah, I might have it in a notebook at home that would cite it. But it was a magnificent quote and very apropos to the times.
Yes. We fight the long war.
As so much of that stuff is.
Go on.
Yeah. Heartbreaking.
Well, I'm saying, was
and
it,
I want
was
a couple.
Quote from the books, or himself talking? Like.
Yeah, it was.
In the books.
No, it was would have been like Gandalf or somebody.
Yeah, it's in the book.
Right.
Like that.
Oh.
Or an elf. Somebody a little supernatural. Or at least super wise.
Wait,
I don't remember who
you
said
sound
it.
a bit world-weary, honey, so you must have been working very hard over
I am.
So tell us about whatever you want to share. Yeah.
A couple of little points about what you guys were talking about.
Sure.
Remember when Musk declared on his long list you mentioned about his position that empathy...
Centrist! Believe how they're all using my term now?
Yeah, we can't forget that.
Yeah.
We can't forget that.
Yeah.
We can't have no empathy.
Yeah, that's right. He can't have empathy.
And I learned a new term.
Yeah.
Can't have no, you can't have. Nobody gets it.
That's right.
Nobody gets to have it.
That's right. Yeah.
I guess he wants us to be just all,
savages.
Machine.
Yes.
Empathy, no. And isn't that straight up Ayn Rand?
Yes. Absolutely.
Straight up Ayn Rand?
Yes, the philosophy is,
libertarian.
Yeah, the philosophy is called objectivism. There's nothing objective about it. But go on, yes.
God, no. Unless you're a fucking robot. Okay, so I learned a new term today in the AI lingo dictionary that we should make? Cognitive de-skilling is how long it takes for you to not be able to do the stuff you need to do without AI.
There you go.
Cognitive de-skilling. And so how long did it take with GPS? Who uses a paper map anymore?
Well, people need to learn.
That was like...
People need to learn how.
Yeah,
I mean, that's something.
But you see how quickly, a snap of the fingers, that once you use it one time, you can't live without it. So that was a great cognitive de-skilling in my view.
Actually,
although maybe a lot of people crashed their cars trying to read their maps while they were driving.
Well, I don't know about that, but yeah, the wise thing to do is, of course, stop your car when you consult a map.
Right, pull
GPS,
over. Oh yeah,
the one thing I can tell you
that
is that
happens.
Whenever I'm in I've been, obviously I do not drive myself, but I can tell you something, Edbeth almost never consults GPS, and neither does my gang brother Beaver.
Bless him.
I've never seen either one of them consult GPS ever. But everybody.
I still use paper map locally.
Yeah, but I mean, good. But the one thing, and our man Brendan Zoget can confirm this, but when I've been with people who consult the GPS, it doesn't help. It does not help.
It can fuck you up.
It'll fuck you up every time. All that's ever done is
depending on where. Yeah, depending.
Yeah, tell him,
that Brent. Depends on a lot.
Yeah, Brent, tell him. We were like...
Well, we had to turn it off.
Yeah.
Yeah. In San Francisco, all it wants to do is put you on the freeways, right?
Yeah, that's what it does. It's infamous for that.
And so it's dumb. Yeah. And I want the back roads. So I was sitting here thinking tonight, what if it was on detour? Would that get you on the back roads trying to get around town?
Don't overthink it. Just don't use it.
I don't know why that was in my head.
Yeah, just don't.
I only have to use it in extreme situations. So otherwise, I use a map.
Yeah, so darling.
And study it before I leave or something.
Yeah, no, obviously.
But anyway.
Oh, continue with
I love
whatever
maps.
points you want to make, because I was
okay.
Ask...
that was the cognitive de-skilling.
Right. Okay.
How long will it take before
people are unable to do it?
And I love the.
Yeah, go on.
Right, and starting now with childhood, because the schools are all gung ho. We got to get on this AI bandwagon.
In all fairness, I don't think it's that. I just think that they can't stop it. That, the kids are just doing it anyway. So, yeah.
True.
Yeah.
So they kind of got to act like they're authorities and get ahead of it, right?
Yes.
I love that phrase you said before with the Zion Tech, woke Luddites.
Yes.
I guess that's what I am. Put it on my tombstone. Thank you.
Well,
I know
that's their term, not mine. That's their term, not mine. I mean,
I hear you, but when it fits. Yes. Goddamn right I am.
But they're stealing my term. That's for fucking sure. I mean, you can tell people you've heard.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, first for anyway. Now they're all used it. Oh, it's insane.
Oh yeah.
And
hell yeah.
So, honey, what else?
And so a couple of headlines, and one of them is old now, and it was only an overnight sensation in the news, but it still made me look twice when Crazy Eyes Cash, bitch slapped the ADL.
Yes. Always explain for our listeners.
That shit don't happen every day of the week. Good God.
Yeah, that was weird.
And the reason was hilarious.
Yeah. Go on.
Because the ADL actually keeps tracks of who kills Jews and bombs synagogues, and it's all fucking MAGA.
Yeah. Thank you.
I mean, and no more of that in the paper. I don't know how they resolved that little conflict, but he was all trying to call him a, terrorist organization and shit. I thought.
Of course. That's
can you imagine?
That's a go-to.
The ADL.
Yeah. That's a well, they are. They are.
I'm telling you. But it's crazy because you don't expect some of these internecine cannibal fests when they actually do start eating each other's faces publicly.
How could you not? It's the nature of the beast. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but now it's happening in real time on a very, I don't know. Anyway, that stuck out. And how about the now 40 billion to Malay? How the hell does that go over with the base?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they probably don't even know
Huh.
about it. Go on. Describe more.
I probably don't.
Yeah, but describe more about it.
Well,
for our
that's
listeners.
all I know. But because he broke Argentina,
Yeah.
all his chainsawing
Yeah.
left a big puddle of fucking mess, and now
Yeah.
we got to help him out. Oh, somebody said today it's so that if they do get run out of town, these guys, they'll have sanctuary there.
Well, good fucking luck. How's that guy going to stay in power?
Right.
You just can't buy your way into power. All that means is that's just more money he's going to hoard so he can escape. So that theory doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Trump's just given him the ability to buy his way into almost any nation on earth. That's all. So it's that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whether Trump knows that or not is another thing entirely. But so. What else stands out?
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Oh, do any of these Turning Point kids? I mean, it was a household knowledge when I was growing up that, like him or not, J. Edgar Hoover was a lifelong transvestite with a gay partner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but nobody knew that while he was alive.
By my generation, they did.
Okay, go on.
And he might have been still going and overlapped my childhood. But it was real, like about the time Kennedy was getting shot and shit. And I was, like 1 year old then. But it was like common knowledge. And I think that knowledge has been lost.
Yeah.
Because he was the ultimate, Charlie Kirk kind of guy with, the Turning Point attitude. Do they know their great American hero crime fighter was, pretty iffy.
All I can say is, of course not.
In their big attack on the trans partner and all that. And the whole trans thing.
Yeah.
Even though, trans has evolved, but nonetheless. Yeah. And I don't think that's household knowledge anymore.
Yeah. No, it's not.
Was it for you? Was it for you?
Well, I actually found out while I was growing up. Yeah. And then
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
While I was growing up.
Yeah.
Everybody knew.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Because that knowledge has been lost, I believe.
Cartoons. It even appeared in cartoons. So, there was a cartoon called The Critic, which was a Jewish critic. It was about a Jewish critic who they showed J. Edgar Hoover in drag at one point in the cartoon. So it's, it became public knowledge to the point where it appeared on nationally syndicated television. So, yeah, it was rather universal.
Absolutely.
Look,
but I don't think these dudes...
I don't think they know, and somehow they just ignore it.
I mean, they're probably all flouncing around. God knows what they do in their spare time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, they wear each other's pantyhose.
You have to wonder how many would be like shocked.
Yes. I doubt any of them would care. It's like water off a duck's back.
Well, they have to. It's like their biggest fear.
No, it's
that all the guys are going to turn into
girls, and all the girls are going to turn into guys. Yes, it's let's put it this way: it's their obsession. It's their they won't let go. They're dogs with a bone. But all such being said, it's one of
hey, J. Edgar.
Yeah.
Fuck. They should know.
They would just say, "Oh, that's a different time, a different place, and he wouldn't get away with it now." Or some shit like that. They'd say something stupid. They'd just rationalize it out of their lives. They don't care.
And aren't there funny pictures of Vance out in wigs and shit?
I'm sure there are.
And little dresses.
I don't know how much.
It's kind of getting headlining.
Okay, I don't know how much of that might be AI, but if it's not AI or CGI, it's easily believable. It sounds about his speed. All these people who are so obsessed with some subject, it's because they're into it. Remember Ian West? All he talked about was child exploitation and the tunnels, and, what did he jack off to? Child porn. We know this because he put it to music and admitted it on air when he was confronted by Brendan Zogit about his pedophilia. He admitted on air, I love it. 3 words that he repeated more than once about pedopornography. So he was a pedopornaholic. So all of these people are like that. Yes, they project. So aside from that, always bear in mind our listeners also care about you as a person, not just what you have to bring to our attention. So is there anything you're willing to share, with all due respect to your private life, of course? And we know you want to keep a lot of it private, but don't be too much of a mystery. Are you okay? No. How was your life lately? Do you have any time to enjoy yourself?
Good. Yeah. I got this little tradition to make a trip away into a couple of different places, and it was beautiful. Beautiful.
Okay.
Colorado, Wisconsin. And it was a marvelous time. And so the government shuts down.
Yeah.
The days are ticking by till I gotta get on an airplane, right?
Yeah.
And so that was interesting because, number one, not only had the employees not gotten paid for 2 weeks by that time, okay, I was flying into the first big storm where I live since it's rained last winter. Okay, so both ends were sketch, and both airports are under the gun with the whole infrastructure of how they work. Okay, so that was a little. When I got to Denver, I was outside, and the TSA guy was out there having a little tobacco vape, and so we got to talking, and he said, "Yeah, it's all a big nightmare under the surface, but on the top, it was really cool, really fine, nothing wrong. The baggage had been shut down all morning. They were way behind on that, but I ended up telling him my little hacking story and how my card got jacked on the phone with United Airlines. And he was like, God, they've laid off so many people ever since COVID, in the hundreds and thousands, and they outsourced their call center.
Of course.
So now when you call the phone, you don't get United. He says the only way to contact them direct is online.
You don't even get people who speak English, no doubt.
Yeah. So that answered the question. My phone's making a weird noise.
I'm sure it is, honey. Yeah, it's called Deep State.
Oh, it's okay. It's just a call coming in that I'm not going to take.
Okay.
But anyway, so it was weird because weird stuff was happening. And one place I hang out in Colorado, you can watch the airport from a distance, and planes were doing crazy shit, I'm telling you. But nonetheless, we drove around on the airport for so long.
There's no one.
I thought we were driving.
I
thought we were driving to California.
Yeah.
I thought we were driving to California.
Wow.
We finally got out. We get over the hill, start landing, and
There's no one in the
heard.
towers. It's fine.
Okay. You tell.
I get that. Yeah. Now that explains it.
Okay.
No, that totally explains it.
Yes.
Totally does.
Yes.
And then we get here, and the plane is circling the airport, and there's this big stink because just a few days before they diverted flights straight to tried, and then went to San Francisco because of goddamn fog. Oh hell no, that's ridiculous. So stuff's jumping out, but everybody's keeping a real, facade on the top. And my God. I feel for those people working those jobs.
Yes.
Because they're not all assholes, and that guy was really cool.
Okay.
So they're taking a beating. And you know how he trumped up and said, I can't guarantee you're going to get your back pay. And they get in terrible trouble if they call in sick.
I
You
have no
can't call
sympathy
in
for
sick.
them. I have no sympathy for them.
Because I fucking do. And the last Trump administration, when they
They
shut
just need to cut
down,
the TSA wholesale.
Yeah, that should never have even been formed. Yeah.
they're not my favorites. And it's a fine line who works for the airport and who doesn't, and it's all kinds of different, so what's subcontracted out, and it's a maze. But I don't think it was just the TSA that wasn't getting paid.
Well,
But, it wasn't United employees.
Understood.
They were getting paid.
Right.
Yeah.
It's
Now,
everyone, including the air traffic controllers. That's why the planes are coming in blind.
that's right.
That's what
They
I'm
sit there doing
saying.
weird shit. Yeah.
Yes.
That's
thank
the
you.
guts.
Yes.
It's a miracle. That
I
happened.
witnessed that. Yeah.
No, there've been a number
That's
of
the real
accidents.
guts. Fuck the TSA.
Yeah.
It's the controllers. And they've been getting fucked up the ass ever since Reagan.
Yeah, I'll bring that
Right,
up. If not tonight, then on Wednesday. But
And
I'll
you've
certainly
discussed it
Yeah.
before to great effect.
Yes.
So
Why do these guys have beef with them so bad? I mean, it's like
I don't know.
It's, remember, all comes down to satanic ritual sacrifice. They want people to die. They truly want people to die, or they wouldn't do something so destructive.
And they just all have private pilots, I guess.
Yes.
that's true.
Yeah, the repercussions of what they're doing are so obvious, they cannot not know what they're doing. So, in that case, they do know what...
So,
yeah, go on.
this is why I sum all this up.
Yes.
And I would have thought not many decades ago that I would... this is crackpot talk. But I don't think the Tech Zion plan can really work without at least a significant... I mean, 100 million to 200 million. Now we're up to 300 million in America. They could cut that down by 2/3 and live like kings.
Well, they're already living like kings. What kind of an idea is that? Do your idea
because the zombies are howling at their doorstep. They can't protect them. There's too many, they can't protect themselves enough, even from their own security forces, to be sure
as I've said,
of their
yes.
kingly lifestyle.
Well, I've always said the security forces are prepared to take them down when it comes down to their entering the bunkers. When
their bodyguards, fuck yeah.
Oh yeah, their bodyguards are ready to turn on them when it comes to that.
Drop of the hat, and they worry about that. Have conferences about it.
Well, there's
the advice is,
Yeah, go on.
Take very good care of them. Lavish them with wealth and college for their kids and fur coats for their wife, and that's how you do it, I guess.
Well, that's what they're hoping will do it. That just whets the appetite. All that does is it whets the appetite for when that moment comes.
Right.
Like if they're giving you crumbs, you can just have the whole
It's
time.
hopeless.
Yes, thank you, Brent. So true.
But without poor people howling at their door, which is going to be everybody else soon, they can't have everybody poor and ever be safe. They gotta.
They might think like that, but
they gotta
obviously
get some fertilizer. I mean, that'll be the fertilizer.
They do.
I know
like
this
that.
sounds crack. It sounds crackpot.
Actually, do you know who actually was one of the first to preach that? Guess.
Hey, I believe in it. Hell, I don't need to be,
No, but
some
you know
big
who preached it as a positive? Do you know who the first guy was to preach that as a positive? John Hogue. John Hogue was the guy who came out there and said all of the masses are human shit, and they're homo mortis. They're homo mortis. They're humanity destined for death. But homo novus, the new humanity, will arise, fertilized by all that human shit. And
there you go.
And their mass death. That's John Hogue.
I'm telling you. That sounds like Elon's Bible, baby.
Yeah, he was preaching it. And you know what he was, right? You know what John Hogue was, right?
No, I don't know.
A Rajneeshi. He was a Rajneeshi.
Ooh.
You never heard of John Hogue?
It's not ringing a bell for me, which is surprising. I follow that shit.
So it's we'll look him up for you. Let's do a screen share here. He was on Art Bell all the time. He was on Art Bell.
Oh, wow, that's hilarious.
And then George Norrie. He was on Art Bell and then George Norrie. So John Hogue, and he was this bearded little gnome. You would think he was just a fucking harmless little hippie. But there he is. See that son of a bitch? See this piece of shit? Ugly ass motherfucker.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's
God.
He's like Peter Dinkle. He's like Peter Dinkle without the charisma. I mean, look at this poor son of a bitch.
This is 2025.
Yeah. This is like, look at this.
So he's still going. No, I missed this guy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this guy. This guy's like at the bottom of the fertilizer pile. What the fuck is he talking about?
Thank you. Look at that.
Who listens to him?
You know,
he ain't no ascended being.
How many listeners does he get?
Yeah, thank you. Oh, he gets millions.
Well, what the fuck then?
Yeah,
he's got some misfolded DNA. Like, look at this.
Yeah. Well,
give me a break.
You know what my mother would say about that birthmark under his eye? She said that means a life of misery. It means that they're constantly crying.
Ooh.
It means they're eternally crying.
Oh yeah, of course.
And of course, look at how short he is. I'd be crying all day too. Yeah.
Oh man.
But here's what he reminds me of. Okay.
It turns out that Steve Miller guy is like at tops 5 foot tall.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Of course.
I mean, like he's minute.
Here's what John Hogue is. John Hogue is the Peter Dinkle Toxic Avenger. I don't know if you know about this, but they had, the Rinky Dick to the Toxic Avenger. He is the new Toxic Avenger, which is just preposterous. It shows you how bad things have got. Yes. Here we are. Look at that. There we are. See that? The Toxic Avengers. Look at that. Isn't that horrible? And it's fucking Peter Dinkle. This is what Peter Dinkle has come to. And
yeah.
That's John
The
Hogue.
dwarf from Game of Thrones.
Dinklage.
Yeah. The midget employment. He's monopolized midget employment.
But what's he got to do with Hogue?
Yeah, I said that's what Hogue looks like to me. Is the Peter Dinkle Toxic Avenger.
Yeah. Yeah, weird.
Yeah.
That's almost being too merciful. That other guy looked weird.
Yes, there we are. But anyhow, it was so stupid. Honestly, the only reason I watched it is because the Blood Boys wanted to watch it because he has a gay son. So in the film, he has a gay son that is a big part of the plot. And so for the sake of the Blood Boys, I watched that, and I do have to admit that the gay son was the only redeeming feature in that fucking film. Everything else.
So that icky toxic Avenger has a gay son?
Yes, that's
with who? How'd the kid come out?
It's supposed to be that he was supposed to be originally just a fucking midget that is Peter Dinkle, Dinkage. Well, I keep calling him Dinklage. Peter Dinklage. Never has there been a man more appropriately named. 2 dicks in one name. But anyhow, he's supposed to be a midget who's a custodian who works for a toxic waste company, or basically some toxic waste producing company, and who has a gay son from some woman who killed herself or something like that, or ran away. I think, no, she died. She's definitely dead in the film. I can't imagine her running. I imagine her as running away. but at any rate, so in the film, he is left with this gay son to try and raise. And then he winds up being fucked over and thrown into an
So what's
trap.
the kid look like? The kid's not that drippy green thing.
No.
In the picture.
The kid looks angelic. That's why he's the only.
Oh, yeah.
The kid is angelic. The actor does not. These gay guys, they wear out quick. So the actor's grown up a little bit, and he's a bit
looks
burnt.
a little worn.
Yeah, he looks a little worn and burnt now. But at the time the film was made, which was only 2 years ago, he was still in shape. He could have passed. Yeah. He could have been one of the Blood Boys almost. So they were watching it for that reason. That was the only redeeming feature. Yeah,
swooning.
Yeah, they were swooning. Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. I could not have gotten that out without you. And so it was. and they could relate to his issues. He's trying to ballet dance,
Yeah.
but he's booed off the stage by a bunch of straight kids at school, right? You know, he wants to do his
Sure.
ballet, but all the straight kids are like and shit. But anyhow,
But at least his dad, the Toxic Avenger, accepts him, right?
of course,
That's a big
of
plus.
course, yeah. But
Yeah,
first,
huge plus.
yeah, of course, when he first comes back as the Toxic Avenger, obviously his son doesn't recognize him, and so it's part of the
I
drama
see.
in the film. But it's,
Got it.
yeah, it's part of the drama.
Oh, because before he was just a janitor.
Yes, he was just a midget janitor.
Got it.
Yeah.
The midget janitor.
That's right, which is the bottom. It's like, if you can imagine, if you think people
Cinderella story.
Yeah, if you think people are treating Brendan bad. This guy's like, they're just kicking him around. It is
Right.
anyhow, they tried to make it like the original Troma production mystique with a lot of grimy, grainy sleaze. They just didn't really catch it. The Troma Productions was heinously violent. This did not.
And
match
this
that.
is Marvel Universe, right?
Yeah. No, it's not
Marvel Universe.
No.
Isn't it?
No.
Big budget.
No, I'm
DC.
I no. It's just,
in the
that was
movies.
all indie.
Yeah, okay.
Troma was indie, but I don't know if it is just
Really?
taken by some big production company. They obviously had money
Really?
behind it, but it's not Marvel or DC. It's guaranteed it's not Marvel or DC.
Ah,
No.
I'll be damned.
Yeah, but
Everybody's getting on the goddamn bandwagon.
Yeah.
Oh, and that, your talk of gold bars earlier made me chuckle because I remember being young and like these guys like with their gloves on, carefully curating their valuable comics.
Yes.
And what corner store is going to give you, the money you're going to buy a house with for your comics? And because it was before the internet. It was before the internet in Japan.
Yeah, that all crashed.
Yeah.
All you can imagine.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
But now, if it was your granddaddy's plan, maybe with the internet, and Japan on eBay, you could do some dealing.
That's true too.
For the first Superman or whatever.
That's
just like they ended up making a buck on those early Playboys. My God, that's what launched my friend's career on that shit.
Tell us about that.
Oh, it was amazing. Gay chapbooks. Not a lot of black and white chapbooks they had from when they were kids, and then he came on to some, and they were like 50 cents back then. They were selling for $10 each. They were like, go, man, go. And this was back in the 90s. So, and then he inherited a garage full of every Playboy, including the first one, and it took off from there. They ended up getting into all kinds of stuff, but that's what started it.
Incredible.
But yeah, who are you going to sell your comic books to before the internet?
Yeah.
Because nobody in the business, was barely surviving.
Well, you remember that doofus, what's his name? The guy who wants to play Superman. Brendan, help me out here. The idiot who I despise, who's such a big hero in China. Jewish guy. He played with John Malkovich in that Cyrus the Virus film. Nicolas Cage. He lives in San Francisco. So Nicolas Cage lives in San Francisco, and within walking distance from my home. Of course, theoretically, everything in San Francisco is in walking distance. But I mean, he's really close, comparatively speaking. But Nicolas Cage, he lost everything with his comic books. It's like,
did he?
I mean, it's like they were a big part of his bankruptcy. They were a big part of his bankruptcy.
Oh,
yeah, and
wow.
So, yeah, there's a lesson for you. And
that big, huh?
Yeah.
I mentioned his collection.
Yeah,
he should have made a library or something. Jesus.
Yeah, no,
he could have made an institute or some kind of tax shelter.
Yeah.
God damn.
And but he fucked up in so many ways. It's like, but what do you expect from somebody like that?
He's creepy.
Yeah, that's what he is. He's a creep. But he's like to communist China, he is to communist China what Jerry Lewis is to France. Believe that shit?
Oh,
And what
ouch.
and what David Hasselhoff is to Germany. You know what David Hasselhoff
Uh-huh.
is to Germany? That's what Nicolas Cage is
Yeah.
to communist China.
Communist China. Huh. That's wacky.
Yeah, no shit. You know
Oh,
why?
yeah, and he always has Asian wives. He runs through
Yeah.
Asian wives one after another.
Yeah, it's a fetish. It's yellow fever fetish. But you know why?
With explosive endings.
Yeah, but you know why the Chinese love them? It's because in China, mainland China, they're very backwards and naive in terms of their everyone who becomes an actor generally on television for the longest time. I don't know if it's still like this, but I'm sure plenty of reruns are still like this, and people grew up seeing this shit still in China. And all of the actors came from the classical opera tradition. That's where they get started. And so
yeah,
in the
boy.
classical opera,
That's some discipline, man.
well, beyond that, it can be. There's some that are the elite that get into the physical stuff, and then you're thinking like the people that produced the martial arts actors and the like. But when you're talking about the basic actors, even if they go nowhere with that kind of physically elite status, they're all trained to just stand still while the other actor talks. So you'll notice on television that you'll see this completely unnatural presentation where someone will speak, and because they come from an operatic background, when they speak, they're very emphatic. So they're like waving their arms around or making facial expressions. And they'll be very emphatic while the other guy,
Chinese TV, kill me.
Well, the other person stays perfectly still and says nothing until it's their time to speak, just like on an opera stage. See what I'm saying? And so Nicolas Cage,
it's theatrical.
Yeah, naturally does that. He naturally does that, where when everything he does is he emotes to hell and back. So they're raised with thinking of that as proper acting. Get what I'm saying? Whereas all the other white people look stone dead to them. To them, the other white people look like they're stone cold dead, and he's the only one.
Yeah, and that's how Nicolas Cage acts, kind of half dead all the time.
Yes.
He's always himself. He's always Nicolas Cage, the brand.
Yes, so he's
and his kind of weird, snide way of saying stuff, and
right.
His asides, his casual asides.
Right.
I don't know.
So he's either the guy who's standing still, or he's the guy who's emoting to hell and back. So he just ranges between.
Yeah.
And that's why they
right.
think, oh, okay, he's one of us. Like he's had that kind of training. That's where.
And he's all pale with a black widow's peak and shit.
Yes.
Looks kind of cadaverous and cheekbones.
But he doesn't have it.
Big chin.
He just doesn't have it. Yeah, that's.
Oh God, no.
Yeah. But all that being said. Oh,
I don't know who you gotta blow to get where they get,
Well, it's not who you blow; it's who you know, and they're all Jews, right? So that it comes down to that. But
Hollywood.
Yes. Oh, yeah. So, anything else to bring up before I get back into the flow state?
No, and I'm gonna crawl back to YouTube and really enjoy it because you are blazing. So thank you so very much, and happy fucking birthday!
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that profoundly.
Yes, indeed. This is birthday eve, is it not?
Yeah, birthday eve day. Tomorrow's the birthday.
Yeah.
So I'll be leaving and going.
And so, do you have a scenario?
What do you mean?
Lined up, and a cute outfit to wear? What will your ensemble be for your birthday?
Well, we'll find out by Wednesday, right? By Wednesday, then.
Wednesday. This is birthday month, baby.
Yes. Well, Wednesday will.
And then birthday week.
Yeah.
And then the day.
Yes. I mean, Wednesday will be the 15th, and no, excuse me, the 22nd. So the birthday's on the 20th. So Wednesday will be right after Aristides' birthday. So say hello, say happy birthday.
Oh, happy birthday, Aristides, October boys.
Yes. He turns 18.
Locked together.
Yeah. At any rate, so by Wednesday you'll find out what I was wearing on my birthday. There we are. That's
very good. Yeah. I expect photographic evidence.
Yes.
And a full report. on Wednesday.
I don't know about that, but yes.
A full and complete report.
Well, all such being said, do interject whenever you feel like it. You're always welcome to interject.
Thank you, my dear. But I mean, you just go so fast. All right. I'll be hanging on to your coattails here.
Well, bless you.
And check in on Wednesday. Glad to be back and missed you all.
Yes, well,
sure.
we missed you as well.
Tiny little bit. Too small to measure, really.
Well, we missed you as well, and we certainly brought you up in a positive sense. And
it's better than the other way.
Yes.
It's better to be missed than not.
Yes. And
we're
glad to have you.
All right, you go on.
Okay.
Keep burning.
Thanks, honey. Okay.
Right.
So when the justice, and believe me, there's nothing just about him. We might as well call him Injustice Roberts. The son of a bitch who I already brought up before as the man who has been striving to rid us, Justice John Roberts personally has been striving forever to alter the Voting Rights Amendment so that blacks have no representation. He basically... Well, he wrote the majority decision in 2013's Shelby County versus Holder case, which defanged Section 5 of the VRA. And within that writ, he paid lip service to the law's importance in remedying historical racism, but he dismissed the need for anything like it in the modern era, declaring with smug self-satisfaction, "Our country has changed." The headlines all this last week, however, beg to differ. Interest in Charlie Kirk's paleo-reactionary youth movement having surged after his death. Since Charlie Kirk's rub-out, exposure has soared for the paleo-reactionary Turning Point USA youth organization he founded, with donations pouring in and reports of 120,000 inquiries for new chapters at schools nationwide. At Charlie Kirk's funeral, yestermensis, last month, the power of martyrdom and righteous fury were on full display at most every turn. That service made an explicitly religious appeal, positioning Charlie Kirk as more potent a Christian advocate in death than he ever was in life. Thusly, we return to the history of the term Judeo-Christian, from counter-hegemonic to Ziorusiist. Now, in the last episode of last month, as well as the transmission before the episode before last, I spraketh on the Judeo-Christian tradition in America and traced the history of Judeo-Christian terminology in American anti-culture. It was my second foray into American religious history in a while, the tangent of a philologically trained medievalist for whom the Begriffsgeschichte, and I know Brendan's going to jump in and slaughter me about that. He'll say it with a high German tone of Begriffsgeschichte, or Begriffsgeschichte, the history of concepts, has always been the normal way to conduct cultural and intellectual history. Lamentably... Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I do it. Yes.
Begriffsgeschichte.
Begriffsgeschichte. The history of concepts has always been for myself.
Conceptual history.
Yeah, thank you. Conceptual history has always been, for me, the normal way to conduct cultural and intellectual teaching. Bless you. And feel free to interject whenever you feel the need. Lamentably, Judeo-Christian has proven to be a concept with quite a convoluted history, not the least perturbing part of which was how a term that emerged in common usage as a means of acknowledging and protecting the Jews has come to be dismissed by the knowing among us as hegemonic and supersessionist. Over the years, The usage, or by now abusage, has continued to devolve, and as I'll delineate, it has now migrated a full 180 degrees. But let me begin by reviewing the bidding, which begins well before the terminology became ideologically fraught. Initially, in the early 19th century, the adjectival Judeo was invented to signify a hybrid phenomenon, such as to identify Yiddish as Judeo-German or Judeo-Polish. It was most widely used in French as well as English to refer to the early followers of Jesus who opposed Paul in wishing to restrict the message of Jesus to Jews and Jews alone, and who insisted on maintaining Jewish law and ritual exclusively in a racist sense, excluding all other races. These were the Judeo-Christians par excellence, and that must never be forgotten. It is a racist term. And thus, Judeo-Christian pointed to a restriction of the divine promise to the Jews alone, meaning that as far as Judeo-Christians were concerned, Christ came only for the Jews, which is the most perverted, asinine, elitist, and just bass-ackwards concept you can imagine. Even as the term Abrahamic, coming into use at the same time, indicated an extension that promised covenant to the Christians, meaning the rest of us, or the rest of humanity. At the same time, Judeo-Christian terminology began to be used to identify a tradition set apart from other world religious traditions like Hinduism, as well as from more secular outlooks. At the end of the 19th century, for example, the French novelist Anatole France had one of his characters contrast the world system of Pierre Simon, Marquis de Laplace, with the old Judeo-Christian cosmogony. Altogether, Judeo-Christian usage in the 19th century was descriptive and analytical, less theologically loaded than Abrahamic. It was not until the middle decades of le 20e siècle, the 20th century, that Judeo-Christian became a political term. In the 1930s, when Judeophobia was on the rise on both sides of the Atlantic, Judeo-Christian language began to be used by interfaith organizations such as the National Conference of Christians and Jews to indicate a common religious cause. It served to signal opposition to pro-fascist America Firsters, who were increasingly employing the term Christian as their signature term, giving their organizations names such as the Christian American Crusade, the Christian Aryan Syndicate, and the Christian Mobilizers. During the war, Judeo-Christian rhetoric became more common as a propaganda promotional. Indeed, ground zero of this means of affirming a shared religious basis for Western values was the JTS, the Jewish Theological Seminary in New York City, the site of the largest convocations of liberal academics and intellectuals held annually from 1940 onwards by the Conference on Science, Religion, and Philosophy in their relation to the American Way of Life Incorporated. I am not providing you an analytical sentence here. That's the full fucking name of their group. The Conference on Science, Religion, and Philosophy in their relation to the American Way of Life Incorporated. Because it's fucking Jewish. It has to be entrepreneurial and make money and incorporate it, or it simply isn't Jewish. Organized by Lyman Bryson of Columbia Teachers College and the JTS's own Louis Finkelstein, the conference originated, in Carl Friedrich's words, essentially as a rallying point for Judeo-Christian forces in America against the threat presented to them by the Axis ideology and actions. Such was the clash between the civilization of fascism and Western liberal democracy. Aftermath cessation of proactive prosecution of hostilities, Judeo-Christian gained widespread popularity as pastors, politicians, and pundits seized on the term to mobilize the spiritual forces of America against godless communism, its second civilizational clash. As Daniel Pauling, president of the Military Chaplains Association of the United States, whom I met personally in his being forced to deal with Michael Aquino, who was the man who wrote the Chaplain's Handbook, well, Daniel Pauling asserted at the association's 1951 convention, we meet at a time when the Judeo-Christian faith is challenged as never before in all the years since Abraham left Ur of the Chaldees. The following year, in a speech before the Freedom's Foundation, President-elect Dwight D. Eisenhower famously declared, "Our form of government has no sense unless it is founded in a deeply felt religious faith, and I don't care what it is." Less famously, and in such a way as to make clear that he was speaking of the principle of democracy, he continued, "With us, of course, it is the Judeo-Christian concept, but it must be a religion that all men are created equal," which, of course, would discount or exclude the original Judeo-Christians who did not hold that belief at all. Now, I myself have long thought that Eisenhower picked up the usage of that term as president of Columbia University, thanks to the influence of the Conference on Science, Religion, and Philosophy, to shorten their name from their full incorporated name, which is just ridiculous. Notwithstanding the inclusionary impulses behind it, and, as it were, the imprimatur of the JTS, Judeo-Christian terminology provoked significant Jewish ambivalence. As early as 1943, a well-known publicist named Trude Weiss-Rosmarin called it a totalitarian aberration, in the middle of World War II, no less, to tie Jewish cum Christian goodwill to any shared religious identity. In 1970, the writer and publisher Arthur A. Cohen published The Myth of the Judeo-Christian Tradition, a collection of articles in which the Judeo-Christian tradition was denounced as the invention of German Protestant higher critics interested in promoting a de-Judaizing of Christian theology that could not be more, his words, as was the concept of Arthur Cohen with the de-Judaizing of Christian theology. This was his conclusion, is what the Germans were after. He also said that could not be more evident than in the pitiful inability of the Protestant, and his words again, in parentheses, and to a slightly, but only slightly, lesser extent, Catholic Church to oppose German National Socialism. That, of course, turned the history of the term's use, or rather abuse, upside down. Cohen's book, nevertheless, received a warm reception that signaled a general fatigue with the Judeo-Christian tradition, which an enthusiastic reviewer for the liberal Catholic magazine, Commonweal, called, well, to quote his T, the catch-all of textbook writers, Western Civ lectures, Brotherhood Week Toastmasters, and Jews and Christians who cannot think of anything else to speak of to one another when it comes to religious convictions. Well, as America left its World War III/Cold War consciousness behind, Judeo-Christian began to take on more negative connotations. In the work titled The Historical Roots of Our Ecologic Crises, a widely read article published in Science magazine in 1967, the year after I was born, the medievalist LÍN-YÍPÍng blamed the Judeo-Christian dogma of creation for instilling in Western society an ethic of exploitation in the natural world. Yes, I'm happy to blame the Jews for that. Perhaps not coincidentally, White's blaming of the Judeo-Christian harkened back to Aldo Leopold's blaming of the Abrahamic in the foreword of his environmentalist classic titled A Sand County Almanac, published in 1948, in which he said, "Conservation is getting nowhere because it is incompatible with our Abrahamic concept of land. We abuse land because we regard it as a commodity belonging to us." The sense among centrist progressives that Judeo-Christian has outlived its usefulness, meaning among us fascists, we opened the door to using Abrahamic as a substitute, especially after 1979, when the Iranian Revolution thrust politicized Islam onto the world stage. Exempli gratiae, after the attacks of September 11th, Roland Holmet, an Episcopal layman and international attorney, described attending an interfaith forum that came to the conclusion that coercing others to adopt our values does not represent the best of the Abrahamic tradition. Abrahamic was, however, much less frequently used to point to a common value system than to designate what Judaism, Christianity, and Islam themselves had or did not have in common. Thus, in 1990, the New York Times religion columnist Peter Steinfels noted, "The strong refusal of the Abrahamic faiths, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam to identify God with the world." In 2009, Barack Obama issued a proclamation noting that the rituals of Hajj and Eid ul-Adha both serve as reminders of the shared Abrahamic roots of three of the world's major religions. Christ, no wonder everybody thought he was raised in a madrasa. In American society, Abrahamic language came into its own through a range of conferences, interfaith trialogues, academic centers, and books designed to enhance understanding among members of the three faiths in the late 20th and early 21st centuries. In 1995, the Library of Congress created an Abrahamic subject heading that by the end of the century had accumulated 36 titles. The bestseller of the genre has been Abraham, subtitled A Journey to the Heart of the Three Faiths, published in 2002, authored by Bruce Feiler, himself a popular writer on various religious and lifestyle subjects. On the strength of the book's success, Feiler set about organizing public forums called Abraham Summits and small group meetings called Abraham Salons, interfaith gatherings for all of what he called the descendants of Abraham that were intended to, in his words, trace us back to Abraham and the love of one God. Meanwhile, on the academic front, Jewish, Christian, and Muslim theologians and religious thinkers came together in conferences and between hardcovers to identify similarities and points of contact among the three faiths. Historians of religion undertook comparative studies of their intellectual and cultural relationships, scholarly efforts that were connected to a commitment to interfaith understanding. And by the way, I'm going to check out what Brendan Zogit sent just now. And it's, oh, here we are. JD Vance has responded to user on X claiming that Pete Hegseth wore a tie in the colors of the Russian flag. He said, yeah, Pete Hegseth showed up in the White House meeting with President Zelensky wearing a Russian tricolor flag tie. These people love Putin in Russia. All of this is quite fucking true. Thank you for that, Brendan. Very important. And, of course, it's just puke-worthy. There's no other word for it. It's puke-worthy. It's not even cringe. This is beyond cringe. This is like puke-worthy.
I mean, it's like trollery at this point.
Yes.
And did you see what Vance said in response?
What did he say in response?
He said, "It's the colors of America, you bitches." He said, maybe he's wearing the colors of America, question mark.
Oh, really? He did it with a question mark? Really?
It's on the page.
I love it. I love it. It shows you.
Or maybe he was wearing the colors of America.
It's like, no, it's not. It's not. Not in that order. There's a specific order to the color presentation. So, of course, his own Department of Defense minister wouldn't even know that.
And earlier, Trump was talking. Did you hear what he said about the tomahawks?
What did he say? Because the first time I heard him talk about it, he said, we got lots of tomahawks. Lots of tomahawks, and he was threatening to give them to Zelensky. What did he say this time? Was this the same thing? Yeah.
Oh, this was earlier today, I think.
What
but he said, I asked Putin if it was okay, and Putin said, oh, I don't like that idea. He literally said,
that's crazy.
On air.
That's like crazy. Yeah. That's like talking to Ho Chi Minh during the Vietnam War. And Nixon saying, I talked to Ho Chi Minh about strategic bombing.
I mean, he said it like it was his wife.
Yeah.
He said it like, oh, I had to check with the old lady.
Right, you know? Right. That would be like Nixon.
Like the way he said it was so chicken shit.
Oh, of course. Of course. By the way, everybody, tell everybody to upvote. We need more upvotes tonight, like immediately, because we usually get them hitting hard and fast. So everybody hit that fucking upvote.
I don't know. I think you're like super shadow banned.
Yeah.
We went too hard.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. It all started with my, basically, going as hard on the blacks as I do on the whites. Well, if I've had a majority black audience that I didn't know about, very seldom do they contribute. I mean,
holy shit, maybe you should apologize for
Stephen Myers.
You're calling out.
Stephen Myers is the only black man who's ever contributed. So shout out, and he's half Asian. So
to be fair, yeah. But also, you've had no Arabs give you any cash.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Selena was not here. So.
Yeah, there you go. So, hell, if I've insulted the black community, it's not like they were contributing financially. So, and believe me, they're in for more of a beating. But I beat them just as hard as I beat the whites. If they can't take it, what the fuck does that show us? So, yeah, on with the flow.
I don't know. I think Africans think they're cool.
Yeah, I hope so. Oh, yeah, they do. Well, they do. Yeah, of course. They couldn't give a shit. Yeah.
Didn't you have someone that was like from Uganda or something messaging you once?
Yeah. No, it was Ethiopia. We had an Ethiopian guy for a while, but he was probably disappointed in my saying that in the choice between Italy and Ethiopia, that the Axis had to settle for Ethiopia as basically the outsider, because when Italy invaded Ethiopia and the choice had to be made, because the Germans and the Japanese both wanted to help Ethiopia. They were on Ethiopia's side initially, but when Mussolini invaded Ethiopia, the Axis had to pragmatically choose Italy as the ally simply because of the situation was obviously not balanced in Ethiopia's favor at that time. It wasn't that they didn't consider helping Ethiopia militarily, but I mean a political alliance. It ultimately had to be Italy over Ethiopia for obvious reasons. That was just for practical reasons. I wasn't happy about it.
I mean, the Germans were on the other side, right? In the Congo or something?
Yes. The Germans were on the side of the Ethiopians quite naturally because of their history of cooperating with them in World War I. And as were the Japanese. So they both came very close to helping the Ethiopians fight Mussolini. It was a tough call. But in the end, like I said, if you had to choose...
So Germany's Africa was Tanzania, Burundi, and Rwanda.
Yeah, it was right next door to Ethiopia.
And Namibia, Cameroon,
Kenya.
And Togo. So they had the East.
Yeah, the East was Ostafrika. With the Schutztruppen.
Yes.
Yeah, and so
all that bullshit about the Germans being anti-black, that's so fucking out there. Or the Nazis.
The
Nazis being anti-black.
It's all bullshit.
When the Brits took over Tanzania and shit, they like fucking slaved them all. It was horrifying. Like, what was that, Rhodesia and shit?
Oh yeah, no,
that was all after. That
was
all after the fact.
Yeah, yes, no, that was a fucking nightmare. Now, of course, I'm really ambivalent about Rhodesia because remember the Brits were antithetical to Rhodesia. The Brits put sanctions on Rhodesia and did their best to annihilate it. And
but Rhodes was a Brit.
Yeah, Rhodes was a Brit, but Rhodes, remember, Rhodesia was named after Rhodes, but he was long dead by the time Rhodesia came into being. You knew that, right?
Well, it wasn't like it was some linear.
I mean, originally it was a colony, but I mean, when it became an independent nation, the Brits did not want that. They were trying to turn it over to the blacks, but the white government obviously resisted, and the Brits did their best to annihilate them and ultimately succeeded. It was really sad because the whites in that case were right. It's the moment you turned it over to the black communists, the blacks were communized, they were ideologically supported by the Soviet Union, they instantly and immediately collectivized all property and starved to fucking death. And it's been a nightmare horror story ever since. It's just been, if you want to hear about a story that just goes down and never up, it's Zimbabwe. And yeah, so, believe me, in that case, the blacks would have been far better off under the white elite minority that they were under, which, by the way, was allowed to participate in the Olympics when the Olympics were held in Germany. So the Germans allowed Rhodesia to participate in their Olympics. So, and that was the white government of Rhodesia, which, by the way, for those of who don't know, was actually far more liberal. Rhodesia was actually far more liberal than South Africa in terms of its interactions with the black population.
Well, and these modern Euros are trying to talk shit and say the Schutztruppe colonial guard was brutal and shit.
Oh, of course they're gonna say bullshit. It's all fucking shit, But for those of you who don't know, what happened was after World War I and the German retreat from Black Africa, they were left with thousands of Schutztruppe uniforms for Black Africa, which were the brown uniforms. So all those surplus brown uniforms the Nazis took to make their uniforms, that's where the color brown came from. That's simply the only reason brown became the Nazi color. There was no other reason then. They had all these leftover surplus Africa uniforms from World War I that were practically free. And those were all originally worn by black soldiers serving them in Africa. Yes. So, all the Nazi stormtroopers are wearing uniforms originally worn by black soldiers in Africa. All this stuff about Nazi racism is just pure shit. So, it's just so everybody knows that. Okay, so such being said.
It looks like they had Africans in this parliament building in this drawing.
Oh,
the Berlin Conference. They let them come and debate and stuff. So it's nothing like the Brits. So.
Yeah, of course not.
You just see that in this sketching, this etching.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. And by the way, Aristides, I see that you're up and with us since you've entered that link. Thank you so much for that. Feel free to come on, tell everybody, hit that upvote if you'd be so kind. It always helps to have somebody else say it, and your dulcet tones always are charismatic.
And look at this bullshit. It says there were no African representatives, and this is the journalist talking. And you scroll down to the photo,
and you see
or the etching, and there's like Africans there at the table with them.
Thank you.
So it's just so. I mean, come on.
The propaganda.
Like, what were they? Like serving them drinks? Like, that's such bullshit.
Yeah. It's like.
And this was in the 1800s. They let him sit at the table, so I'm sure everything we've been told is total wacko.
Of course, everything you've been told is a lie. Well, what have I always said about World War I and World War II? I've always said it was the big lie. So all such being said,
but it's like blatant. It's like you just have to like have a brain to you just scroll down, and it's like, wait a second, these guys are definitely black, and they're like, they're all part of the table delegation. These like, aren't like servers. You don't draw servers into your thing.
Take a look at what Stephen now. Not that I'm personalizing it, but it's my life provides an excellent example. In fact, my life is exemplary of this. You take a look at Stephen Outram. He'll just say things that are completely untrue. The guy who I wound up killing, the Green Beret Master Sergeant Jean Victor Lillier, who I can say with pride I personally killed. That son of a bitch. He was just making shit up as he went along. I mean, they'll just say anything and say things I never said. And it's just everybody just believes them because the first person who says it that you run across, you just believe the first person you hear. That's human psychology. It's like I was with Ian West when Ian West said, "Oh, I knew Liam Payne, and he would take any drugs you put in front of him." I'm just like, oh, okay, because what are you going to do, right? You just take a person's word at face value because that's just how the human brain works. If you, George Knight and yourself, were not there to contradict him, I would have just swallowed that, hook, line, and sinker. So it's just unfortunately a real flaw in human evolution. It's a flaw in human evolution. When the first lies were ever told in the primate world of evolving humanity, they were devastating. People were led by like lemmings off of cliffs. You can bet on it. This is how vulnerable the human mind is to sheer lying. So if somebody's got a photograph of blacks in the Berlin Conference and then they just say, "Oh, there was no black representation," everybody just buys what they say.
It's like an etching or like a stenograph or whatever.
But nevertheless, it's what they had in place of photographs at the time. You know.
Yeah, and there's an Arab guy in the back with a fez and all this. Yeah. But in the paragraph above, it said, "Oh, they it was unilateral. They were all white."
It's all bullshit.
But you can see in the photo, it's like everybody's there. Or in the etching.
Yeah.
Whatever this is.
Definitely.
The sketch. Yeah.
No, I appreciate it, and continue to interject anytime you wish on any subject. In terms of getting back into the zone for the moment, meanwhile, while I was talking about this term, as progressives were turning in an Abrahamic direction, Judeo-Christian terminology was being enthusiastically appropriated by the Christian right, which burst onto the American scene at the end of the 1970s. In his best-selling 1980 manifesto, his version of Karl Marx's Communist Manifesto, except it's God-pumping, titled "Listen America," Jerry Falwell Sr. praised the refusal of the state of Alabama to participate in any conference that did not establish traditional Judeo-Christian values concerning the family. Which for him, he might as well have been talking about the fucking Manson family as far as I'm concerned. I suspect that Falwell abused Judeo-Christian rather than just plain Christian for the same reason.
Here's some breaking news if you want to.
Oh, yeah, sure. Go on.
Check this out.
Yeah. Sure.
Zelensky says he's going to strike Russian oil refineries to bring them, quote, back to reality.
Cool.
Practically, this is him. His quote: "Practically every day or two, Russian oil refineries are being hit. This contributes to bringing Russia back to reality."
Cool. Thank you.
There you go.
Appreciate that. I'll get to the Russians later, and if not tonight, then on Wednesday, but I'll get there.
And Trump's meeting Putin in Hungary.
Of course. Yeah, in a Soviet satellite state, because under Viktor Orban, Magyarország, or Hungary, is back to being a Russian satellite state again. It is a puppet state of Russia as much as Belarus, or White Russia is right now. Disgusting. Disgusting.
Right.
But like I said, imagine if Richard Nixon had said, "Oh, I asked Ho Chi Minh if it was okay for me to strategically bomb Hanoi, and he said he didn't like it, so I
Right.
didn't." Yeah, it'd be like that. What Trump just pulled about the tomahawks and
Yeah, let's see what he says. He says, "I spoke by." This is Trump now. We spoke by Trump. Or excuse me, we spoke by phone.
Trumpaphone.
This is Zelensky and Trump.
Yeah, it's gone. Yeah.
Yeah, like they have their own butt buddy phone. And he says, "Oh, they scrubbed the part." He says, "You were considering sending them," and he says, "I spoke with." This is Trump now. "I'm looking at it. I spoke with Vladimir Putin. Not that he would be thrilled. He said these are violent, vicious weapons. We need them for ourselves. We can't give them to Ukraine." This is Trump. "We can't do that, but we can't give them to Ukraine. We've been good to them. I don't want to jeopardize the United States." So he's just pulling such out of that, as if we don't make them. It's like,
yeah, yes, disgusting. Well, of course the Americans don't really make.
But they scrubbed the part where he said, "I called Putin and Putin said not to send them."
Oh, of course they did.
Like,
of course
what the fuck?
Of course, the Americans don't really make those missiles. All the electronics come from Japan. No, but, yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, but all such being said. Okay.
Oh, he's calling it the USA-Russia Peace Summit. Yeah. Hungary is the island of peace. This is Trump on X. Oh, no, this is Orban. This is Orban saying this.
Yeah.
Hungary is the island of peace, with all caps.
What a load of shit. Why do they keep all capping what they write is what I don't understand. It's like something...
It just shows they're crazy.
Thank you. Truly it does. That always was a hint of yelling. People who are familiar with text know that all caps represents yelling. So these guys are yelling all the time. And, but at any rate, so thank you for that. Now, I suspect that Jerry Falwell, the senior, abused Judeo-Christian rather than simply Christian for the same reason that he called his organization the Moral Majority, which was neither. To make the case that he was not a sectarian movement intended to undermine church-state separation.
Oh, here's the direct quote if you want to hear it.
Sure, go on.
Not that it matters. We kind of covered it, but he says, "I did actually say to him, would you mind if I give a couple thousand of tomahawks to your opposition?" So this is him asking a wartime
enemy
leader, if I can give your enemy fucking tomahawks. And he says, Trump told reporters that Putin did not like the idea. What do you think he's going to say? Please sell tomahawks? No, he doesn't want tomahawks. And so, yeah, there you go. So he was given a direct order and he complied because he's just the bottom, basically.
Yeah. He's, what was it Ian West used when he tried to use that term against you? He's a cum-hungry power bottom. That's what Trump is. Yeah.
Yeah, he's just,
there you go.
Anything for my master.
Yeah, what a piece of shit. What a butt-fucked bitch. So thank you for that. Thank you for that. Yeah. So, back into the flow for the moment. As I said, I suspect that Falwell abused Judeo-Christian rather than calling himself out as just plain Christian, for the same reason that he called his organization, which was neither, the Moral Majority. It was to make the case that he was not a sectarian movement intended to undermine church-state separation, but rather an exercise in civilizational protection, comparable to the struggles against fascism and communism. Now the enemy was secularism, or secular humanism, embodied in the Equal Rights Amendment, the gay rights movement, legalized abortion, the banning of state-sponsored prayer from public schools, and so on. Judeo-Christian values became, and remains, the shibboleth, or should I pronounce it shibboleth, of the conservative, the retro-conservative, actually the paleo-reactionary side of that clash of civilization we call the culture war. Now this shift in usage, or abusage, made its presence felt in Supreme Court jurisprudence in 1986, when the state of Georgia petitioned the court in Bowers versus Hardwick to permit it to uphold its anti-sodomy law on the grounds that traditional Judeo-Christian values proscribe such conduct. Proscribe. Not prescribe, but proscribe, meaning forbid. A point that was picked up by Chief Justice Burger, who wrote in his conscience, or rather his conscienceless concurrence, condemnation of those practices is firmly rooted in Judeo-Christian moral and ethical standards. Now, writing for the minority, Justice Blackmun rejected this argument as religious special pleading. To quote his T, "That's certain, but by no means all, religious groups condemn the behavior at issue gives the state no license to impose their judgments on the entire citizenry. The legitimacy of secular legislation depends instead on whether the state can advance some justification for its law beyond its conformity to religious doctrine." So let me take a look at what Brendan has shared. And, plenty of sigils to help us hopefully stay on bandwidth through the night, including the quote from Tolkien. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given us. There we are with that. Okay, all such having been said, in the 2019 work titled Imagining, pointed term there, Judeo-Christian America, an important pre-COVID study coming out from University of Chicago Press, Helen Gaston differentiates between Judeo-Christian pluralism and Judeo-Christian exceptionalism. In his Bauer's concurrence, Burger embraces the exceptionalist position of the new religious right. 7 years later, in Lawrence versus Texas, Justice Kennedy considered the Judeo-Christian standards referred to by Burger as having been effectively superseded. To quote his T, "As with Justice White's assumptions about history, scholarship casts some doubt on the sweeping nature of the statement by Chief Justice Burger as it pertains to private homosexual conduct between consenting adults. See, ergo, Eskridge, Hardwick, and historiography," or it's spelled Hardwick and historiography, a more complex spelling of the same meaning. 1999, U3L Rev 631, 656. All of these legal references in obscure documentation. And his concluding sentence in this paragraph is, "In all events, we think that our laws and traditions in the past half century are of most relevance here." So much for Judeo-Christian as a code for the value system shared by all Americans. Let's take a look at what else Brendan has brought to my attention. So in the Infinite Call, he has entered another link, and this one is to, Marina Abramovich calls Trump a magical, why does Marina Abramovich love Trump so much? Magical New World Order. Oh, God. She's a Russian propagandist or something, right? Magician of the
she's like a pure Satanist. I mean,
Thank
she's a
you.
super Satan.
Thank you.
This is the lady that was like doing all those weird artistic experiments, you know. You remember Abramovich?
Oh, that's right. How could I forget? She has her own version of Edbath. Remember the vampire child, as she called her, the little blonde boy chick.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very androgynous, non-binary, gender ambiguous.
Yeah, and I'm sure they abused the crap out of them.
Yes.
Almost certain.
Yes. Yes.
This is the lady that did in the 70s. She did like where she put a bunch of like implements on the table and she just stood there naked.
Yeah, and asked people to do what they wanted with her.
Do whatever you want. I won't say anything or do anything. And she stood there and dealt with all this like vile, evil shit first as a ritual.
Yes.
And whatever entity possessed her after that, that's what she's operating from.
Yes. Yes.
And she's calling Trump like the highest magician. Shit.
Yes. There we have it. There we have it. That makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense. Yes. Everything that Brendan
just
says
flip
is
everything.
True. Yeah. Yeah. Everything Brendan says.
Because to them, flipping shit that's good. Satanic conversion. That's good. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. By the way, always make sure you get close to your mic. Get close to your mic when you're speaking to us so you don't sound so echoey.
Closest I'm going to get is it. How about now?
Oh, infinitely better. Infinitely better. You've been really dicey and echoey all night. We could barely hear anything you say. It's always tiny and tinny, and I have to ask you to keep repeating yourself because we can't hear what you're saying. So that's,
okay, this should be much better then, in that case.
This is infinitely better, so please stick with this technology and
right.
or whatever it is you're doing. Yes, so explain to people.
Well, I'm just going to let you carry on.
Okay,
yeah, what
sounds good.
What was that?
Oh, no, I think that you can summarize again. This woman is basically a ritualist witch who has called what she's doing
Satanist.
Art. Yeah, she's a Satanist. She's a Satan. Yeah, quite right. Yes, not to defame.
A witch is something benevolent.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Quite true. What he says is correct. Yeah, or can be. Let's put it that way. Can be.
Yeah.
But
this lady's like an arch Satanist. She's like one of the tops.
Yes. Yeah. And so I don't know. Did you ever see a picture of her with her version of Ed-Beth, so to speak? This little child that she called her vampire child that was non-binary, androgynous, and gender neutral, and she was like, was pulling with her what that other woman does with that one chick in the. Oh, fuck. What is that woman that has that one chick she's abusing all the time? Okay, autism movie controversy.
According to her, she doesn't have any children. Did they like scrub this being from existence or something?
Well, it wasn't her child, obviously. It's like, what's the woman's name again? I'll look it up. I can find it. Who's the name of she's Serbian. What's the Satanist woman's name again? Abramovich?
Marina Abramovic.
Abramovic.
There's all kinds of creepy shit she's doing. It's just,
it's
not even worth looking
at. Yeah, Serbian conceptual artist and performer. So if we take a look at the images of her, I should be able to find. Yeah, they may have scrubbed that child. Probably, because
they sacrificed it.
Yeah, they sacrificed them, maybe. Blonde.
And if you notice, the first photo is of her with an Asian chick with a machine gun, an Asian girl with a machine gun. Like, what's up with that?
It's
bizarre.
Well, probably something to do with myself. I have no doubt. I served in Serbia, after all. She was doing modeling with this blonde.
It kind of is like an analog of you. It's like a little Asian child with long hair wearing army greens.
There you go.
Very weird.
What else would it be?
Wearing an M16 or something.
Yeah.
There you go. Very strange.
Yeah. What else would it be? Abramovich with let me see. Yeah, with blonde androgynous, blonde teen, we'll say teen, blonde teen. Okay. No, they scrubbed this child. I've got some photographs, but I'd have to get them out of my files. They might have sacrificed that child or something. But I'm sorry?
So most definitely.
Yeah. Sia.
Oh, I see it now.
Oh, you do? So share a link if you can. The songwriter Sia, S-I-A, Sia is this. She has this one girl, controversy movie star. Was it? Let's see who stars in this girl that she's been abusing forever.
See if you could pull this up.
Yeah. Let me see. Okay, so I don't know whether Sia is the victim or the songwriter. Maddie Ziegler. Okay, so here we are. Maddie Ziegler is this child who's blonde and was originally just beautiful, and she's been abused by Sia all her life. She grew up being a sex doll for Sia. So let's see now. You've entered a link somewhere about this other child.
No, it won't let me send it to you, of course.
Oh, of course. That goes without saying. So let me see if I can get the images of in the cage. Let me see. Controversy star Maddie Ziegler. Let's get back to just take her name, Maddie Ziegler, and here we are. Maddie Ziegler, cage. There we are. Cage dance. There we are. Cage dance. So this is like here, dig this shit. The you'll see what I'm talking about. We need to do a screen share, and all right, there we are. So we'll do this, of course, without the sound, and we have to wait, of course, to get rid of the ads, and then it starts. This little girl, can you see this? Can you see this on your screen share?
Yeah.
So this little girl's in a cage with a much older man, and they proceed to do this highly sexualized. Yeah. So
that's the actor.
Well, Maddie Ziegler is the girl, right? Oh, but
yes.
Shia LaBeouf is this idiot. Yeah, he's probably known for something outrageous, and
he was on the Disney Channel, like some child star shit.
Oh, of course.
And he ended up addicted to drugs.
Yeah, well, that goes without saying. Well, he's getting.
Wait, so what is this? This is bizarre. What the fuck is this?
You're telling me this is like was everywhere. This was the first time I saw this was in a cafeteria. And I was just eating.
What?
Yeah, I was in a cafeteria on Polk Street where I walked in for a burger or a hot dog. It was a hot dog because I don't eat hot dogs much, and to me they're a treat. So I went in for.
This is supposed to be art. This is not art. This is fucking depravity.
This is porn. This is porn. It's not art. It's
yeah, for someone like you, someone in San Francisco. Yeah.
And I was saying, what is this? What is this child porn doing on the screen? And but this is like, this was everywhere. And but this girl has been basically a sex slave to Sia, the so-called artist, throughout her life. Yeah, she's controlled this young lady's life forever. And look what she subjected her to, wallowing in a, what would you call it? Like, what do they call it? Pig's wallow? Wallowing in a pig's wallow with this son of a bitch.
Yeah, it's just foul. What the fuck is that?
Yeah, I mean,
and now they're like on top of each other? What the fuck is this?
Pretty much. Well, you know what that man is supposed to represent? Her father. He's supposed to represent her father.
Where is this from? Is this a film?
This is a music video. And this guy.
How old is this person?
It's at the time she made this, she was definitely underage. She was definitely underage, and it was all part of this sick abuse cycle. And this is over 5 minutes long. It's over 5.
This is ridiculous.
It's over 5 minutes of this.
It's like stomach churning.
Yes. Cringe does not do it justice.
Oh, now he touches her. Jesus Christ, that's disgusting.
Well, he's been doing that for a while, but yes, it gets extreme. And
okay, so she can get out of the cage.
She's small enough to. But this was the point that Sia claimed she was making. She says, what this is representative of is the father is mentally ill and forcing his child into incest and sexual acts, but that the child can ultimately escape that cage, whereas the father is trapped in his mental illness, but if the child's good, she'll return to help the father into the cage.
Disgusting.
Yes! I believe that shit!
Who is this?
Sia is the artist, quote unquote, the pornographer who made this, using this young child just as
Australian? Yeah, there you go. That's all you need to know.
It tells
She's
you
a fucking Satan.
Tells you everything you need to know. Australian, of course.
This is like Nemo's people.
It's Nemo's people, yes. And that's of course Nemo would never look like. Nemo wishes he looked like that guy. Nemo.
Oh yeah. No, I'm just saying the bad genetics or whatever.
Yes,
in Australia.
That's right. Yeah. Well, they were all exiled criminals.
Yeah, that's why they try and keep them inside of there, because they know the damage they could do.
Yes, yes, that's right. Yeah, damn straight. But again, it's supposed to represent the girl can leave the mental illness, but the father cannot. But the girl never left the mental.
We're supposed to have sympathy for him.
Yeah, yeah, no shit. But the girl can't leave because she was stuck by. She's basically a slave to Sia. That's
right.
So there you go with that. Maddie Ziegler is basically a slave to Sia. It's disgusting. So it's basically, it should be a national Australian scandal. But over there they just take it like it's aren't people supposed to behave?
Well,
like
just do you remember what the shit Nemo was doing? He was astrally traveling to see child abuse.
Yes. That's what it's claimed.
So you can imagine, the regular people there, how fucked they are.
Yes, thank you. They are, they're fucked. It's the norm in Australia.
And this isn't us just being rude. This is literally, he would say that to us.
Yes, thank you. We're not just trying to fuck.
Like, what did he say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He said, remember he said, I was astrally traveling and I saw them niggers raping all them children and what did you
all high profile people he said I would see, he went to like, it was like everyone we brought up, he said, yeah, I did an astral travel and they were, had children and that shit. It's like, why? Why are you doing this?
If it's true. It's kind of like with Ian West, remember? That was, they all have their moments. It's
like wishful thinking.
Yeah,
they want to see it, so they show up.
Oh, that's their fantasy. It's their fantasy. And when I ask, what did you do about it? I can't do anything. I'm astrally traveling. So you just watch.
Right.
He woke up and there was a big wet puddle around his crotch. You can bet on that. He was basically jacking off. But even he had his.
Oh, you remember that Dale James guy when you said, "Why didn't you save the children from the wood chippers?"
Yeah.
And he said they were spraying us with this miasma, miasma that made us, willing to, walk away. And shit. It was like, what are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, that's it's there's no words. I mean, you're dealing with. And again, they all have their moments, which is why we tolerated them as long as we did. But with Nemo's moment, one of his moments was when Ian West was describing, which he swore up and down, that he somehow had access to this. And he was describing, Vice President Mike Pence. He was saying, yeah, Pence loves to strangle young girls with plastic bags. And he described it in this unbearably excruciating detail. Where it was like one of our porn novels, well, not even mine. Well, mine were that detailed, but they didn't go in that specific snuff.
Yeah, first of all, he's not talking about me.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about. I'm
talking about him and Aquino.
Yeah, Michael Aquino would write gay porn novels. I wrote straight porn novels. Because I was introduced.
I wouldn't call them straight. I would call them sadistic.
Yeah, there you go. Well, it's heterosexual, but it's not straight in the normal sense. Yeah. But with Michael Aquino, he wrote extremely violent, sadistic child porn based on the abuse of young boys. All of this was extremely detailed, but in this very bizarre echo thereof. In his own way, Ian West verbally described what could only be interpreted as a sex fantasy. The Vice President, Mike Pence, snuff strangling young girls. And he said, when he strangles them, and he described how they died in a plastic bag around their heads, which was being held and tightened and loosened at times just to extend the agony by Mike Pence. And he was saying, yes, you'd get to the point where the moisture from their exhalations would make the bag completely translucent. You couldn't even see the details of their face until he tightened it enough where their in-breath would cause the plastic to form an impression around their open mouth, gaping like a guppy, like little fish lips blowing up and, you know, in and out. It was just this, there's no words. It went into this perversely excruciating detail of some child's last agonies. And Brendan, back me up here. Then he would claim that Mike Pence climaxed upon their death. Then when he strangled them at the last and their last breaths were exhaled, then Mike Pence would climax. He did say that, did he not? I mean,
yeah, and he kept saying it was on video. He said it was exposed on video, and that's when Nemo said, "Oh, you sound like you were the one filming."
Yes,
shit.
That's when. Well, actually, it was better than that in the tone. It was better than that because I said, even if all of this is true, how do you know this in such detail? It sounds like you were there, and that's when Nemo said he was filming it. He did.
Right.
Yeah, he was filming.
It's the only explanation.
Yes, thank you. But they're all like this, and it's like there you have that. It's so all such being said, yeah, we're in the world just, there's so much of it that just makes you want a planet of your own. All I can say is that, yes, I'm prepared to check out, but okay, but we're all stuck here.
And what's with the bathtub? Are you fucking like? Do you actually take a shower? What the fuck? You're trying to prove to us that you actually clean, or what?
Oh, yes. I can't take a bath in the crypt. I have to do so at the estate. So for my birthday, I got a bath companion. Yes. And of course, Ed Beth had to basically, it's not airbrush, it's some other kind of digital technique. He had to make certain the nipple didn't show. Her tits are actually a lot bigger, and the nipple was a bit outstanding, so he had to make certain that didn't show. Which he did an admirable job of hiding. You see basically the shadow hint of it, but it doesn't do justice to the size of her breasts. Okay, all that being said, and there's lots of rubber duckies, you might notice. Not a particular fetish of mine. Yeah, not a particular fetish of mine.
Well, apparently mermaids are a fetish of yours. But...
yes. But
like when it comes to real mermaids, I mean, what's the anatomy? Do they have fish anatomy, or is it human, or like? Because I don't think that's worth it. Not trying to get cut by scales and shit.
Yeah. It's real mermaids are. Yeah, that's pretty gnarly because the bottom half is obviously not accessible in any human sense.
Yeah, I don't want to burst your fetish bubble, but
yeah. And by the way, just so people understand it, female mermaids have evolved only the human-looking torso and head as a lure. It's an evolutionary lure, like humans developed mechanical fish lures, whereas the mermen are ugly as sin. They do look like fish all the way. I assure you of that. That's yeah. So you cannot confuse.
Isn't that like a? Isn't that an elf? What was the guy's name?
Oh, which one? There's so
Forgot
many.
his name.
Which guy?
the Cthulhu.
Oh, H.P. Lovecraft.
Yeah, didn't H.P. make a whole story about that?
Yes, the Shadow over Innsmouth.
Yeah,
it's or the Dunwich
and the dude
horror.
Gets saved by the fish people and shit.
Yeah, it was either the Dunwich Horror or the Horror at Red Hook. I believe maybe that was the Horror at Red Hook.
Yeah.
Yes, and so it's at any rate, he's not saved by the fish. He realizes he's a hybrid. He realizes he's one of them, and
oh shit, that is a horror.
Yeah,
shit.
Yeah. It's so it's a yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, there you go with that. But yeah, there is a extreme, what they call gender dimorphic. It's extreme dimorphism in the genders in mermaids, but that's because the women are the lures and the men just come in for the kill and they don't need to look good. But that's the way it operated for millions of years before the advent of changes in technology. Such as,
there's Dagon and Shadow over Innsmouth.
Yeah,
those are the fish ones.
It's Shadow over Innsmouth, not Dagon. Yeah, Dagon is Dagon is just a study in mood. It really is just a study in mood. Yeah. It's but.
Yeah, what does the ending mean? There is no meaning.
There's no meaning. It's nihilism. That's the whole point. Is that Lovecraft is not trying to encourage nihilism, far from it, but he is, just so people understand.
Well, it's in the narrator is like addicted to morphine from the First World War, so yeah, he's just fucked up.
Yeah. Basically. Yeah, but all such being said, H.P. Lovecraft,
and he's in a San Francisco hospital. There you go.
Oh, okay. Well, that's the end of it there. Yeah. Yeah. After that, yes. Doesn't he jump out the window at the end? If I remember correctly.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, he kills himself at the end. He pulls who was that dude who Forrestal? It was James Forrestal jumped out the window, right? Pushed out the window. He pulls a Forrestal. And that's the debate at the end. Did he jump or was he pushed? And essentially he was pushed in both cases. So thank you for that tangent. It's relevant. It's all relevant to what we've been dealing with for so long. At any rate, no doubt the religious right has largely been an evangelical Protestant enterprise, construing Judeo-Christian values according to its own social policy preferences. No doubt, Judeo-Christian has sometimes become, in the hands of some evangelical leaders, hegemonic and exclusionary in the way Jewish critics of the term have long alleged. One case in point is the reaction of Tony Perkins, president of the Family Research Council, to the DAR, Daughters of the American Revolution's, decision a dozen years ago to remove references to Jesus in its prayers in deference to differences in its members' religious beliefs. So get this shit.
What? So they all renounce Christ, basically.
They all renounce the Christ in favor of worshiping the fucking Jew.
Right.
The Jew worshippers.
Oh yeah, and we called it. Remember when we were on last and they did the ceasefire signature?
Yes.
They already traded fire.
Yeah.
Like the second they all get back in their houses.
Hamas did not trade fire. The Jews attacked. Attacked.
Well, it's almost like it's compulsive. They all went back home and then they started firing rockets.
I told you they couldn't stop.
I don't think it's like even conscious. It's just like they're back.
Yeah.
Shoot.
Yeah, seriously. It's reflexive.
And, I don't think they like meant to do it even. It's just it happens.
And Trump just rushed to their defense saying, we'll join the Jews in stamping you out, Hamas. Lay down all your arms. And I said, how is that fair? Hamas is supposed to lay down all their arms while the Jews are lobbing missiles and attack helicopters and poison gas. Seriously. Trump wants to join.
And did you hear? They didn't really publicize it much, but when they said, they returned some of the prisoners, and they said the rest of the prisoners you have to get bulldozers to dig them out. So they're like in like mass graves somewhere.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
And the Gaza people were like, we need heavy equipment to get these people out, these bodies out.
Yeah.
They said, you're not getting shit. Yeah.
Well, there you go. They don't give a shit. Jews never gave a shit about the hostages at all. That was never even a question.
They just, all the bullshit about what they said the Nazis did, they just lined them up and shot them into a hole and then bulldozed it.
There you go. Yeah. That's thank you. That's the who do you think the Nazis learned it from? Yeah. At any rate, for those of you who don't know, Tony Perkins, whose name is ironically identical to Anthony Perkins, the actor who played the original Psycho. Tony Perkins, the president of the Family Research Council, was found guilty of incest with all his daughters, of which he has something like a half a dozen at least, to maybe a dozen or 24. No one knows, because so many of them were had with different wives in his harem, his concubines in his cult. So this guy's hardly a prize. And yet, when he was the president of the Family Research Council, in condominium with the DAR, the Daughters of the American Revolution. These are all great-great-great-granddaughters of George Washington, Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, and the like, Alexander Hamilton, all that shit. they all decided to remove all references to Jesus in their prayers in deference to Judaism, because Jesus is your Christ is the Antichrist of the Jews. And for that reason, let's not insult the Jews. We worship the Jews, not Christ. If you don't get it by now, your head's so far up your ass, it'll take major surgery to...
Well, according to them, the Messiah hasn't come, so they don't even count Jesus. Like, even the Quran counts Jesus as, like, one of the prophets, but they don't.
Yeah, but the Jews don't. No, they're waiting for Moshiach. Yeah, Moshiach.
Yeah.
And Messiah.
So it's different. Yeah.
Yeah. And in his own...
To them.
Yeah, thank you. In his own Washington Update radio show, Tony Perkins declared, "For the organization, which was established in 1890, this signals a dramatic change in the strong Judeo-Christian roots of the DAR, the Daughters of the American Revolution. After all, this is a service group meant to perpetuate..."
Who are those people?
Yeah, what?
I said, who are those people? It sounds like Washington in drag or something.
No, these are the great-great-great-granddaughters, the genealogical descendants of George Washington, Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, Alexander Hamilton, and all the founding fathers.
Well, they were never Christian anyways.
Yeah, well, touche. Yeah, I mean, they were all deists, yes.
Oh, okay, I see them now.
Yeah, old biddies and shit.
Star.
It's like an old lady's knitting circle. Right. Yeah, like an old lady's knitting.
Oh yeah, this shit looks boring.
Darning circle. Oh yeah. That's no. There's
They basically just keep like archives and shit.
Yeah. No, they all meet and have tea and crumpets and shit and talk about how the world's going to hell. At any rate, so a
lot of them are mixed. Holy shit! There's like 2 or 3 mixed people.
Dude, don't you realize these were all slave owners? Dude, these were all fucking slave owners.
Well, they were doing more than just owning the slaves.
Yeah, they were fucking them. Dude, they were all fucking their slaves. So finally they said, oh, well, if you were a product of their sperm donation, you can join us too and shit. And, then all these, high yellows started showing up and octoroons and shit. And, half of them are mulatto because guess fucking what? George Washington and Benjamin Franklin and Thomas Jefferson and Alexander Hamilton were all fucking their slaves left and right and had more children with them than they did with their own wives. So, now the Daughters of the American Revolution are basically fucking mocha caramel. Fuck it, they're just straight out latte. Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty light skinned. They're not like dark or anything.
Yeah. They, the founding fathers said they were doing them a favor. Said we're breeding you up. We're breeding you up, bitch. Yeah, that's and made them say thank you too. I'm daddy. Don't forget I'm daddy. Yeah, that's at any rate.
Makes you wonder what the heck was going on. It's like. Didn't some of them like fall in love with them? Like, what's this, Jefferson?
Yeah, it's called Stockholm Syndrome. Yes. I mean, on the part of the slave, it's called Stockholm Syndrome. On the part of the master, it wasn't love. That's not love. They're maintaining someone as property. They're legally considered an animal. That's called bestialism by definition. In the society of their day, they're a bunch of perverts fucking animals. The beasts of the field. By their definition, not mine.
Yeah.
At any rate, it's there you go.
But I don't think deists really cared about Christ. I mean, right? So it's almost redundant to say they were Christian, right?
Yeah, true enough. But then they started picking up this Judeo-Christian shit. So what's that about? Other than the fact that they worship the fucking Jew.
Because the Masons and stuff were considered Israelites.
There you go.
So it's a whole different concept.
Yes.
To what we know of as Judaism. It's like this like elite, only the elites are that group.
Yes.
So
yes. But again, in still holding prayer to make themselves look godly, to maintain the facade of godliness, they hold prayer, yet they do not acknowledge the Christ because they're really for all intents and purposes, fucking satanic. Now, so at any rate, in his own Washington Update radio show, Perkins declared, and to read his quote, "For the organization, which was established in 1890, this signals a dramatic change in the strong Judeo-Christian roots of the DAR, the Daughters of the American Revolution. After all, this is a service group meant to perpetuate the memory of the American Revolution and the values for which we fought. Like it or not, those values and our nation's identity were rooted in the Christian tradition." No, they really weren't. They were
Correction, Puritans.
Correction. Thank you. "And while society may have changed over the years, the intentions of our founders to build a godly nation has not." Yes, they thought that deism is the philosophy or the theology, if you will, depending on your perspective, that God created our universe, a mechanized, clockwork, automatic universe, a machine that he then abandoned, and his throne is empty, and the deists felt that they were the men who would seat their butts upon that throne and take the place of God. That's what they meant when they said godly. When they said we're godly, they meant we are as fucking gods. Until you get that through your fucking head, you you just don't get it. And who else thinks like that? The fucking Jew, who says we're the children of God. We're godly.
And Satanists, for that matter.
Yeah, thank you. Good point.
Right?
Yes.
To become like God. And shit.
Yes, that's true. That's
or
true.
at least, almost call him LaVey.
Yeah, Anton Szandor LaVey's. Yeah, which again mentioned that his genes were put into fucking Andrew Tate. They've got the same fucking birthmark and everything. Oh, they were put into the father. His genes were put into the father, who then inseminated the LaVey gene into his wife and produced the Tate brothers. Yes, there we are. That was pretty spooky. They have the same birthmark on their left eye. It's like identical, and he has like the same, goatee and the style of his, cutting his hair bald, bald head. Oh yeah.
So, and the whole him, his whole ideology is similar.
Yeah, absolutely.
Become this
as God,
egotistical being.
Yeah. There you go. I am. As God.
Tate always says, "I'm God's favorite. That's why he loves me." Shit like that.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's what a piece of shit. At any rate, and of course, that explains everything, and it means that the Tate brothers are indirectly related to.
Oh, and get this, I was listening to him talking to Tucker Carlson.
Yeah.
And he asked him, "Oh, what was what was up with your dad?" And he said, "Oh, he died, blah blah blah." And then he goes into the background and he said, "My father was in the I think he was, I forget which branch, but he was in the military and then somehow went to the CIA later."
Air Force.
When he was playing chess. Air Force.
Yeah, it was Air Force.
And so this is the first time I ever heard him talk about.
Yeah, and you remember who else was in the Air Force? Fucking Derek Talley's father. But go on.
Yeah, Derek. Yeah, all these people. Yeah, that are sketch, getting moved around all the time. Yeah, brainwashies and shit.
Yeah.
But he said, my
Laura
father.
Lee Solomon. Laura Lee Solomon was. in the Air
Laura
Force.
Lee Solomon. That's right.
Go on.
Holy shit! They must do some heavy shit in there.
Yeah,
but
they do. Yeah.
Brainwashing wise.
And you know who else was? Remember who else was? Jameson Reese.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
No fucking way.
Yeah, he
probably couldn't last.
Yeah, he was in Air Force boot camp, but he was washed out of boot camp for psychosis.
Yeah, no shit. Imagine him saying, "I'm gonna cast spells. I'm gonna cast spells on all of you." Yeah. And everyone was like too scared to beat him up, so they just said, "Get him out of here."
Yeah, there you go. Love it.
But anyways, his father, so Tate's father, he said, "My father was discharged." And then Tucker said, "Oh, what happened?" or something. And he said, "Oh, I don't want to talk about that. I won't say that story."
There you go.
So who knows what he did in the force?
Well, basically he went through MK Ultra, Clockwork Orange, and then the genetic injection.
It's probably the same shit that happened to you. Like,
yeah, no doubt.
he went through the nanoplasma and then killed someone.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. That's what happened.
Or in your case, a whole bunch of people.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, they let him out because he could speak Russian and play chess. They just let him go cavort with the KGB playing chess and shit.
Yeah.
After the fall.
Yeah, well, there you go. I mean, well, as a black man, he would have been a fool to defect, so they weren't too worried about that. Of course, there were plenty of black fools who defected to the Greater Soviet Union, but they paid the price.
Yeah, I don't hear about them.
Yeah, there's a reason why. Yeah, at any rate, so when it comes to Tate, that means that the Tate brothers are indirectly related to Zena LeVay and her daughter. I always forget her name. Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift.
Thank you. Yeah, and
but I'm sure that's just a stage name. But yeah.
Yeah, it's just a stage name. No, it really is. Yeah, and who? Oh Jesus! What's her husband's name again? That footballer? What's his name again?
Kelsey.
Kelsey. He's doing some weird cooking shit. Did you see that shit? It's like
I have no idea.
Yeah, Kelsey cooks. Yeah, Kelsey football cook. Yeah, football.
Kelsey's Kitchen. That's good.
Kelsey's Kitchen. Kelsey's Kitchen.
Travis Kelsey's Kitchen.
Yeah, believe that shit.
Like, dude, you're already a millionaire and you married a billionaire. Just fucking, if you don't want to play anymore, just retire.
Yeah, thank you.
They like won't let him out of his contract and shit.
Yeah. It's like, who wants to eat at Kelsey's Kitchen? I mean, granted, I don't.
Like, what do these meathead make? Like, these meatheads just, yeah, look, barbecue dinners.
Of course. Of course.
Oh, I clicked on the site and get this. It says potential security risk ahead. Holy shit.
I love it.
So I'm definitely not going to go there. So his shit was already hacked within hours.
There you go. Poor son of a bitch.
This is like, he's just like rebranding fucking Meals on Wheels shit.
Thank you.
Brisket, burnt brisket ends. Like, come on, dude.
Oh, God. So, little restaurant review here. The other day, when I finally had time to go to the bank and get what little money there that I had left out of the account, I stopped. Oh, this was the day that I got the flu and COVID shot simultaneously. And
so before you blame the restaurant, let's the
food didn't make me sick, but
yeah.
I went to the it's just called That New Place on Polk or something like that, and it's serving all the shit that I'm attracted to, all the shit that I got programmed to loving because of my dad. Now, the man who raised and guided me,
Okay, I was gonna say, are you gonna blame the Blood Boys for everything?
No. It was my legal father, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, whose birthday is on the 23rd. That individual,
some classic American shit.
Yeah. Well, I love him dearly, but I've always said this with the greatest affection. He had he was a combination of Homer Simpson and Al Bundy. It was like he really was, and he just loved crap food. He really loved just shit food, and so through him I developed a cultivated taste for all this crap. But this new place on Polk, I think that's the name of it. I went in and I made the mistake of ordering one of my favorite meals, huevos rancheros, and it was. And I also ordered a big side order of their onion rings, and get this shit. Their onion rings were the best fucking onion rings I ever had. They were enormous. I mean, these are like a boat's chain of onion rings. I mean, just huge onion rings. Wet, juicy, inside of a dry, crispy husk. Wet and juicy on the inside. Actual onion. Real big onion, with a, crisp batter around it. I loved it. I mean, great stuff. The huevos rancheros, just horrible. It had all these vegetables. It's California style or some shit. It might as well have been Meals on Wheels. Honest to fucking Christ, I might as well have been eating a Meals on Wheels meal. It really.
What do you have against vegetables? What the fuck?
That's not what you get huevos rancheros for. You get them for eggs and beans, dude, and the fucking tortillas. Right. Eggs, beans, and tortillas. You don't get them for fucking vegetables. Oh God.
Whatever you say, man.
Yeah. And the poached eggs. Maybe it's because they were poached, were so small. It was just. I'm sorry, it was horrible. But I'll try anything twice. I'm gonna go in there again, try something else. But and of course I'll always be a fan of their onion rings.
Honestly, those vegetables probably save your ass from getting all those jabs all at the same time and shit.
Oh, I don't know about that. But yeah, the jabs I got at the same time, right?
There's no reasoning with a vampire.
Yeah, I guess not. Yeah, after that I got the allergy shot full of the dust mite juice. You know, dust mite shit and shells and bodies all mixed together and shit.
Next thing you're going to say that's your vegetables. Like
yeah, that's my vegetables. Yeah, that's it. Reagan would have said so. Remember, Reagan said ketchup is a vegetable for the school cafeterias.
Yeah, and pizza.
Yeah, and pizza. Yeah, yeah.
Ridiculous.
Now, okay, so I would caution against thinking that Judeo-Christian language on the religious right has nothing to do with Jews and Judaism based on all the history I've just articulated. The movement has from the beginning steered clear of Judeophobia and enthusiastically supported the state of Israel. This is not to its credit, but to that extent at least, it cannot be accused of using Judeo as merely a fig leaf for a Christianist agenda. However, the abuse of Judeo-Christian language by the religious right vis-a-vis the Jews is parsed. Far more consequential has been its deployment vis-a-vis Islam in the wake of the attacks of 9/11. Back in 2002, Franklin Graham remarked on Religion and Ethics Newsweekly that the God of Islam is not the same God of the Christian or the Judeo-Christian faith. By the way, what does that fucking sentence even fucking mean? Of the Christian or Judeo-Christian faith? You mean there's a separate religion called Judeo-Christianity that I'm unaware of? I've never heard anyone say, I'm a Judeo-Christian because you're either one or the other. The closest you could get to being a Judeo-Christian would be an ethnic Jew who converts to Christianity, a Jew for Jesus. Then you wouldn't use the term Judeo-Christian, you would simply say Christian. I'm ethnically Jewish, but Christian by faith. But to continue with this guy's inanity, or should I say insanity, his second sentence is about Islam. The God of Islam is not the same God of the Christian or the Judeo-Christian faith. It is a different God, and I believe a very evil and very wicked religion. After the midterm elections of 2006, the Representative Virgil Goode, a Virginia Republican, achieved some notoriety by publicly criticizing the decision of the first Muslim elected to Congress to take his oath of office by placing his hand upon a Quran, a position he justified in op-ed, an opinion editorial titled, Save Judeo-Christian Values. So you see the term Judeo-Christian now simply is used as an antithesis of Islam. Moving forward, via that same individual, Representative Virgil Goode's Washington report in 2014, the irrepressible Tony Perkins said, "We are a nation that was founded on Judeo-Christian principles. That's the foundation of our nation. Not Islam, but the Judeo-Christian God." In 2016, a retired Air Force Colonel, Tom Snodgrass, a contributor to a website called Right Side News, which means it's on the wrong side of everything, referred to the overt and covert war being conducted by the political forces of Islam in order to subjugate the Judeo-Christian religions and their societies. Now, such examples could easily be multiplied. I could go on forever. I just make 12 points. First, there is in such language the setting up of a clash of civilizations between the Judeo-Christian on one side and the Muslim on the other, a clash that, unsurprisingly, is mirrored in the ideology of Al-Qaeda and other radical Islamist groups. And second, in service to that end, the Christian right has been at pains to declare that Muslims do not have the same God as Judeo-Christians. This is a complicated subject that I do not propose to get into in the time I have left tonight, except to note that for retro-conservative evangelicals, it was anything but innocuous for Larisha Elaine Hawkins, a tenured political science professoress at Wheaton College, where our dear friend Keith Cole worked at that time, to have posted on Facebook that Christians and Muslims worship the same God. So far as the rhetoric of the religious right is concerned, the Judeo-Christian stands in direct opposition to the Abrahamic. Just as Christian had served as a populist cue for hostility to Jews in the 1930s, so the dog whistle Judeo-Christian has become emblematic of evangelical hostility to Muslims in the post-World War III/Cold War era. Let me turn, finally, to the latest twist in Judeo-Christian civilizational conflict, namely Bannonism. Steve Bannon has for some time been an evangelist for the Judeo-Christian West in his conception of a value system as well as a place. Here's how he described it in a talk he Skyped into a meeting of the conservative, I should say retro-conservative, Catholic Human Dignity Institute, which some of you might think to be, well, oxymoronic, that was held at the Vatican itself in the summer of 2014. I'm quoting Steve Bannon now. So I think the discussion of should we put a cap on wealth creation and distribution? It's something that should be at the heart of every Christian that is a capitalist. What is the purpose of whatever I'm doing with this wealth? What is the purpose of what I'm doing with the ability that God has given us, that divine providence has given us to actually be a creator of jobs and a creator of wealth? I think it really behooves all of us to really take a hard look and make sure that we are reinvesting that back into positive things. But also to make sure that we understand that we are at the very beginning stages of a global conflict. And if we do not bind together as partners with others in other countries, that this conflict is only going to metastasize. Metastasize. I'm actually quoting what he said verbatim. Notice that there's no evidence of support for either government regulation of wealth or the kind of private charity customarily advocated by religious retro-conservatives. The positive things capitalists should be reinvesting in, we know from Bannon's other work, is investment in economic activity at home. Such enlightened capitalism, investment presumably undertaken voluntarily against pure bottom-line calculation, he believes to be the result of Judeo-Christian values that have been under assault in the West for several decades per his paradigm. Not that we, America, can go it alone. National partners are needed. The Judeo-Christian West is threatened from the inside by global elites and from the outside by Islamism as a neo-medievalist totalitarian ideology, and even more by Chinese communist-dominated Eurasia. Taken down to essentials, this vision consists of economic nationalism econo-nationalism or eco-nationalism, joined to a simplified version of Huntington's conception of the clash of civilizations. As Bannon told The Economist magazine shortly after leaving the White House in 2017, "I want the world to look back in 100 years and say their mercantilist Confucian system lost. The Judeo-Christian liberal West won." Now, over the past decade, Bannon has been stumping around Europe to advance a nationalist, anti-migrant agenda, thus far with mixed results, better in Hungary or Magyarország and Italia than in Poland and France. To train a pseudo-intellectual cadre, he's setting up an academy for the Judeo-Christian West in a former monastery outside of Rome. The role of Bannonism in the emergence of transnational rightist ideology needs to be taken seriously. See Mark Lila's work titled Two Roads for the French Right in the New York Review of Books, as dated December 20th of 2018. Now, during the 1930s, back to fascism, Judeo-Christian came into American public discourse as a way of opposing fascist Judeophobia. After World War II, or rather after cessation of proactive prosecution of hostilities per the Second World War, it became the watchword of an America standing for human freedoms against communism. With the rise of the religious right, it was transformed into a synonym for traditional sexual mores, well, reactionary sexual phobias, really, and later into a shibboleth for Islamophobia. In Bannonism, it has been made into the underpinnings of populist eco-nationalism, econo-nationalism, I mean to say. We could call it pop econo-nationalism, the Putin populism, the Putinho populism of our time. In the hands of its protagonist, it has become the watchword for what it was pressed into service to attack. This is not a happy evolution. Now the culling of Charlie Kirk, an American right-wing Christo-nationalist influencer, by a pre-positioned patsy at Utah Valley University on Wednesday of the first full week of Yestermancies, was but the latest iteration of an old plague of political violence in America. It is woven into this nation's very fabric, from the assassinations of Lincoln and the Kennedys to the murders of Malcolm X, the Commander George Lincoln Rockwell, the Right Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and Richard Oakes the Mohawk, through to John Lennon. In recent years, it has reared its head again, from the 2021 January 6th insurrection on site our American Capitol, abort assassination acts self-staged by Putin's puppet President Trump, and the politically motivated murders of Minnesota House Speakeress Melissa Hortman and her husband this past June. Within minutes, political figures began sharing prayers and reactions to the news from Utah. But what stood out in this case wasn't only the speed at which the reactions came, but also the dark corners from which they camest. In Israel, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu mourned Kirk as a lion-hearted friend of Israel, who fought the lies and stood tall for Judeo-Christian civilization. Israel's Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar, Israel's Foreign Ministry and lawmaker Benny Gantz mourned Kirk as a representative of the Judeo-Christian values that unite Israel and America, or some variation thereof. Other right-wing Israeli politicians rush to weaponize the tragedy, abusing it to stoke fear, amplify Islamophobia, and fold Kirk's execution for crimes against literally inner peace, into their broader anti-left agenda. National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir said, "The collusion between the global left and radical Islam is the greatest danger to humanity today." Diaspora Affairs Minister Amichai Chikli, or more like Amichai Chikli, implored Jews and Christians, Americans and Israelis to ensure that freedom prevails against the sword of Islamist fanaticism and the neo-Marxist tyranny hiding behind a liberal mask. Marxist? That's as kike as you could fucking get. Every Israeli was originally a goddamn Marxist. It's a atheistic socialistic state, you son of a bitch. Why would Netanyahu, Ben-Gvir, and other figures on the Israeli right rush to memorialize an ultra-Christian American pundit who also floated conspiracy theories against the Jews? Why would the central Israeli city of Netanya rush to name a Charlie Kirk Plaza by Thursday afternoon, within 24 hours of his getting taken out on Wednesday? The answer lies in the symbiosis between American Christo-nationalism and Israel's own far-right project. Kirk's brand of politics, a fusion of religious absolutism, culture war agitation, and disdain for liberal institutions, mirrors the rhetoric of Israel's ruling coalition. His death offers Israeli figures a chance to fold an American figure into their narrative of global struggle, casting Israel's critics, the left and Muslims, as common enemies under the banner of Judeo-Christian values. Well, if Judeo-Christian values equate to Israeli values, if you're Judeo-Christian, you're a genocidal piece of shit. And if someone you know identifies as Judeo-Christian, tell them Hitler's son said so. With the long history of divisiveness attached to this term, it is simply irredeemable by now, and people that truly accept and love the diversity of our world, our country, and our cities need to put this term to pasture. We must recognize that most things that are similar among Jews and Christians are also similar for Muslims. This term excludes a part of our initiative in core values by that regard. By our initiative, I mean, us radicalized centrists, us fascists, radicalized centrists by another name. And everybody's stolen my term, so it's going to get increasingly confused, so you've got to pay attention. For things that fit the definition of being linked to all three groups, Abrahamic is the better term. If there are other groups that might also be linked, maybe common among many groups would also be a good phrase to apply. Many names and places are found in all three of our faith's holy books. Few important concepts that span Judaism and Christianity are not also in Islam. Perhaps you have heard the term abused for things you are pretty sure are just part of Christianity and Judaism. But are you even sure these are not just Christian concepts? On more than one occasion, the term has been abused for things that are not, in any way, shape, or form, Judaic. There is nothing wrong with calling Christian views, opinions, and ideas simply Christian, especially when it is the most accurate term. As a vampire in Christ, possessed of Lucifer, I would much rather a Christian speak from and embrace their Christian identity than subsume themselves within the synagogue of Satan. This brings us to the myth of the Judeo-Christian tradition. The Judeo-Christian tradition has always been cited by those who oppose stricter gun controls in the United States of America. A Texan Republican congressman recently expostulated, "The United States of America has always had guns. It's our history. We were built on the Judeo-Christian foundation, and with guns." I mean, really? I mean,
yeah, because the Chinese didn't invent gunpowder or anything.
Thank you. I mean, how do you respond to something like that? Now, American society was riven circa 2022 by the Supreme Court's ruling on abortion. The Christian right see this as a triumph for the so-called Judeo-Christian tradition. One website praised an archbishop in my own Golden Gate at San Francisco for denying communion to Nancy Pelosi, the pro-choice Speaker of Congress. Though I secretly hope and that he just denied her because she's Jewish, but the spoken reason was because she's pro-choice. The president of that far-right Christian, or should I say Judeo-Christian organization whose website praised that archbishop, whose name I honestly don't remember, said, "I feel confident that I speak for all of us in congratulating Archbishop Cordileone for his moral vision and faithfulness to Judeo-Christian tradition." I'm reading it off the website, so it's Archbishop Cordileone. Sounds like a mafia don. This is nonsense. Unlike the Catholic Church, Judaism is not categorically opposed to abortion. There be no dogma in Judaism which declares that life begins at conception, or indeed at any other particular moment. In fact, they believe anyone who's non-Jewish to be soulless, so life never truly begins. Therefore, Jews killing non-Jews is not considered murder. It's more like slaughter of animals in their paradigm. So there be no need for such a dogma. That's not how Judaism works, or should I say dysfunctions. The Jewish religion is a way of life. There are things they do and things they don't do, but in most instances, they rely on their legal authorities to interpret their traditions and weigh up the consequences of an action before deciding whether or it should or should not be done. And when it comes to the moment at which life begins, they do not have any official view. A foetus is different from a living person. There are no statutory mourning rituals for a miscarried foetus. The Jewish position on abortion is very clear. The mother's life has primacy. If a foetus is deemed to be endangering the mother's life, then it is regarded in halakhic terms as a pursuer. In Jewish law, If they see someone chasing another with the intention of killing them, they are obliged to intervene even if it means killing the pursuer. Similarly, if a foetus is deemed to be pursuing the mother, endangering her life, an abortion is not only permitted, but mandated. Divinely mandated. Kill that fucking baby! And the critical matter here, of course, is what they mean by danger. Are they speaking only about physical danger? That the mother will not survive the childbirth? What about her mental health? Or her inability to raise children, for example, due to learning difficulties or poverty? Do these count as danger too? There are no easy answers to these questions, and most rabbinic authorities would not countenance abortion on demand for the sake of convenience without being able to show that the mother is in some way endangered. But this is a far cry from prohibiting abortion ab initio due to dogmatic ideology or a dogmatic position that life begins at conception, which is a misconception in and of itself if ever there was. The very idea of the Judeo-Christian tradition is a myth. It may have served a purpose once as a symbol of solidarity against Judeophobia and monolithic communism. Today, it has become a symbol of bigotry, a rallying cry for the evangelical far right, for those who would impose a blanket ethical view of Weltanschauung, an unethical worldview upon others, rather than encouraging the Jewish religious values of education, interpretation, and debate. An internet search on the Judeo-Christian tradition returns hundreds of results. It is revealing that while most of the articles in favor of such a tradition are on Christian websites, the vast majority of those written by Jews reject the idea that such a tradition exists at all, and they are in the right. The very idea of the Judeo-Christian tradition is an artifice. There is no such thing. Humans are, on the whole, a diverse bunch. Embracing our diversity and uniqueness is as important as it is to identify and connect on our similarities. Connecting and enjoying those around us is already something we try to do, so why not do it just a little bit better? This reflex to recast violence for partisan ends is revealing. Political violence is never neutral, and the right wing of both Israel and these United States have mastered how to abuse it. When its own camp commits violence, it is downplayed, excused, or recast as necessary to preserve order. When the right is on the receiving end, the same act becomes proof of a civilizational struggle, a rallying cry to clamp down further on any and all dissent. Violence is the right's natural currency, whether as the perpetrator or as the victim. Speaking to Fox News on the day after his demise about Kirk, Charlie Kirk, the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spraketh of radical Islamists and their union with the ultra-progressives, who use violence to try to take down their enemies. He noted the twa comical attempts at acting out abort assassinations against Trump, adding, "They tried to kill me here in Israel too," to spite the fact that despite there never having been any known attempt on any Netanyahu's life in the annals of recorded history. Even though there should have been thousands. There hasn't been a single one. How do you explain that? Talk about occult protection. You know, Brendan's willing to interject there if he wishes, but what unites responses to the shooting of Charlie Kirk in both Israel and these United States is not grief, but strategy, a willingness to seize on tragedy to fortify power. That is the contagion. Not only the spread of political violence, but the reflex to instrumentalize it. Until that is confronted, each act of bloodshed will not only scar the body politic, but also tighten the grip of those who profit from fear. If there was any remaining doubt, on Tuesday, your African time, Q Monday opening the first full work week of last month, this side of the Atlantic, Israel made clear that it does not want a peaceful settlement to its genocide in Gaza, launching an aerostrike on Hamas officials in Turkey Qatar's sub-capital of Doha, a Gaza-side mediator. Israel had long promised to pursue the perpetrators of October 7th, 2023, wherever they are. But until yestermenses, that had not included Turkey Qatar, where Israel struck a via hoping to kill Hamas leaders. 5 members of the group and a Turkey Qatari official were killed, but the attack does not appear to have gone as planned. The group's top leadership, including its exiled Gaza leader and chief ceasefire negotiator, who was reportedly the intended target, survived. Regardless, the impact has been massive. The White House has attempted to distance itself from that strike, even appearing somewhat critical of Israel, but Donald Trump's suggestion that he was not involved in the decision to launch it is risible. The United States has an advanced aero defense warning system staffed by its own personnel in Israel and other tracking systems in Jordan, while Turkey Qatar houses the American Empire's largest Air Force base in the Middle East. In Israel's view, any efforts at peace talks are just getting in the way of its plans to destroy Hamas and force Gaza's remaining Palestinians into a small humanitarian zone conveniently close to the Egyptian border. This position is not new. On both targeted and mass assassinations, aiming to wreck peace deals and ensure it gets its own way, Israel enacts SOP, the SOP, or Standard Operational Procedure, stretching back for decades. What's new here is that the damage could extend to the gradually warming relations between Israel and the Arab Gulf states. Ergo, Israel's preeminent security threat has never been Hamas, but Netanyahu. 12 years into Israel's war on Gaza, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has shown no sign of backing down. Despite the latest ceasefire efforts, he has vowed to keep Israeli forces in most of Gaza, even as all the hostages were freed. Donald Trump has threatened Hamas with hell itself if it doesn't accept the raw deal. Israel's greatest long-term threat is not Hamas, but Netanyahu himself. His government's relentless assault on Gaza, along with attacks on negotiators and disregard for peace, has left Israel isolated, branded a pariah, and is even responsible for fueling a rise in Judeo-phobic violence worldwide. Israel's strategic declaration proves that their Super Sparta strategy is bad history and bad policy. By striking Turkey Qatar, Netanyahu has simultaneously forsworn negotiations and expanded the battlefield. Reports from the 9th through the 10th days in September of 2025 indicate that Israel conducted an aerostrike in Doha, Turkey, Qatar, targeting Hamas leaders. This unprecedented strike occurred as Hamas was reviewing a United States-backed ceasefire proposal, leading to widespread condemnation and observations that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu abandoned all negotiations. Israel's September 9th strike on Hamas's leadership team in Doha, Turkey, Qatar, apparently an attempt to kill chief negotiator Khalil al-Hayya, among others, underscores the degree to which its war aims have shifted. Israel has abandoned negotiation and embraced the uncompromising destruction of Hamas, meaning the Palestinians as a people, regardless of the diplomatic or humanitarian costs. Let's talk about the strike on Turkey, Qatar. Qatar being but a colony, an occupied colony of Turkey. In terms of target and casualties, the Israeli military launched a strike on a residential compound in Doha's West Bay Lagoon district where senior Hamas leaders were meeting. According to Hamas, 5 of its members were killed, though the senior negotiating team reportedly survived. A Turkey Qatari security officer was also killed. As for the motive, Netanyahu stated that the strike was intended to eliminate Hamas leaders involved in the October 7th, 2023 attacks on Israel, and that the days are over when terrorist leaders enjoy immunity anywhere. The operation, codenamed Fire Summit, had reportedly been planned for months. In terms of undermining the peace efforts, the attack took place while Hamas was considering a new United States proposed ceasefire framework that Israel had reportedly accepted. The timing led to accusations that Netanyahu intended to derail the peace talks all along. Turkey Qatar's Prime Minister, Mohammed bin Abdulrahman al-Thani, accused Netanyahu of wasting our time in recent weeks and described the strike as state terror, which, of course, that's exactly what it is. Israel, having a well-established reputation for conducting brazen attacks against its adversaries on foreign soil. Even so, yesterday, last month's aerostrike that targeted Hamas's political leadership at a diplomatic compound in Doha, Turkey, Qatar, Israel's first ever military action against a Gulf Arab nation, sent shockwaves around the world. Turkey Qatar's Prime Minister denounced it quite rightly as state terrorism. Mainstream mass media machine outlets rightly described it as unprecedented, and statements of condemnation swiftly rolled in from around the world. While Israel failed to mass assassinate Hamas's top leaders, the strike did kill 5 members of Hamas and 1 Turkey Qatari security official. It plans to keep trying. The Israeli ambassador to these United States, Yekil Liter, told Fox News, "If we didn't get them this time, we'll get them next time." Several aspects of this incident are worth highlighting. The consequences and reactions. In terms of regional expansion, the strike on Turkey Qatar is part of a broader pattern of recent Israeli military operations across the Middle East, including actions in the Gaza, Lebanon, Syria, Yemen, and Tunisia. This expansion of the battlefield has drawn severe international criticism and raised fears of wider regional conflict. Then we have that international condemnation. The attack drew immediate backlash from multiple countries and global bodies, including the European Commission, which is considering sanctions against Israel. Canada, the United Germany, India, and numerous Arab nations also condemned the strike as a violation of international law and a danger to regional stability. And it even put a strain on United States-Israel relations. The strike creating significant friction between Israel and its key ally, the United States. While the Trump administration, the misadministration, was notified just before the strike occurred, President Donald Trump distanced himself from the decision, stating that he was very unhappy about every aspect thereof. The incident has raised questions about the American empire's ability to influence Israeli actions and secure its regional partners, given Turkey Qatar is a close ally and hosts the largest United States military base in the Middle East. And it provides only an uncertain future for mediation. The strike has put Turkey Qatar's role as a mediator at risk. Turkey Qatari and other regional leaders have questioned whether they can continue to facilitate negotiations, and a summit has been called to discuss a collective response. Of course, there was none. And when you use the term key, remember the German word for Meister key, master key, is Dietrich. So think of it, America as Israel's Dietrichonic ally, their Dietrich ally. And Israel's Turkey Qatar strike is the first blow in the next phase of its war on Iran. Once a fortress of neutrality and wealth, Turkey Qatar now finds itself on the front lines of an escalating regional conflict as Israel, Iran, and Gulf powers maneuver for strategic advantage. Turkey Qatar is one of the richest countries on the fucking planet, but its strategic value goes well beyond money. It hosts the largest United States base in the Middle East, just a few kilometers from Doha, as well as a significant Turkish military presence, essentially its force and occupation. And it runs a supermassive shared gas field with Iran. Runs the most powerful soft power in the Arab world, the Al Jazeera network, and wields a bottomless treasury to buy sports franchises and influence business, thereby worldwide. Thus, for years, while missiles flew overhead in a conflict-plagued Middle East, Turkey Qatar sat in the middle of the Gulf in a tower of ivory and steel, able to expand its interests and influence with utter serenity. Well, about 5 to 6 months ago, little less than half a year ago by now, the spell was already broken. On June 23rd, the war between Israel and Iran broke this precious neutrality as Tehran targeted the United States base at Al-Udeid, though not without first notifying the Turkey Qatari authorities and the White House. A mostly symbolic warning, but still the end of immunity, the end of neutrality. On Tuesday of that week it was the same fucking week Charlie Kirk was taken down. the first full work week in September, Doha was struck by the Israelis, and not just as a pretense. Türkiye-Qatar has become a new battlefield in an endless proxy war, the stage for the dismantling of Hamas vis-a-vis the eradication of their populace, a direct attack on the mediators, and on the peace negotiations themselves. It can only be seen as the final word erasing any possibility of a truce. But behind the explicit and immediate message, there is a deeper one. The end of immunity means the end of ambiguity. The Jewish state has been working against the axis of evil for some 20 years, and it has in fact dismantled it almost completely. The list of states to be taken down, literally, was given more than 2 decades ago by United States General Wesley Clark in an infamous interview about the Wolfowitz Plan. It was 2002, Anno Domini. President George W. Bush was preparing to attack Iraq, but did not want to stop there. The list also included Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran. That's a quote, except in the American English it's more like Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran from Wesley Clark. We've seen almost all of them fall, or in any case, be reduced to rubble. Türkiye-Qatar was not on that list, nor could it have been, as with any other country allied with Washington. This gave the Türkiye-Qatari emirs, including the current ruler, Tamim bin Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani, significant room to maneuver. Exempla gratiae. They're hosting the spiritual leader of the Muslim Brotherhood, Yusuf al-Qaradawi, and giving refuge to Hamas leaders in the name of the Palestinian cause. Their veteran political leader, Ismail Haniyeh, had his home there, traveling between Doha, Istanbul, and Tehran, and Benjamin Netanyahu waited until he was visiting the Iranian capital to eliminate him. This brings us to Netanyahu's new leverage. Now the margins have narrowed completely. With the Trump misadministration rock solid in its support, King Bibi can do what he could never do in Bush's time: annex more territories, expand the security zones in Lebanon and Syria, a de facto shifting of borders, strike his enemies anywhere in the world on the very malleable grounds of terrorism. Either way, that seems to be the message. I shake my head. Now, the direct strike in Doha has sent shockwaves all the way to Riyadh, the capital of the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula, Abu Dhabi, and Cairo, the capital of Egypt. There are no more sanctuaries for anyone as the next phase in the showdown with Iran approaches. Everything suggests it will be on a much larger scale than the 12-day war in June. And this time, the Gulf countries will have to take sides, as will Lebanon and Syria. The eradication of Hamas leadership is part of a broader program. The June conflict highlighted certain vulnerabilities that the Israeli General Staff now wants to eliminate, and all the front lines have been redrawn to that effect. the chain of American imperial bases along the Gulf Coast, too close to thousands of Iranian missiles, have become a liability. They must either serve as a forward base against the enemy, which requires a decisive political maneuver by the emirs, or remain a point of vulnerability. Lubnan and Suraya must be firmly brought into the western camp. In Damascus, or anglicized as Damascus, the fall of Bashar al-Assad's regime was not enough. Assad was Iran's man, but the new leader, Ahmed al-Shari, is aligned with the Muslim Brotherhood, for fuck's sake. He must put ambiguity behind him, or risk the country fragmenting, with Druze and Kurds ready to carve out autonomous or even independent states. And all my well wishes go towards that very end. In Beirut, Hezbollah and its Shiite ally Amal are still part of a government that is supposed to oversee their disarmament. That won't be easy. Meanwhile, the White House has ordered the end of the UNIFIL mission within a year. If the Lebanese army does not react, or rather if the Lebanon army doesn't act, the Israeli military will take care of it. Sans interference. But then, the idea of a land corridor along what was once the Shiite crescent will no longer seem utopian. Positioning commandos, special forces, and possibly more right on Iran's border is seen as crucial to bringing Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei to his knees, if he hasn't already been eliminated. In this context, the destruction of Hamas, Gaza City, and perhaps parts of the West Bank is merely a preliminary step to a much larger war. In Finitione, the Spartan model didn't work for Sparta. It will be even worse for Israel. This attack has jeopardized the prospects of a mediated settlement and the chances of recovering hostages alive, which is why so many of them weren't. It undermines relations with Turkey, Qatar, and complicates United States, or I should say American imperial policy, in a region where Washington's military presence and diplomatic leverage are already under strain. In this sense, the strike represents less a tactical blow against Hamas than a strategic decision that Israel will continue to expand the battlefield, even if doing so forecloses any hope of a ceasefire and binds its closest partners to the consequences. 10 years ago, when they met at a national prize ceremony, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu asked Irad Malkin, a classical historian, a question. We Jews are still here, but where are the ancient Greeks? A decade later, well, he seems to have found them. The month before last, Netanyahu invoked the ancient Greeks in delivering a stark warning to his country, citing Europe's growing hostility, the influence of militant Muslim minorities on European foreign policy, and what he described as Turkey-Qatari-funded disinformation campaigns on social media. Netanyahu argued that Israel faces creeping international isolation. His solution? Prepare for a new economic and strategic reality. He so declared, "We will need to adapt to an economy with autarkic features. I am a supporter of free markets, but to survive, we must ensure the capacity to produce what is necessary for national security, especially weapons. We are Athens and Sparta, and perhaps a super Sparta. We have no choice." This analogy is seductive, but dangerous. Beyond its rhetorical punch, Super Sparta reflects a striking misreading of history and a troubling projection of Israel's future. The analogy is not one of strength, but of insecurity. If taken seriously, it risks steering Israel toward the same fate that befell the original Sparta, the erosion of state and society, or I should say the erosion of society and state, and eventually military defeat. Sparta and Athens already functioned as archetypes in antiquity. Athens stood for openness, trade, intellectual curiosity, and, however imperfectly, democracy. Sparta represented paranoia and militarism. Actually, I should say the opposite order, militarism and paranoia. An austere, secretive society ruled by a warrior elite, perpetually mobilized for war and afraid of the enslaved nation that it dominated. Netanyahu's invocation of both Athens and Sparta is curious, since the twain were not complementary but antagonistic models. When Netanyahu suggests that Israel is Athens and Sparta, and perhaps Super Sparta, he collapses the dichotomy into a single vision of survival through isolation and siege. I should say, through siege and isolation. A vision rooted far more in the Spartan model. The danger of Netanyahu's metaphor lies not only in the militarized imagery, but also in the deeper historical illogic that it invokes. Ancient Sparta, like biblical Israel, justified or rationalized its very presence, its very existence, on its land through what historians call charter myths. Both societies, not Athens and Sparta, mindest ye, but Sparta and biblical Israel, both saw themselves not as native to their territory at all. They both knew themselves to be white settler regimes colonizing a hostile population. They saw themselves not as native to their territory because they knew they were not, because they were usurpers, but instead saw themselves as newcomers who had seized it with divine sanction. For the Israelites, the promise was made to Abraham by God. For Sparta, it was delivered by Zeus to the descendants of Heracles. The Heraclesian rationale. Charter myths, narratives that legitimize territorial aggrandizement or appropriation, and thereafter justify its possession, tend to emerge not from confidence, but from anxiety. What is taken, what is stolen as self-evident, requires no elaborate justification. Let me put it this way. If you really felt the land was yours, there would be no charter myth. Because what is taken as self-evident requires no elaborate rationale, no elaboration, no rationale of justification. The ancient Mesopotamian city of Eridu, whose existence supposedly dated back to the moment of creation itself, never needed a founding tale, no foundational tale, or even a story of conquest. Its existence was axiomatic, eternal, beyond challenge. By contrast, peoples who viewed themselves as latecomers to history often constructed elaborate accounts of why they belonged. Both the ancient Greeks and the Hebrews understood themselves as outsiders who had arrived, displaced others, stolen land, and settled as an apartheid state. Their myths addressed political questions. What are we doing here? Why here? Who authorized our presence? For the Hebrews, legitimacy rested on divine promise, the covenant with Abraham, and the narrative of the Exodus. For the Spartans, it was the myth of the return of the descendants of Heracles, the sons of Hercules. In this story, Zeus himself bestowed Sparta to the Spartans, thereby justifying their overthrow of the older dynasty of Menelaus and Hellene, and the establishment of a new Dorian order. Israel's biblical narrative similarly reflects a people worried about the fragility of its hold on the land itself. When Netanyahu reaches for Sparta as Israel's analog, he inadvertently reveals not resilience, but unease. Now, let me take a look at what I was sent by dear Brendan. If I can find the call. Here we are. Announcing the sound of series Emerald Sea. Interesting. Well, hopefully this... There we are. He finally got it to me. Yes. Yes, this is the young person that this woman had. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yes, you found it. You found it. Hopefully this child has survived. So let's put that into the text box here. This is what we were speaking of earlier. Actually, I guess we don't need to put it into the text box. You'd merely be exploiting the child further. But yes. Thank you so much, Brendan. You found it. You found a way to get it to me. Yes. Thank you. Now, okay, back into the flow state. Whether or not Netanyahu knows it, the idea of an affinity between Jews and Spartans had already surfaced in antiquity. As early as the 2nd century, before the Christian era, when Mediterranean powers routinely fabricated kinship ties with one another, echoes of such a connection appear. According to the first book of Maccabees, King Arius of Sparta addressed a letter to the high priest in Jerusalem. King Arius of the Spartans, to the high priest Onias, greetings! It has been discovered in a written record that the Spartans and the Jews are relatives and are both of the family of Abraham. Well, this claim was almost certainly a political invention, yet it reflects, perhaps, a perception of parallel destinies. Trois small white settler apartheid regimes justifying their place in the world, rationalizing their appropriation of stolen land through genocide and the enslavement of the surviving population base. Built on this abiding sense of insecurity, the Super Sparta analogy is particularly ill-suited as a strategic model for the 21st century. Sparta could sustain the appearance of self-sufficiency only because it sat atop a wealthy agrarian economy worked by an enslaved Helot population. Oh, we're getting happy birthday from our dear Brendan Zogit. Thank you, Brendan. Love you. He says, you're the scum of the earth. He's got a banana. You know what's funny? I force myself to eat bananas for the potassium. I want that big hit of potassium, so I force myself to, and I hate it. It's like, to me, it's like eating a turd. Eating a banana is like peeling and eating a turd to me. It tastes, to me, bananas taste like shit. I can't stand them. He says, Happy Diwali! Wishing you a happy Diwali, glowing with peace, joy, and prosperity. Yes, and of course, here we are. German flag. Alles gut. Geburtstag. Yes, have a good birthday. Yes, oh, that's so adorable, so cute. Thank you so much, dear Brendan. Love you dearly. And, okay, so, yeah, all that having been ascertained. So, this, to continue with the flow state, back into the zone, as I would say, when it comes to Sparta, what I've just described of this southern Confederate plantation model economy, even this image of isolation is misleading. In reality, Spartan autarky was a myth. Sparta was never cut off from the wider world. It pursued colonization, maintained overseas trade, and relied on the commercial networks of its subordinate communities, the Perioikoi, or dwellers around its territory, its satellite states, behind its iron curtain, if you will. Netanyahu presents Israel, like Sparta, as a besieged country, surrounded by enemies and forced into perpetual defense. But this misunderstands both states. In reality, Sparta was never truly the besieged victim. Like a modern superpower, Sparta was a regional hegemon seeking dominance beyond its borders. Similarly, in contrast to the early days when it was indeed besieged, Israel now projects power across Eurasia Africa. Nowhere has this been more evident than in the Gaza, where Israeli mass extermination campaigns have produced unprecedented destruction and civilian suffering. Another wonderful image from our dear man Brendan Zoget. Thanks so much, Brendan. And another link from Runner's World. 23 foods that have more potassium than a banana. Thank you so fucking much. Thank you so fucking much. Potatoes, lentils, and oil. Oh, God, I gotta start eating potatoes up the ass. Thank you. Thank you so fucking much. Oh, my God, I'll gladly take raw potatoes over bananas. Mini potatoes. Eat raw mini potatoes. That's what I do. Yeah. Thank you so fucking much. Yeah. Oh, God, I needed that. I hate bananas. At any rate, moreover, Israel's economic miracle rests on integration into global markets. High technology, pharmaceuticals, energy exports, and venture capital flows. To suggest that Israel could, or should, retreat into autarky is to undermine the very foundations of its prosperity. Even its defense industries, which Netanyahu champions as the backbone of national self-sufficiency, rely on international partnerships, global supply chains, and export markets. No small state, however militarized, can thrive by cutting itself off from the world. Also, we've got another Diwali definition here, symbolizing the spiritual victory of Dharma over Adharma, light over darkness, good over evil, and knowledge over ignorance. Diwali is celebrated in the Hindu lunisolar months of Ashvin. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Now, in fact, the Spartan model was ultimately unsustainable even for Sparta itself. Rigid militarism delivered short-term dominance but ensured long-term decline. In the Archaic period, Sparta produced art, poetry, and music. But by the Classical era, in the 5th and 4th centuries before the Christian era, these cultural expressions had mostly vanished. An all-consuming focus on internal control and external conquest drained the city's resources and steadily eroded its citizen body. What began as a military lifestyle meant to secure a flourishing polis, a city-state, gradually became an end in itself, leaving little room for anything else. Athens, by contrast, though defeated in war, left a legacy of ideas, institutions, and culture that shaped Western civilization. In Finitione, the Athenian-Spartan analogy endures because it reflects a genuine strategic dilemma: openness versus closure, democracy versus militarism, and engagement versus siege. Netanyahu's answer is clear, but history suggests that those who choose the Spartan path, however proudly, ultimately find themselves weaker, not stronger. Sparta's myths of divine promise were born from apprehension. Its rigid regime and a dwindling citizen body led to decline. Israel's strength has always been its ability to combine security with openness in order to become a thriving democracy, a hub of global innovation, and a bridge between cultures. To abandon that in favor of a misleading image of Spartan self-sufficiency is to mistake fragility for strength. The alternative to Super Sparta is engagement. Israel's survival will depend not only on its military might, but also on its ability to maintain alliances, integrate economically, and remain credible as a democracy. On that last count, it's already in the camp of the enemy. Ergo, Israel's biggest security threat has never been Hamas. It's Netanyahu. Over the past 12 years, Israel has killed over 66,000 Palestinians in the Gaza that we've accounted for thus far, the vast majority of whom were civilians, including 20,000 children. Tens of thousands more have been critically injured. These are life-changing injuries, or are still missing, mostly buried under rubble. The mass slaughter of Palestinians, which the United Nations Commission of Inquiry last month found to be genocide, has been the utterly devastating Israeli response to the Hamas attack of October 7th of 2023, when paramilitaries killed 1,195 people in southern Israel and took 251 people hostage. What was scarcely mentioned in the initial reaction to Hamas's assault is that it followed numerous Israeli Defense Force attacks on Gaza, which Hamas has had political control of since 2007, the year my late and sainted sire was thanatized. Over the preceding 15 years, which killed around 5,000 Palestinians in toto and injured thousands more. Now, after 12 years of genocide, the 20-point peace plan unveiled by Donald Trump sparked some brief optimism last week after Hamas signaled partial acceptance by agreeing to a hostage exchange on Friday into last weekend. That hope has already faded. A ceasefire seems unlikely, not least because Israel continues to launch aerostrikes and artillery shelling on Gaza City over the weekend, against the urging of Trump and members of his misadministration. According to the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, an average of 100 people in Gaza are still being killed by the IDF every single fucking day. The week before last, the Enclave's health ministry also reported that 453 people, including 150 children, have died of starvation since the second Nakba was instigated, as Israel's closure of all border crossings has pushed Gaza into famine. The extreme religious and nationalist elements that hold the balance of power in the Israeli government want full ethnic cleansing, followed by the Enclave's development and resettlement into a thriving Jewish domain, a process already in its early stages and causing immeasurable suffering. They are guaranteed not to uphold any plan that falls short of this. In any case, it is worth considering what peace would look like under the United States engendered plan. This involves the release of all 48 remaining Israeli hostages, only 20 of whom were known to, or even thought to still be alive, in exchange for the release of hundreds of Gazans detained in Israel, as well as the disarmament and surrender of Hamas, and the complete IDF withdrawal from Gaza within 72 hours of the deal being agreed. Substantial humanitarian aid would be sent to Gaza, and a temporary transitional entity centered on a technocratic and apolitical Palestinian committee, which would be established to handle Gaza's governance. Crucially, this body will be overseen by an international board of peace, chaired by Trump himself, with former United Kingdom Prime Minister Tony Blair the first person named as a member. The involvement of Blair and his think tank, the TBI, the Tony Blair Institute, which sounds like some tuberculotic variant, for global change, has raised many an eyebrow, not least because of Blair's decision to invade Iraq in 2003 and the TBI's record of funding and working with autocracies around the world. Blair himself works closely with Larry Ellison, the co-founder of software company Oracle, and the world's second richest person, actually the third, who has donated or pledged over £250 million to the TBI in the past 4 years, helping it grow a staff of more than 900 in around 45 countries. With the TBI at the heart of the Board of Peace and Trump as its head, then in the unlikely event that a peace process ever did evolve, it would be dominated by Western thinking on security, the kind that gave us the catastrophic conflicts in Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, and elsewhere. Now, all right. Storms in Aswan have unleashed scorpions that have killed 3 and stung 450 people. Scorpion swarms. Black scorpions as well. Schwarzen swarms. Black swarms. One sting from the Arabian fat-tailed scorpion can cause severe pain, swelling, respiratory problems, fever, muscle tremors, and ultimately death. You just die slow, tortured, in incredible pain, and screaming to whatever God you believe in, alone and afraid. This is biblical. Think of Tony Blair and Donald Trump as the multiple heads of the Antichrist risen out of the Mediterranean Sea as biblically prophesied, and these schwarzen swarms, these black swarms of scorpions emerging from Aswan as a biblical plague, as Antichrist is upon us. We are in the age of Antichrist. And in, Brendan, any thoughts? If you wish. At any rate, as I said, while Trump's peace plan was cautiously welcomed by leaders of countries across the Islamic world, it leaves all too many questions unanswered, in particular over its relevance to a future independent Palestine. Given Benjamin Netanyahu's government's fundamental opposition to a two-state solution, Trump's plan is let's just say, to be kind, it's hardly helpful in saying, and here I read therefrom, while Gaza redevelopment advances, and when the Palestinian Authority reform program is faithfully carried out, the conditions may finally be in place for a credible pathway to Palestinian self-determination and statehood, which we recognize as the aspiration of the Palestinian people. It's like, you're out at sea and you're treading water, and some guy in a boat passes you by and says, if you keep swimming, if you can keep that up, theoretically, you can make it to land. In any case, Netanyahu's record of break-in ceasefires, not to mention Israel's attack on Hamas negotiators in Turkey, Qatar, but yestermenses, means the chances of any lasting end to the conflict are nil. Non-existent. Zero. Nada. Zip. Indeed, the Israeli Prime Minister has since announced that even if the hostages were released, which they all have been, the IDF would remain in most of Gaza rather than withdrawing. Trump, meanwhile, stating that Hamas had 3 or 4 days to accept the raw deal in full or pay in hell. His words, meaning America would simply join in on the genocide and have fun while doing it, by Trump's definition. So, we have here a map showing the exact spot where a CHP vehicle was struck by shrapnel after a shell detonated over I-5 during the Trump fans' missile firings at Camp Pendleton. Yes, so they took out a CHP officer. Boy, those Epstein files must really be something to need this level of distraction. They're already fighting a war with California. And California's finest are the first in the battle line, the first on the front line. And well, any comments, Brendan? You're welcome to participate. Otherwise, I'll get back in the zone. So, 12 years on from its start, from what I'll call its instigation, the Gaza-cide seems set to continue and will likely only worsen as Netanyahu pushes ahead with his aim of the complete destruction
of
Hamas.
Believe that? They shelled I-5. Like, come on.
Yeah. I said
Ridiculous.
that. Yeah. No, I said that at the beginning of the show tonight. But I'm glad you brought it up again. It's an important point. This is a civil war. They're invading and attacking California. The Marine Corps, the United States Marine Corps, established an amphibious beachhead in California and started firing across a major interstate freeway, the I-5, and took out a California Highway Patrol car. How is this not civil war?
Ridiculous. Yeah.
Thank you. And
here's the kicker. California Highway Patrol calls the incident unusual and concerning as the Marines cancel additional firing. So these guys can't even shoot straight when everyone's stationary. I mean, come on. That's our finest. That's our finest. When everyone's sitting, they still can't shoot straight. Just ridiculous.
Dude. Yeah. Believe me, I could go on for hours about that. I've told people about this for years. Remember, I always talked about the stupid Marine Corps training and all the shit. It only cost some fatalities in combat. Yeah, it's a fucking joke.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, they can't shoot in a straight line when their leaders are there. Then they can't do anything under fire.
Ironically, I spoke of CHP training in the past as well. So it's like attracts like, I guess. But yeah, so when it comes to this, we're on the verge. We're on the verge. And like I said, we're 745 days by now into Gaza side. It's only going to continue. In fact, it will get worse.
But there was a peace deal. There's peace in the Middle East.
Well, what did you think about what I said? This is like a biblical plague, and the heads of the Antichrist have risen out of the Mediterranean Sea, as predicted. They're Blair and Trump and Netanyahu as the heads of the Antichrist, and then the scorpions emerge from the bowels of the earth in Egypt. It's biblical shit, dude. It's revelatory.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Did you hear about the Louvre getting ransacked?
Oh, tell our listeners about that. Yes.
They got broken into in broad daylight, and they stole the crown jewels of Napoleon III and his wives. Yeah, like, necklaces and crowns and tiaras and shit. Yeah.
Oh my God.
All within 4 minutes. They just came in, sawed open the thing, and left.
God damn.
Yeah.
Balls.
So
fucking balls. Yeah.
Yeah, the thieves in Europe are no joke.
Yeah.
Like, those are like professional thieves guilds and shit.
Yeah. Well, if you ever see European superhero movies from the 60s and the 70s, you would think that they were movies about supervillains. Seriously. They go around killing people and, en masse and shit. They don't give a shit. So, yeah, it's, there you go. That's what these kids probably grew up on, watching on afternoon TV or something. And they got inspired. Fuck, we got nothing to lose. Yeah. I know.
Oh, and here's the latest. SNAP benefits at risk during the shutdown. If it continues into November, 40 million people will be without food assistance. So you want to talk about revolting in the streets? We're about to see it live and direct.
Maybe. I mean, it's not like that it's not like that money was much anyway. I mean, even for the people who were reliant on it, it was only like, what, at the most $100 a month or something serious. You spend it in a few meals, really. It was worthless as it was. Honestly, the way they had, it's kind of like the Meals on Wheels we get now. It's like they've cut it in half. If a person were living on it, they would die. I mean, yeah, no joke. They would die. I only can survive on it only because I'm here only a few days of the week, a month with all that I do. But but I still need it. And but it's been a nightmare. I'll tell you that with the plumbing and everything. I still got working on the hallway before I get that dealt with. But I'm sorry?
I just said, holy shit, that's a whole ordeal.
It is.
But check this out. Israel kills 97 Palestinians since the start of the ceasefire. I mean, okay. Then there wasn't a ceasefire.
Thank you. Thank you.
What the fuck are they talking about?
Yeah, keep the mic near your mouth, by the way, because your voice is distorted.
Yeah, I said. Then what was the ceasefire? Then I mean,
obviously there was none. And did I not say this? Did I not say that this look? This is a joke, people. Don't give this any hope. I mean, like I said, Netanyahu's pushing ahead with his aim of the complete destruction of Hamas, which only means that's a euphemism for the annihilation of the entire Palestinian population base. Because Hamas is the population at this point to him and all Israelis. Hamas hides within the population, so the only way to destroy Hamas is to destroy the population. Get the logic?
Right.
You understand.
Of course. That's the oldest trick in the book, yeah.
Thank you. I mean...
Yeah, and...
yeah, go on.
Check this out. It says, oh, shit. They like trying to scrub it. Last week's meeting at the White House descended into a shouting match with Ukrainian president as Trump demands that he accept. This is to Zelensky to accept Putin's terms or be destroyed. So there you go.
Say that again? Repeat that, please?
It's okay. Last week's meeting, which was a couple days ago at this point,
Yeah.
where Trump demanded Zelensky to cede territory or be destroyed. It says, accept Putin's terms or be destroyed, he told Zelensky.
So he's officially taking Putin's side.
Yes, of course.
That's outrageous. Outrageous.
He's so wishy-washy. He just flip-flops until, there's never anything. Yeah.
He's not wishy-washy. He's always a Putinista puppet. That's so wishy-washy does not do it justice. No, he's strictly axis of evil on the side of the Sino-Slavic synaxis, or as I said, the Zio-Slavo-Cynic synaxis. And so, yes, people have to learn to use that term. It's amazing they never steal that from me, but because that would expose too much. But thank you, Brendan. I appreciate that input. I'll do my best to address it. Now, Israel, for its part, wants to remain impregnable in its insecurity. That's what I would say. Impregnable in its insecurity. That's how Israel wants to remain, as it has been virtually from the start of the Zionist project in the 1890s. In 1882, there were 24,000 Jewish people in what is now known as Israel and the occupied territories, and 10 times as many non-Jews. By 1947, 30 years after the Brits promised Jews a homeland in the Balfour Declaration, the area's Jewish population had risen to 630,000, although non-Jews still numbered more than twice that. In the almost 80 years since, Palestinians have been under near constant pressure and increasingly rigorous control, most notably with al-Nakba in 1948, the Six-Day War of 1967, the response to the Second Intifada in the early 2000s, as well as the many conflicts over Gaza and the current mass extermination. As to the future, there are serious problems ahead for both Israel and Palestine, even if the conflict in Gaza ends. The Netanyahu's government's decision to kill thousands of Palestinians and imprison and torture many more has trashed Israel's international reputation. The country is now widely seen as a pariah state and increasingly understood to be a terrorist state. One consequence of this is the rise in Judeophobia across the world. Last week, or the week before last, I mean to say, 12 people were killed in a comparatively minor hate crime at a synagogue in Manchester, in the north of England, on Yom Kippur, the holiest day in the Jewish year. And, Brendan, these two guys get knifed, and they made it sound like they had reopened the gates of Dachau and restarted the fires in the ovens. This is how it was like. You thought it was like Uvalde level American style massacre. And it was just two guys. It's like, wasn't there one person who wasn't even Jewish, but they just don't count him? Am I mistaken on that? He didn't get counted because he wasn't Jewish. At any rate, there's also been a rise in Judeophobic attacks in these United States and on the continent of Europe, and this trend is likely to continue as long as Palestinians are being persecuted. Meanwhile, support for Palestinians will also remain high, including in countries that have been sympathetic to Israel in the past. This may even include the one country where Israel needs continuing support the most, these United States. Here, that support is ebbing away with even some MAGA filtrators now changing their minds. Perhaps the most damning result of what is happening is the mass radicalization of young Palestinians and of future Palestinian generations. As Israeli and United States security experts have acknowledged, talk of Hamas being defeated is delusional. Hamas is as much an idea as a movement, and that idea will not only persist, but will grow. In short, the greatest threat to the security of Israel cometh not from Hamas and its successors, but from the Netanyahu government itself. Just as Russia's invasion of Ukraine was never about NATO expansion. It is now clear that Russia's army cannot get the job done in Ukraine, and that Donald Trump cannot force Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky into submission as long as European financial support for his government holds. Whether Russian leaders realize it or not, they have no path to victory. Yet on CNN, in March of this year, the Trump-appointed special envoy Steve Witkoff called Ukraine's NATO ambitions a threat to the Russians, implying that this is what provoked the war 3 years ago, with Witkoff claiming, to quote his T, "The war didn't need to happen. It was provoked. It doesn't necessarily mean it was provoked by the Russians." His message is clear. Russia was backed into a corner, forced to act in self-defense when it launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022. The evidence, of course, tells a different story, one of imperial ambition, not self-preservation. The claim that NATO expansion triggered the war is nothing new. Western leaders, including those in the Biden administration, France, and dy101925, Deutschland, the new United Germany, have long voiced concerns about Ukraine's membership, often out of fear of escalating tensions with the Russian Empire. But what President Trump is doing is qualitatively different and far more dangerous. Previous administrations sought to prevent an all-out NATO-Russia conflict, but they never endorsed the idea that Ukraine was to blame for the war. Their hesitation was a strategic miscalculation to avoid another world war. Witkoff's comments, however, go much further. They directly echo Russian propaganda, arguing that Ukraine's pursuit of security guarantees was reckless and that NATO ambitions caused the war. With these remarks, the United States has now officially embraced one of Russia's biggest fucking lies. If NATO expansion were truly the trigger, why did Vladimir Putin wait until 2022 to invade? Why not in 2008, when Ukraine first sought membership? Or in 2014, when NATO discussions resurfaced after Russia seized the Crimea? The truth is that Ukraine was nowhere near joining NATO. There was no membership action plan, no MAP, no map. And key NATO members, draconic NATO member states, had made it clear they were unwilling to admit Ukraine anytime soon. Ukraine's NATO aspirations were never a provocation. They were a response to Russian aggression, the illegal annexation of Crimea, the Russian proxy war in Donbas, and Moscow's long-standing efforts to control the Ukraine politically, economically, and culturally. In his February his February 21st, 2022 speech, rationalizing the war. Putin barely mentioned NATO. Instead, he fixated on Ukraine as an artificial state, an accident of history, a wayward part of the so-called Russian world. His argument had nothing to do with military threats or self-defense. It was an assertion of imperial entitlement. It echoed his 2021 essay titled On the Historical Unity of Russians and Ukrainians, which outright denied Ukraine's legitimacy as a sovereign nation state. Russia's pre-invasion demands further expose the hollowness of the NATO excuse. Moscow didn't just insist that Ukraine never join the alliance, it demanded NATO withdrawal from Eastern Europe entirely, rolling back security guarantees for Poland, the Baltics, and other frontline states. It was never just about Ukraine. It was a broader push to reassert Russian dominance over its former empire. Russia's pattern of aggression is the clearest refutation of the NATO expansion myth. The nation-state of the Caucasus regions, the Caucasus Mountains from where the very name Caucasian comes from, Georgia, attacked in 2008, was not just, well, it certainly was not on the verge of any NATO membership. Ukraine, invaded in 2014, had no realistic path to joining the alliance. Russia was not and is not defending itself against NATO. It is targeting neighbors seeking independence from the grip of its own dead hand. Witkoff's disgraceful parroting of Kremlin propaganda is not diplomacy in pursuit of peace. It is a demoralizing attempt to undermine Ukraine and weaken Europe by framing any defensive posture as a provocation against Russia while excusing Russian aggression as self-defense. He legitimizes the very logic abused to justify war and subjugation. And regardless the treacherous Slav-American condominium, by now Putin is out of options. The outcome of Russia's war on Ukraine matters not just for those countries' future, but for all of Europe. The root cause of the conflict is the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's obsession with restoring his empire's status as an imperial power. Old Russia was a highly centralized empire, or what Lenin himself called a prison of nations. Indeed, it is Lenin whom Putin blames for breaking the old imperial order and allowing Ukraine to find its own path. But Putin has not been very successful in pursuing his vision. When he dispatched more than 100,000 troops into Ukraine in February of 2022, all observers, including virtually, indeed every single mother-sucking one of the West's experts, so-called experts on the ever-victorious Russian army, anticipated only an immediate victory. But 3.5 years later, nigh all of that initial invasion force is gone. Putin may have 3 times as many newly recruited soldiers stationed along the front lines, but he controls less than 20% of Ukraine's territory. No one other than I myself, the son of Adolf Hitler, ever expected the Russian army to perform so abysmally. And now the question for their American allies is whether there is any way Putin can still win the war. His first option is to keep pursuing his original objective, an outright military defeat for Ukraine. But the nature of the war has changed considerably over the past few years. Owing to rapid technological changes on both sides, defense works better than offense. It is much easier to hold territory than to take any more of it. or any more thereof. While Ukraine has achieved a technological edge, Russia is catching up fast, and both sides have increasingly targeted the other's vital energy infrastructure. But the likelihood of the Russian army defeating Ukraine's is very small. Putin boasts about incremental advances, as when he recently assembled his commanders in St. Petersburg to lay flowers on the tomb of Peter the Great, but those gains lack much strategic significance. For almost 2 years, the Russian army has not been able to mount any consequential offensive operations, and there are few signs of this changing. Putin's second option was to persuade American Imperial President Donald Trump to impose a settlement in Russia's favor, akin to the agreement my biological sire Adolf Hitler struck with Neville Chamberlain and Edouard Daladier in 1938 to gain part of Czechoslovakia. That is why Putin invested so much in flattering Trump and dangling various pecuniary temptations like new investments in Russian natural resources. And it's obviously worked. Putin has not just come close, but damn well succeeded in getting his way at the ill-fated meeting with Trump in Alaska. But Europe's leaders quickly stepped in, and their subsequent support for Ukraine has effectively blocked this option. A third avenue to victory is to buy time and hope that European support withers away. Since American imperial financial and military assistance for Ukraine has completely dried up under Donald Trump, the entire burden now falls on the Europeans and a few others. This is no small matter. We are talking about 60 to 80 billion euros per year. That's equivalent to about 70 to 93 billion United States dollars per annum, 0.2 to 0.3% of European gross domestic product. But it's war. European political support for Ukraine is, I thank the gods of my ancestors, robust. While fiscally strained countries like France, España, and Italia are unlikely to contribute much financially, Norway, which has profited mightily from the war-driven run-up in energy prices, could make up for much of the lost American imperial financing. Moreover, a proposal to extend Ukraine a 140 billion euro loan backed by frozen Russian assets held in Belgium could shore up Ukraine's economy and defense production. While the proposed scheme is complicated, pulling it off is eminently achievable with sufficient political will. If Russia's army cannot deliver victory, and if Trump cannot force Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky into submission as long as European financial support holds, then the Kremlin has no credible path to victory. Although Russia's leadership seems utterly oblivious to this reality, the conclusion is inescapable. Of course, what happens next is an open question. Putin might well try to escalate, even though he has no good options for doing so, or he might eventually agree to a ceasefire and try to dress it up as victory. But any end to the war, or to its active phase of proactive prosecution of hostilities, in which Ukraine remains sovereign and independent, will represent a loss for Vladimir Putin. While territory matters, sovereignty is the Dietrichonic, it is the Meister key issue. After that, securing and rebuilding a still sovereign Ukraine will be a demanding task, but certainly not an impossible one. This process would include accession to the European Union, deep economic reforms, and a strong defense posture to deter future aggression. In this scenario, the only viable path for the current Kremlin leadership, dictatorship I should say, would be to give up its imperial dream and concentrate on strengthening Russia as one nation state among many. The sooner those in power come to this realization, the better it will be for Russia and all its neighbors. This side of the Atlantic, The response to the putting down of Mad Dog Charlie from many political leaders, journalists, and news outlets has whitewashed the substance of Kirk's activism, which involved an endless geyser of hate, bigotry, and literally lethal misinformation. Just yesteryear, after Trump's comedically misstaged abort assassination in Butler, Pennsylvania, I spraketh about America being a government by assassination, with astonishingly high levels of political violence. In all fairness, the killing of journalists and politicians, the busting of heads by political rioters, these are all historically commonplace in most of the world, including the developed world, but after the recent kill wave in these United States, political violence is increasingly institutionalized. It was difficult to appreciate the run of peace and good fortune before Trump's original misterm, if only because peace itself lulls us into forgetting that the run of good fortune is happening at all. A few years ago, when the totality of the American right lost its collective mind and seriously considered canonizing Kyle Rittenhouse as an exemplar of property protection in the Midwest, embodying him as an avatar of shooting to kill as fun and socially productive, I could not help but notice that those most enthusiastic about political violence lacked experience in places where rioting was common, and where the causes of that last resort were most painfully felt. Contrarily, this blasé attitude of Donald Trump, when he suggested that protesters at his events should get roughed up a bit, reflected our Putinista puppet president's all too intimate knowledge of places where dissent is managed by truncheon and billy club. In the tumultuous 14 Niet, the Olden English, for fortnight, literally 14 nights, it has 12 weeks thereafter, some murmured that by all these murders, we are returning to the 1960s, and a norm of political assassinations. Back then, Richard Oakes the Mohawk, Commander George Lincoln Rockwell, Malcolm X, the Kennedy brothers, and the Right Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. all acted in their demise as arbingers to the race hustle that has since become one of the dominant forces in American society throughout the decades thereafter. But Trump's indifference to being called a racist may be having a wider effect upon its power. Now we transition the quinquennium of the 2020s via the homicides of the agent provocateur Char Kirk and the innocent Irina Zarutska, the latter death alone heralding, as unto an angel, the end of the race hustle. Because De Carlos Brown Jr. should never have been on the streets. The welfare state role model who made himself famous by slaughtering the 23-year-old Irina Zarutska, an honestly employed and hard-working Ukrainian refugee in Charlotte, North Carolina, in August, had been arrested 14 times in as many years, charged with armed robbery, shoplifting, and property damage, all while basking in a monthly check from the United States government because, according to his sister, whom he was proven guilty of sexually assaulting, he is a career schizophrenic who suffers from paranoid delusions. Yet he was free to roam in whole because of the race hustle. For decades, pointing out that any action, public or private, had a black target or fell disproportionately on black people was sufficient to discredit that action, regardless of whether it was couched in terms of race or had any racist intent. Want to fire an employee? For the longest time, it was good fucking luck If that employee was black, such a dismissal would be presumptively racist. Tempted to criticize a government official for alleged incompetence or unethical conduct? In fact, fuck the alleged. You gotta admit, yeah, there's plenty of incompetence to go around, black or white, but with the blacks it gets particularly noticeable. If only for its gormlessness. If that official is black, think twice, since blackness is abused as a shield. Try to jail a serial violent offender, such as DeCarlos Brown Jr., who just happens to be a black African American? That would contribute to racial inequity. The idea that racial disparities in arrest and incarceration rates reflect discrimination and not disparities in criminal offending has been a staple of the ethno-constructionist policymaking for years. The systemic criminal justice bias conceit has led district attorneys across these United States to simply stop prosecuting and to cease seeking jail terms for a host of crimes, simply because penalizing those crimes would have a disparate impact on black criminals. Because, yes, it's a fact, most criminals are fucking black. North Carolina has embraced the disparate impact idea. In 2020, after the George Floyd race riots, then Governor Roy Cooper established the Task Force for Racial Equity in Criminal Justice, which had a cartoon of its own, just like Earth Force. Kind of like a combination of WePals and the Mod Squad, which pushed to eliminate racial disparities in charging decisions. In fact, it demanded racial equity training for district attorneys, judges, and parole officers, and sought to educate prosecutors about unconscious bias. It's not unconscious, you've got your fucking eyes. The guy's fucking black. There's nothing around that fact. The Office of Equity and Inclusion in Mecklenburg County, where Charlotte is located, and where Irina Zalutska was slaughtered like a pig, is dedicated to reducing racial disparities in the criminal justice system and has hired equity and inclusion consultants to help. Charlotte's police chief, Johnny Jennings, believes law enforcement is based on racism. In 2020, he announced an intention to slow down on discretionary arrests. It was overdetermined then that Zalutska's future murderer would never be locked up. Ever. The system was no longer even set up to hold him or anyone else who committed similar crimes if they had the right skin color, the get out of jail free card, that black skin, that chocolate fucking privilege that's just so sweet. Today, the race card is being furiously played against several of Donald Trump's initiatives. On August 11th, Trump declared a Liberation Day in Washington, the District of Columbia. I'm announcing a historic action to rescue our nation's capital from crime, bloodshed, bedlam, and squalor, and worse. This is Liberation Day in D.C., and we're going to take our capital back. We're not going to let it happen anymore. We're not going to lose our cities over this. The president ordered limited deployment of the National Guard to the Capitol and gave the head of the Drug Enforcement Administration, the DEA, oversight authority over the D.C. police force. Neo-Bolshevik politicians, interest groups, and the mainstream mass media machine immediately accused Trump of an illegal power grab and insisted that there was no crime problem in Washington because crime there has dropped since the previous year. But it was still at a level that should be unacceptable in any civilized society. Exempli gratiae, the DC homicide rate after that modest crime decline is still 21 times that of London, and 60 times that of Switzerland as a nation state, a condition that could only be considered a national emergency. This is war. Those DC murders, as in other American cities, regularly include child victims, such as 3-year-old Honesty Cheadle, who was caught in a drive-by shooting after a 4th of July cookout this year, and Taya Settles, also 3 years of age, who was felled by a stray bullet from a drive-by shooting in May of 2024. How is this not war? Trump mused about taking his focus on crime to other cities, especially after the positive results from the federal deployment in D.C. started rolling in. He has mentioned Chicago, Los Angeles, Baltimore, Oakland, California, and New York City as possible targets. Key phrase there. The race hustle, already in play, leapt to the fore. It was pointed out ominously that Washington, D.C. and the 5 other candidate cities all have black mayors. Some have large black populations. So Trump was motivated by racial animus, and his crime initiative could not possibly be legitimate. Now, Trump had said nothing about race. It did not matter. On August 12th, the Associated Press declared, Trump's D.C. rhetoric echoes a history of racist narratives about urban crime. The AP invoked a favorite Afro-supremacist trope, that whenever a Republican official speaks about law and order, he is exploiting a non-existent problem to win over racist white voters. The organization also said the deployment of the National Guard echoed uncomfortable historical chapters when politicians used language to paint historically or predominantly black cities and neighborhoods with racist narratives to shape public opinion and justify aggressive police action. The AP never did ask whether crime levels ever justify a promise to restore law and order. It automatically assumed they never do. Amnesty International USA echoed the AP line. The federal initiative was but, to quote us they, the latest expression of a long-standing racist narrative that black and brown communities represent danger, disorder, and lawlessness, that only force can restore control. This problematic and untrue framing has deep historical roots in white supremacy and racist myth-making, and its resurrection underlines how public safety has often been weaponized against communities of color, or COCs, COCs. Like, look, Mark Morial, president of the National Urban League, told NBC News that Trump was playing the worst game of racially divisive politics, and that's all it is. Politico magazine reported that the Baltimore mayor, Brandon Scott, complained that Trump was spouting these racist-based, right-wing propaganda talking points about cities and black-led cities. Trump had obeyed America's etiquette on crime and had stayed silent about its demographic distribution. But I myself will not. Indeed, I cannot, while still maintaining any integrity as a historian. Since Trump's opponents have introduced the subject of race, it is worth looking at the numbers that are forever kept off stage. According to the National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform, in Washington, D.C., from 2019 to the end of 2020, black people made up nearly 97% of homicide suspects. White people accounted for 0.8% of homicide suspects. Black people are 46% of the DC population. White people are 38%. The Black Homicide Commission rate is, at the very least, 99 times higher than the equivalent for white people. In Los Angeles in 2022, Black people were more than 21 times as likely to be guilty of a violent crime as their white counterparts. They were nearly 37 times as likely to be the perpetrator in any robbery. Black New Yorkers are 46 times as likely to commit a shooting as white ones throughout 2023. And this is in a city that has outlawed all access to firearms. There's no gun shops in New York any more than in San Francisco. Of course, data on the race of crime suspects is becoming impossible to obtain. Most departments providing only victim race data at best. But victim race is a decent proxy for perpetrator race, since, as the Judeo-left, in disambiguation from the Zio-right, likes to say, without understanding the implication, most crime is intraracial, meaning within one's race. The predominance of intraracial crime does not mean that interracial crime is not also racially disproportionate. I assure you of that. The Zarutzka slaughter being typical. The National Academy of Sciences having proven that a black person is more than 35 times as likely to commit an act of violence against a white person as the other way around. Blacks are out to kill you, whitey. If you don't realize that, you're one dumb cracker. And according to a study in JAMA, JAMA, the Journal of American Medical Association, Network Open, nationally, from 2000 to 2019, black men between the ages of 15 and 24 died of homicide at a rate of 75 per 100,000. The white male homicide victimization rate in that age group was a little over 4 per 100,000, making the black homicide victimization rate 18 times higher. A CDC, Center for Diseases Control study, proved that black people between the ages of 10 and 24 died of gun homicide at nearly 25 fucking times the rate of white people in that age cohort from 2020 to 2021. A JAMA Network Open research letter published in March of 2023 found that black juveniles were shot at 100 times the rate of white juveniles in Los Angeles, New York, Chicago, and Philadelphia throughout the post-George Floyd era. Who is shooting and killing these black victims? Overwhelmingly, black perpetrators. Disparities in criminal victimization rates mirror disparities in criminal offending rates. That symmetry explains why Black Lives Matter activists are silent about the dozens, nay, the scores or hundreds of black people killed in homicides every day. More than all white and Hispanic homicide victims combined, even though black people only make up 13% of our population. If the activists were to draw attention to the victims of that daily bloodshed, they would risk drawing attention to the perpetrators as well. If white children were gunned down at the rate that black toddlers are, there would be a revolution. But young black victims, such as her name was Honesty Cheadle. Young black child victims, such as Honesty Cheadle, are ignored by activists and the national mainstream mass media machine. Her identified killer was also black, an African-American male named Charles Rucker. Ipso facto, no one outside her family has ever said, or will ever say, her name, other than Douglas Dietrich, the son of Adolf Hitler. Here's to you, Honesty Cheadle. Racial disparities in criminal victimization mean that the police cannot go where people are most being terrorized by street crime without being disproportionately in black neighborhoods. All those black bodies do not lie. You can have data-driven law enforcement targeting crime, or you can avoid disparate impact. You cannot have both. So when Trump vows to tackle the urban crime problem, he will necessarily be directing federal attention to cities with significant black populations. That does not mean he is targeting them because of their demographics or leadership. Of the more than 300 people killed in the streets of Baltimore circa 2019, just about all of them were black African Americans. Their killers were all consistently black as well. This is a devastating plague, acutely affecting black communities across the country. We must simply come to realize that black career offenders are a much greater threat to other black people than the Ku Klux Klan or the white citizens' consuls. The number of blacks gunned down in the streets by other blacks parallels our memories of the many blacks lynched in communities across these United States after Reconstruction. This is a devastating plague acutely affecting black communities across the American Empire. These killings continued even as our empire faced a coronavirus pandemic that prompted the governor to place his state on a stay-at-home lockdown. No one was allowed to go out unless it was for essentials such as groceries and prescription medications. But the killings never stopped. And again, it was overwhelmingly black victims. And while nobody ever wants to admit it, the aggressive law enforcement tactics that some declare overbearing have worked in reducing crime. The stop and frisk practice in New York City was associated with a decline in homicides. When Richmond, Virginia got tough on gun violations, the homicide rate went down. In places like Utah, by allowing gun violations to be prosecuted as federal crimes, guilty persons were renditioned to federal prisons. This included a far higher number of black African Americans from Utah than you would ever imagine. Black men simply love to get guns and kill people. When the former mayoress, Sheila Dixon, and police chief Frederick H. Bielfeld III got tough on bad guys with guns, which pretty much meant black guys with guns, homicides in Baltimore went down. It is simply a historical fact that most of those detained were black. In these 3 or 4 cited reductions in homicides, the people who benefited the most weren't white. The people who benefited the most were black African Americans, who lost fewer sons, daughters, fathers, and mothers to senseless street violence. More black people lived. This poses a real problem for civil rights doctrinaire white progressives and the black elite who rule over us all via the rival Afro-Constitution in effect, the Civil Rights Charter, enforced as a law between your ears. And believe me, because I hate blacks as much as I hate whites, when I point out that more black people lived because of, well, law enforcement mobilizing to enhance its operations with mission statements that target, well, black areas of crime and black perpetrators, don't think I'm necessarily happy about that. I'd be just as happy if nothing was done and more black people died. Just as I would be about white people dying because of their own stupidity. You all bring it on yourselves and are in desperate need of a Vulcan intervention. And as someone who is from the Confucianist society that produced that very idea in Gene Roddenberry's head, you're just goddamn lucky I'm here. How to address this murderous criminality by all too many blackamoors without denigrating the black community in toto? We all continued to struggle to present a balanced and positive picture of black life in America. But the bald fact of the matter is, there be all too many darkskins who commit themselves to lethal terrorism as a way of life. And the sad truth is that their victims are most often other blacks. Again, I could also make the argument that that's not so sad, but the attitude toward bad guys with guns, which all too often is black guys with guns, it's not the same in these violent neighborhoods, where people fear for their lives every day, as it is in the relatively peaceful suburbs far away from crime. Many black African American communities are literally under siege by black gun-toting terrorists. Children cannot play in their yards, and the elderly can no longer sit on their porches. At a town hall held here in Frisco in April of 2020, a young black woman could not understand why her brother's killer had still remained as free on the streets as a cockroach in a kitchen while awaiting trial for several previous firearms violations. Many of the people accused of murder in the city by the Bay frequently have pre-existing firearms violations. This is a cycle that must be broken. Now is the time to reconcile black pride, civil liberties, and civil rights with the need for safer black communities. No one wants to resort to stop and frisk policies or mass incarceration, but something like it just may be needed after all. Such efforts can target illegal weapons pretty much the same as stop and frisk efforts at major airports. This is not a problem in the larger white community, but it sure as hell is in black communities and can only be addressed as a problem particular to those neighborhoods. This senseless gun violence and predatory mass behavior must not continue to be tolerated. This lawlessness victimizes black families, the black community, and future generations. At some point, we need to stop letting the presumed rights of the few endanger the lives of the many. That's Vulcan logic for you. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. Case in point, in the weekend as dated the 22nd through the 23rd, in the month of June, in the 2019th year in our Lord, it was chronicled that 28 persons were shot and 5 of them were killed in 19 separate incidents throughout the city of Philadelphia, meaning that by that point in time, mid-year of 2019, 625 persons had been shot and 135 of them killed within Philadelphian metropolitan environs alone. How is this not war? And during that time, approximately 2,000 guns were confiscated by police. How is this not an insurgency? It nigh goeth sans saying that nearly all of the people shot, critically injured for life, or killed, and nearly all of the people shooting to kill, while possessing seized guns, were young black men in black neighborhoods. This proves that young black men in the hood are violent primates, monsters actually. End of story. Class dismissed. But wait, just a minute. Get back into your seats. I almost forgot to mention the following. Everyone remembers Mary Shelley's 1818 book, Frankenstein, which was later widely popularized in countlessly reinterpreted cinematic iterations, if you will. In fact, in all media. Despite the fact that the novel's been around for over 200 years and well over 57 films pertaining to it have been made that I, myself, have personally reviewed, most people mistakenly think the creature's name is Frankenstein. But it's not. That creature had no official name. People confused it with its creator, the revolutionary European scientist named Dr. Victor von Frankenstein. Today's Blackensteinian thug monsters are created by the evil American system that miseducates them, unemploys them, underemploys them, overpolices them, and over-incarcerates them. America is Dr. Victor von Frankenstein. The overwhelming majority of black students at under-resourced black schools in poverty-stricken black neighborhoods throughout the country have either gotten passed from grade to grade like an assembly line product despite having learned nothing, or they dropped out of school due to scholastically indifferent and culturally undermining teachers. Either way, they all found themselves unprepared for employment, trade school, college, and life itself. And if they weren't lucky enough to find less than minimum wage dead-end jobs, they had to resort to welfare. And if they weren't able to qualify for welfare, or if welfare continued to keep them mired in abject poverty, many of them would try to escape life's harsh realities through ever-increasing drug abuse, and that would lead to petty crime, and then to more serious crime, resulting in convictions. Following certain convictions, they become ineligible for public housing, driver licenses, and even menial employment. In the end, many of them resort to violent crime by victimizing those in close proximity, i.e., their black neighbors. And this violent criminality is primarily the result of what the doctoress Joy DeGruy diagnoses as PTSS, Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome, which is the title of her seminal book about violent black criminality. In it, she mentions feelings of hopelessness, depression, and a general self-destructive outlook. She also references a marked propensity for anger and violence, especially directed toward the members of one's own cultural/ethnic group. To paraphrase Brother Malcolm, "We have been and continue to be hoodwinked, bamboozled, and led astray by this racist and classist system, a system established and promoted by slavery, sharecropping, convict leasing, peonage labor, Jim Crow, de facto segregation, no education, miseducation, unemployment, underemployment, overpolicing, mass incarceration, redlining, and gentrification." All such having been qualified, contextualizing the monster's creation, dost not, in any manner, shape, or form, render him any less a monster, nor justify his crimes. The most astute among you may have noted that I have not accounted execution among the litany of woes besetting the casual assailants and murderers incarnate among us as black males, because it never fucking happens. In the end, those among them who manifest as monsters must be killed. Because obviously by now, one area in which the left has been particularly successful in suppressing hate facts is crime. For all the reasons I have just articulated at length, blacks in America automatically commit an astronomical amount of crime and exceedingly more violent crime than all other races in America combined. Such having been said, notwithstanding the nationally emergent issue of violent black criminality, a war in effect, in the case that you erroneously think the violent black criminality that does exist is genetic as a black thing, I myself would be remiss as the living weapon of mass instruction were I to neglect to inform you that poor urban whites have a higher rate of violence toward each other at a rate of 56.4 per 1,000 compared to poor urban blacks at a rate of 51.3 per 1,000. Thusly do I find myself stranded in the darkest of all continents on earth, North America, striving to surface from a seething sewer of black and white savages. The Department of Justice's Bureau of Justice Statistics is well aware of this reality of white-on-white crime and has documented such. Incidentally, why don't people ever call white mass murders, white school shootings, and white serial killings white-on-white crime? This is the Dietrich, literally the Meister key, to recognizing the myth. When was the last time you heard the phrase white-on-white crime? Can you recall? Probably not, because the notion doesn't exist in our American lexicon. Although 2016 statistical data from the Bureau of Justice Statistics reported that 83.5% of white homicide victims were killed by other white Americans. Research has proven that intra-racial violence is common in all ethnic groups at similar rates. Why then does the notion of black-on-black crime continue to persist in our public discourse? Why not focus on the root causes of intra-racial violence instead of racializing crime? Reason 1, it intentionally steers clear of a comprehensive analysis of crime in black and working class communities. Fact, crime is directly linked to poverty, proximity, and opportunity, not ethnicity nor race. Reason 2, it further propagates the erroneous belief that the physical survival and well-being of the black community in America is threatened by black people killing or stealing from other black people. Threats from within! You've heard Trump say that. Over external or systemic forces. It is exterior threats. Reason 3, it is racist and indicates an unwitting internalization of one of America's most cherished characterizations of black people as naturally violent, even when articulated by black intellectuals, politicians, and thought leaders. Reason 4, white supremacists abuse it as a tool to undermine black narratives, such as Black Lives Matter, which aim to highlight the staggering rates of police brutality and systemic racism experienced by black men, women, and children. Here's the reality. Black Americans are nearly 3 times more likely to die while in police custody than white Americans. In 2019, 24% of all police killings were of black Americans, when just 13% of the American population is black, an 11-point discrepancy. The DC, our District of Columbia, with a nearly 50% black population, because all the founding fathers had a lot of fucking slaves, and they brought their families with them, reports that 88% of all police killings are against black Washingtonians, a discrepancy of over 38 percentage points. And the blacks can't do anything about it because they're not allowed to vote for president in Washington, D.C. Did you even know that? 99% of all officers involved in police killings throughout 2019 had no criminal charges pressed against them. Furthermore, the FBI itself points out that most murders involving a single victim and a single offender are committed by whites. Moreover, as reported by the Los Angeles Times, the Center for Disease Control notes that rates of homicides, gun killings, and illicit drug fatalities are highest in counties where 9 of 10 residents are white and where President Trump won every election. On that inconvenient truth, nothing more need be said. They had it coming. But it's here that we confront policing's illusion of safety. In the decade preceding this annus, this year, headlines have been dominated by incidents of police violence, from the tragic killing of Michael Brown, George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and more recently Sonia Massey, to the numerous protests that followed. These events have sparked a national conversation about the role and history of policing in these United States. The history of policing in the American Empire is neither linear nor monolithic. Instead, it is fragmented and developed differently in various regions. But one aspect of its history stands out clearly. American imperial policing wasn't constructed out of a desire for public safety, but out of a desire to preserve power and the status quo. From its inception, policing in these United States has been a colonial project, with international dimensions that connect directly to imperialism. Early colonial formations of policing included slave patrols in the South and watchmen policing groups in the North. Slave patrols emerged in the early 1700s, designed to enforce slavery and prevent enslaved people from rebelling or escaping. These patrols were authorized to use violence and terror to control black populations. In the North, early watch systems began in the 1600s, focusing on protecting property and maintaining public order, which often meant safeguarding the interests of the wealthy and the powerful. Because, the poor didn't have any property to guard. The Texas Rangers, established in 1835, represent another early form of policing aimed at maintaining the interests of settlers and suppressing indigenous populations. The rise of industrial capitalism in the 19th century brought about new forms of policing, including the use of police to break strikes and suppress labor organizing. The first major city police department was established in Boston in 1838, followed by New York City in 1845, and Chicago in 1851. These early police forces were employed to protect capital and maintain the status quo during periods of labor unrest, illustrating how policing has long been a tool of economic control. This trend continued into le 20e siècle, the 20th century, with police frequently called upon to quell protests and labor strikes, using violence and intimidation to suppress worker demands for better conditions and wages. If you can imagine that. The gall, the temerity, the chutzpah, as the kikes who employed them in the sweatshops would say. Resistance to police violence and legitimacy crises have played significant roles in shaping the history of policing, and historically, the response to dissent against policing has been to strengthen policing and embed it more deeply into the social fabric of everyday life. Governments, media, and mainstream social institutions have socialized us to believe that police are the only organizations that can effectively provide public safety. This belief justifies the idea, rationalizes it really, that police need to maintain a monopoly on the legitimate use of violence. For most of modern history, however, police were never seen this way. Instead, they were viewed as a violent occupational force, an occupying force serving the interests of those in power. For the communities targeted by police violence, the idea that police weren't created in the interest of public safety isn't surprising. Police are said to be the stewards of public safety, but across the country, policing emerged in the 17th century as a tool of racial and class domination and control. The professionalization era of police, which began in the early 1900s and sought to address widespread corruption and the problems of policing, transformed policing practices but did not address the problems of policing itself, which is police power in and of itself. The police violence we see today is no fluke, nor an aberration. The criminal legal system today is not broken, it is operating exactly as it was designed to, as a violent tool of race and class control that protects the very few. The mid-1900s saw significant investments and efforts by politicians and police leaders that set history on a course where policing would swell in ways that few could have predicted. President Lyndon Baines Johnson's war on crime reinforced the public perception that local law enforcement was the only legitimate guardian of public safety. The year before I was born, the 1965 LEA, L-E-A-A, Law Enforcement Assistance Act, created a federal funding stream that expanded local law enforcement's capacity to acquire military-grade gear and hire more officers. Over the years, billions of dollars have been funneled into local law enforcement, allowing police to acquire more technology and equipment for biased crime control and protest suppression efforts. Despite differences in policing models, the use of policing to control and punish marginalized communities has remained constant. Internationally, American imperial policing methods have been exported to support colonial and imperial efforts seeking to expand America's megapoly. Exempli gratiae. During the Cold War, the Third World War in effect, the United States trained police forces in Allied countries to suppress communist movements and maintain control over colonized populations. This exchange of tactics between imperial armies and United States police forces highlights the interconnectedness of domestic and international strategies of control. The use of counterinsurgency techniques developed by military forces to manage colonized populations became a staple in American policing, particularly in managing protests and civil unrest. Today, police and prison spending consume hundreds of billions of dollars that should be spent developing community infrastructures and non-punitive alternatives to prisons and policing. The criminal legal system, with its origins in racial and class control, has evolved to maintain the same functions under the guise of public safety. The police violence we witness today is not an anomaly, but a continuity of a historical pattern designed to preserve power and control over marginalized communities. We're all niggers to them. In the 1960s, that seminal decade in which I myself was delivered into this world, as political resistance grew, policing expanded. The violence of policing was widespread, and police abused brutal tactics to suppress protests and maintain racial segregation and discrimination. During the civil rights movement, police violence was brought into the national spotlight, shocking the conscience of the nation and galvanizing support for the civil rights cause. Police employed attack dogs, high-pressure water cannon, and tear gas against protesters. These tactics were part of a larger strategy to repress activism and maintain racial segregation and discrimination. Police also enforced racial boundaries at parks, schools, modes of transportation, pools, as in swimming pools, and entire communities. As policing expanded, law enforcement was given an incredible latitude, I would say at least a large degree of latitude, enabling the mass arrest and incarceration of Black and increasingly Latinx people, a legacy that continues today with all too obvious for anyone with eyes to see, obvious even to the blind. The professionalization era of policing that began in the early 20th century and the federal embalming of my own natal decade, the 1960s, with President Johnson's war on crime began shifting perceptions. This period marked the beginning of rebranding efforts, which I myself have coined police propaganda, or copaganda, that have positioned the police as crime stoppers and the stewards of public safety. These efforts, supported by federal funds, funneled into the Hollywood cinematic machinery of action cop films and televisual police dramas, has facilitated a rebranding of police from enforcers of marginalization and political control to perceived protectors of public safety. The promises of police to expand the category deemed worthy of protection and the idea that police are capable of reform further shifted perceptions, or I should say misperceptions. The expansion of policing and rebranding efforts in all areas of society led to the shift in public misperception, portraying police as essential crime stoppers rather than instruments of social control. Despite promises of reform, policing continues to focus on reinforcing power structures. These power structures center largely on capital and profit accrual, which have a history of organizing themselves along racial lines. Understanding the origins and evolution of policing in these United States reveals its true purpose, maintaining social control and protecting the interests of the powerful. We must reimagine public safety in ways that do not rely on coercion and violence, but instead focus on community-based solutions that address the root causes of harm and inequality. The rebranding efforts that have positioned the police as crime stoppers and stewards of public safety, alongside their historical and contemporary roles, underscore the need for a fundamental rethinking of public safety beyond policing. The argument being abused here is that until Black activists address black-on-black crime, they have no right to be outraged over police violence. While you'll mostly see this being used, rather abused, by retro-conservatives and the right-winged mainstream mass media machine, even Democratic politicians use black-on-black crime to deflect attention off of corrupt police forces. Since many recorded instances of police brutality from Atlanta have gone viral, the one-term mayoress Keisha Lance Bottoms became very vocal in her opposition to the people who looted the city during BLM protests, infamously yelling for protesters to go home in a press conference after demonstrators vandalized the CNN Center. Thereafter, when another 8-year-old girl was killed at the same Wendy's where Rayshard Brooks was murdered, Keisha stated in the aftermath that we're doing each other more harm than any officer on this force. Many people think that wagging the finger at black people for killing each other is going to help fix the problem. However, black on black crime is literally just crime. Think about that. Oftentimes, when people bring up black on black crime, they are implying that black people are more violent towards each other than any other race. This is wrong in the sense that nearly every race is likely to be killed by their own due to proximity. 82.4% of white people are killed by white people. This is due to the fact that many neighborhoods in America are still segregated by race. Imagine that! Who'd have thought? Gotta keep the property rates rising. Of course! If one day you decide to kill someone, you're probably going to kill someone who lives in your area and looks like you. Why is it that no one mentions white on white crime when a white person kills a white person? Follows up on that thought that I've just planted in your head. That's because the phrase black on black crime is only abused to stomp down on the black community and no one else. Black on black crime is a symptom of systemic racism. The issue of black on black crime is often pinned on black people. The logic is that maybe if you niggas just stop killing each other, the problem would end. What people don't stop to think about is the root of black on black crime. Black people killing each other at high rates is a direct output of white supremacy. Crime is a result of socioeconomic status, meaning that if you are poor, you are more likely to commit a crime per force of circumstance. Black people are one of the trois racial groups with the highest poverty rates, along with Native Americans. In the 1960s, because of white supremacist ideals, all white schools were given more funding than schools of color. Even today, after legal segregation in schools ended, research proves that school districts where the majority of students enrolled are students of color receive $23 billion less in educational funding than predominantly white school districts. If you live in a low-income neighborhood and go to an underfunded school with unqualified and underpaid teachers, you'll be less inclined to pay attention and more inclined to drop out. Without an education, you'll be less likely to ever get a job. Without a job and living in poverty, that person then resorts to petty crimes, like selling drugs in order to earn money. That will start them on a path to committing more violent crimes. Even if they do decide to turn their life around? What's their chance of being hired after committing a violent crime? This is a vicious cycle originally created by the oppressor that has literally killed millions of black people. So while the niggers are guilty of waging a war against you fucking whites, you whites are guilty of black genocide. Just accept it. You're both just different shades of fucking shit. And oh my God, the fact that I'm stuck here, I can't imagine what crimes I committed in a past life to earn your company. Either fucking one of you. That being said, black people didn't start this problem. So why is it always blamed on them? Instead of wagging the finger at black people, we should instead focus on the problem. The problem, not the people. Because obviously, black people aren't killing other black people just because they're fucking black. Well, I'm certain in a lot of cases actually they are, but that's a different subject. Let's just generalize for a while. When black people kill each other, they're not doing it because of their skin color. In the case of police brutality, there is a clear bias that shows how white officers treat black people compared to white people. This is what makes police brutality and black-on-black crime incomparable to each other. So, you don't like black-on-black crime? Fucking fix it! Of course, you're all helpless to do so because you need your Vulcan intervention. For politicians such as Keisha Lance Bottoms, if you actually care about the issue, telling black people to simply not kill each other won't accomplish anything. Instead, start making legislation and funding changes that will get to the root of the problem. In the budget for Atlanta's 2020 fiscal year, an additional $5 million was allocated to the already $205 million budget given to the APD, the Atlanta Police Department, in 2019. Meanwhile, only 50,000 measly bucks was allotted for recreational equipment in community centers. Research proves that in a group of 100,000 people, a single community program can lead to a 1.2% drop in crime. You know what they say. When a black gang jumps your ass, just throw them a basketball and run the other way. To conclude, it's very disappointing to see people subscribe to the black-on-black crime narrative, especially black people. We need to analyze how this language is abused as a divisive tactic to make you turn against each other. Both police brutality and black-on-black crime are the results of the same master monsters: white supremacy and systematic racism. Now, all right, I guess looking at the numbers, I mean, we're okay, but I might as well drop it for the night. Unless someone begs me to please continue, as has happened in the past. Speak now, that means intertext in chat, or forever hold your peace. We'll be back Wednesday anyway, before you fucking know it. And we'll continue right along this same subject line and get in even more trouble. Earning enemies wherever I go. Okay. Going to end stream for now. And make certain I get enough rest to prepare myself for the weekend. And to all the ladies out there, Kisses. Hugs to the guys. Join us again on Wednesday night, which will be the 22nd. Same time, same place. On eventide on the West Coast. On night tide on the East Coast. It'll be right after Aristides' birthday. And, of course, I would have been celebrating Taiwan's Overseas Chinese Day. So I'll be involved with quite a few activities in aftermath of my birthday party. We'll probably be incommunicado until I return home on Wednesday at some point just before transmission. So anybody attempting to speak to me has to do so before my pickup today, or between my return home and the show, or shortly thereafter on Wednesday. And Wednesday will, of course, be celebrating the birthday of my late and sainted legal sire, George Joseph Henry Dietrich. It will be the birthday eve day of George Dietrich, his birthday being October 23rd. He is dead, of course, but lives on forever in our hearts and memories. Well, mine at least. And hopefully the public that respects what he raised and guided. All right then. Bye for now. And we're ending stream. Okay. Triple redundancy process.